Hey, how's it going? It's JPChivalry going live with Higurashi when they cry Kai. But more specifically, Chapter 8 Matsuribayashi. It's the finale, hopefully. I mean, okay. So, Texas weather being the way it is, apparently it's raining today. It's also thundering. It hasn't thundered yet, but I did hear the rain. And I checked the hourly forecast, and apparently it's going to thunder all day. So, unfortunate. But you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens, you know. Does it crash? Does the power go out? I don't know. But we're just gonna push through. See what happens. But yeah. Final chapter. It's gonna happen. Finale, hopefully. Hopefully no interruptions, but we'll see. Also, today is Monday, June 1st. Bow hunter's stroke is caused by the narrowing or obstruction of main arteries, supplying blood to the back of the brain. This can be caused by forcibly turning your head to one side, commonly on a head rotation of 90 degrees or more to the left, as an archer does when aiming. Don't worry though, the most common cause of death during archery remains the same as always, letting someone try to shoot an apple off the top of your head. Jeez. 90-degree head rotation? Oh man, that's great. That one disturbs me. It's like something so simple like that. Man, alright. Well, anyways, Higurashi. So yeah, yesterday we finished, I think 5 chapters, right? Right, no, we started after the fragments were complete. So, we finished chapter 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. Speaking of, I didn't save. I didn't save. Okay, that's fine. It's okay, we just fast forward. I was thinking about it after the stream yesterday. And yeah, we didn't save. So let's just skip on through to where we gotta go. So this is when Oishi talks to Kuman. Who's the other guy? I forget. And he psychs himself up, and he's gonna join the mission. Then he goes to the grave. Right. Nakane is leaving flowers. Because the damn war is over. It's over. I think if we stop skipping, it'll stop when we get to another chapter, right? I think so. Hopefully I can alt tab. I can. Let me do the BTTB FFC. Then we have Mio's sad backstory. Wait, why is Moobot doing the thing? What about Angels of Chivalry? Angels of Chivalry is not connecting. What? No, but it did the Discord thing. Yeah, I don't know what's going on there. It's like, do I disconnect it and then reconnect it? It's probably gonna make another notification though. Moderators of this channel are Angel of Chivalry. Yeah. The macro is not working. Failed to send message. Reconnected with the account. What? So now my Twitch streamer thing is not connected. Okay. But we're almost at the end of the chapter. Oh man, this thing. It's so big. So let me get this situated while we do that. Okay, so we're here. We're caught up. We finished up for 9. Oh yeah, hold on. Alright, we're good there. Now I just need to authorize. Then we're good to go. I don't know why it does this, but hopefully it works now. So, macro? Okay. So what if I do this? Okay. So that works. Cool. Cool. So I guess... Wait. Oh, because I didn't type it in here. That's why it felt... Right, okay. That makes sense. That's why that didn't connect. Okay. Gotcha. Man, this thing though. Okay, we're good. Twitch is good, Streamlabs is good. Glad I checked. Yes, I successfully logged in to Twitch. Oh man. Alright. Back to the game. So, save for sure. But I think we're good. We're good to start this final chapter officially. There's no tips, did you know? Oh man. Let's go. I'm gonna take a sip of water before we start. So the operation's gonna start at dawn. Let's move the mouse off the screen. It was past midnight and almost dawn. Very quiet time of the night where staying up late and getting up early melded together. So what time did they go to sleep, I wonder? Probably like 7 p.m. Maybe 6 p.m. A little early. The exact thing was happening in the offices of the Okanogi gardeners. There were only 2 people on guard duty, and they were playing cards. They weren't sentries, so they really didn't need to be on guard all the time. However, they weren't allowed to fall asleep either. After the TV broadcast went off the air a little past midnight, they usually ended up playing cards. Suddenly, the phone rang. The phone was right nearby, so one of them answered immediately. Thank you for calling. This is Okanogi Gardeners. Yes. What? Suddenly, the man taking the call stood up with a jolt. He even hit his knee against the desk, but he was too panicked to care. Ouchies. Takano dashed to the underground security room in a hurry. Sorry to bother you, Major. What does she look like? She's like pained. Because her plan's being foiled. Oh, she's got fangs. Okay. I'm sorry to bother you, Major. Forget the coffee. Give me an update. Okay, we're fine. Are you sure about this? Yes. At 4:15 a.m., a body that was found in the Okanomiya jurisdiction was identified as R. How could that be? R is homesick with a cold, isn't she? You were observing her, weren't you? Major. There's more. According to an intelligence agent at Okanomiya PD, at least 48 hours have passed since her death. Takano could feel her blood freezing, starting from her feet. She just couldn't believe what was happening. At least 48 hours? At least 48 hours since the death of the Queen Carrier? Takano just couldn't understand. That can't be right. Why are the villagers still so composed? They could have developed terminal symptoms as early as after 36 hours, which was last night. But according to the intelligence agent, this is reliable information. And the station was even put under a gag order because they were fearful of the religious impact it could have on the village. What do you mean? Then who do you have observing that house? Major, our observation system is perfect. Rika Furude is there at the house. Ever since we started, she hasn't even stepped out of the house once. Director Idie confirmed himself. It's just impossible. Impossible. Then how do you explain this? The police department is saying that the body is Rika and that it has been over 48 hours since her death, right? Are you telling me they're lying? A lie? A lie? That's it. Maybe it's a mistake. I was planning to fake my death using an operative from the Gifu Police Department tonight. This is the same thing. Yes, it's a lie. Must be a mistake. Takano wasn't confused because she was still half asleep. No, Takano was afraid. Her grandfather wrote in his article that within 48 hours of the Queen Carrier's death, everyone in the village would develop terminal stage symptoms. This would mean that he had been wrong. What about everyone who believed his words? What would they think? Excuse me, Major. There's a phone call from Nomura-sama in Tokyo. Okay. Why is that woman calling me now? While I'm on the phone, check the body the police found immediately. Wait, so Nomura is someone different, right? We can't, not right now. When our agents come in, we'll have them approach the station and observe what's going on. And what time is that? 5? 6? Needs to be done as soon as possible. Tell them to hurry up. Hehe, good morning. Takano here. All the unit members were gathered in the office of Okanogi Gardeners, which served as a garrison for the mountain dogs in Okonomiya. I see. As soon as you find out something from the police, call both me and the Major. By the way, regarding the observation system at the R residence, why didn't you confirm that she's home? We assumed she didn't pick up the phone because she was sick with a cold. Director Irie went by and confirmed her presence, so we just took him at his word. Naive. So there is someone at the R residence, that's for sure, right? Yes, there is someone there. Commander, why don't we enter the residence? Oh shit, we still have a little time. Can't do that without approval from the Major. I'm sure she won't let us until she confirms the matter at the Okonomiya PD. Preparation for that order increased the number of observers at the residence. At least 8 people. Commander, there will be a festival at the shrine later today. We can observe, but I don't think it'll be possible to enter until tomorrow around midnight. Shit, what lousy timing. Wait, this is too much of a coincidence, don't you think? Okanogi's rusty yet wild instincts were sounding an alarm. He sensed that someone was attacking them. He sensed that his enemy had begun to attack. He realized that the enemy had taken the initiative. People usually take a deep breath before they attack. That moment right before they strike is their most vulnerable. Okanogi assumed that whoever his enemy was, they were led by an excellent commander who knew the precise moment to strike. By the way, about First Lieutenant Tomitake. They said he didn't show at the clinic's meeting the other day. Is that right? I'll have someone check on him. The Major asked me if I knew where he went. You think it's First Lieutenant Tomitake? Have Nightingale check Tomitake's hotel room. Shit, he tricked us. Now what's going on? Is this the police department? Well, can't turn back now. Let's see what happens next. Kumagai was trembling with excitement. Kuma-chan, gonna check the communications center. Hold down the fort. You bet. Nobody will get through here over my dead body. All I have to do now is handle the phone calls. Going back to my post. Kumagai, take care of this place, okay? You can count on me. Kumagai closed the door quietly and stood in front of it. This was his chance to show Oishi what he was made of. Oishi was on his way to the communication center. All radio communications and phone calls pass through there first. During business hours, each section answers its own phone calls, but when they aren't open, the communication center answers them instead. How's it going here? Well, there was an outside call for forensics calling directly just a few minutes ago. Who called? It was Chief Inspector Otaka. Ah, Otaka-kun. Heh. Oishi grinned. The enemy had started to move. They must have bribed someone inside the police department to be their spy, and he had started to move just as they planned. Oishi was surprised to learn that it had been Otaka. Oishi had never liked Otaka because he constantly boasted about his academic background and always opposed Oishi. He believes in relying on experience. They didn't get along at all when they worked together at the prefectural police department. The phone call has ended. I'm going to ask the old man. Let's see. Hello? Oh, it's me. Don't worry. So, how was it? That greenhorn sure put on airs. So I just snubbed him. The idiot sure got mad. He'll come here as soon as the marshal gets in. That's so like him. Can't even fight by himself. Phew. This is getting more interesting by the minute. That phone call woke me up completely. Just like you said, there are plenty of suspicious goings-on out there. I can just feel it. Well, things are getting interesting now. What's up next? Hey, demons, over here. Come further in. So wait, was Otaka the guy that came from Chapter 6? Like the outside guy? Second squad or something? I can't recall. I can Hear the rain. Also, hold on, let me check something. Okay. Hello, this is Tomitake. Good morning, First Lieutenant Tomitake. Sorry to bother you this early. Calling to let you know that Mountain Dogs have made a move. Just a little while ago, all the members were called in because of an emergency. We don't know the reason yet. I see. So it's finally started. Tomitake turned on the light next to his bed and put on his glasses as he answered. Also, there's been a rumor going around the police department over there. We haven't confirmed it yet, but the Queen Carrier's dead body was found. What? Tell me more. Supposedly, an unidentified body turned out to be Rika Furude. They say she died over 48 hours ago. It's past the time limit in Emergency Manual 34, but there has been no change in Yamazawa so far. Have you heard anything? No, I'm in Okonomiya, so I didn't know. But that is impossible. Must be some kind of mistake. That's what we think too, but according to our analysis, the information is very reliable. It's almost a certainty. We haven't confirmed it yet, but multiple forensics department workers have testified. But... Tomitake realized something. He realized that the Okonomiya police station was Oishi's territory. He also realized that this must be the work of Rika and her friends. Tomitake tried to think calmly. Even if they didn't know who their enemy was, it's obvious the emergency manual is a signal for an explosion. So they must have come up with the idea to destroy that signal. The foundation of the emergency manual is that unless something is done about it, within 48 hours after the Queen Carrier's death, all the villagers will develop terminal stage symptoms. So if nothing happens after 48 hours, there's no need for the emergency manual. And with that, the Mountain Dogs have been called in. Hello? First Lieutenant Tomitake? Sorry. Considering this current situation, it'll be hard to tell if anything suspicious is happening at the Idia Institute. Please ask the Colonel to check immediately. Also, in case of an emergency, can you make sure the Bloodhounds are ready to deploy? Roger that. We should have more information by 9 AM. If the Mountain Dogs revolt, it will become very dangerous there. Please be very cautious. Of course, I'll be careful. I'll talk to you again at 9 AM. It was 6 AM. Tomitake would get another call in 3 hours. Nightingale 1 to all units. Tomitake is in room 406. Observation team, do you see anything? This is Nightingale 4, nothing from the outside. This is Nightingale 5, nothing on this floor. This is Nightingale 3, there's no sound in the room. He's probably asleep. There was a Do Not Disturb sign on Tomitake's door. Perhaps he stayed up very late last night and was planning to sleep in. This was a great chance for the Nightingales. Be sure to capture him alive. It's an order from the Major. Let's go. He tried to break into Tomitake's room very quietly. Obviously, it was a simple job for them to pick a hotel room's lock. The two members at the door communicated with each other using sign language. Even knowing he was asleep, it would be a good idea not to barge in. They opened the door very cautiously and very quietly. The room's interior was organized but tasteless, typical of cheap hotels. The only furnishing were a bed, a small desk, and a coin-operated TV. Clearly, only one person could stay in this room. And there in the bed, Tomitake. Couldn't be found. What's wrong? Nightingale 3, respond. Shit, this room is empty. It was still early in the morning, but the room is empty. What's going on? Tomitake likes to take walks and also takes pictures of wild birds. Could he have gone out to do that? No, that's not it. He might have deceived us. The Do Not Disturb sign was on the door. With that sign there, the housekeepers wouldn't come in the room, so they wouldn't know if it was empty or not. The sign had probably been on there since at least the day before. Knowing that Tomitake was planning to stay for a long period, the hotel hadn't really paid much attention. In other words, the room had been empty since then. Bet he changed hotels, expecting an attack. I see. That's why he hasn't been seen lately. Call the Major immediately. Damn it, the plan has been leaked. Okanogi realized that he'd been beaten to the punch. The foundation of the emergency manual had collapsed. With that basis of the final operation was shaky. Okanogi felt that the Major had panicked and rushed into confirming what was going on too hastily. If Tomitake suspected us and went to hiding, then after, caught wind of that, he was sure to come grab us by our tails. Everything is just too convenient. Shit. This must be exactly what the enemy planned. Okanogi tried to calm himself. Wow, that rain is really coming down hard. If the power goes out, then I guess we'll have to, I don't know, I guess tomorrow? Because I don't want to risk coming back and then having the power go out again. Which sucks, but I mean, we'll just keep going. Okanogi tried to calm himself. If he was going to investigate in secret, he could assume that Tomitake was still nearby. The department in Tokyo must be the one conducting the investigation. So he must be waiting somewhere for a report from that department. Tomitake was probably at a new hotel. Probably somewhere in Okonomiya. Get in touch with Crow in Tokyo. There must be someone reporting to him regularly. Find the number they're calling. The number is somewhere in Shishibone City. Bingo. Okanogi was confident about his hunch. But if what he was thinking is correct, that meant his identity was about to be exposed. It also meant his operation had failed before it even started. But it wasn't a checkmate quite yet. If he could prove that the dead body at the Okonomiya police station wasn't R, then everything would go back to square one. All he had to do was capture Tomitake, and then check the body at the station. That was all. Commander, I got a hold of Crow. They won't be able to tell what exactly they talked about, but they say they can find the phone number. They just need a little time. How much time? Just a few hours, they said. Shit. They want just a few hours, huh? Tell them I don't want to rush them, but they better be quick. It's a little past 6 a.m. It was already light outside, but still too early for the cicadas to start their morning course. They had endured the first wave. It was now a matter of how quickly they could recover. Okanogi just hoped that the Major didn't throw a fit. Commander, message from Crow. They're still looking into the phone number. Also, the Research Division's routine check-in is at 9 a.m. Check-in time is at 9 a.m. 3 more hours? He looked up at the clock. Even the little things were beginning to bother Okanogi. Every time the second hand moved, he became more impatient, realizing the check-in time was getting closer and closer. Also, Colonel Oka, head of investigations, issued a standby order to the Bloodhounds. He hasn't said anything about a mission yet, though. Okay, so that means they can still stand down. If nothing happens, he can just play it off as a drill. We're okay. We still have time. More information. The head of investigations called the Chief of Staff's home line. We don't have the details. We're okay. We're still okay. It's a close call, but we're okay. The Bloodhound's standby orders meant they saw a very high chance of the Idiot Institute revolting. The people on site must be practically certain of it. Although it's not as difficult to execute as the emergency manual, ordering out the Bloodhounds isn't that easy. They only did so because they realized that some kind of trouble was afoot. Okanogi was sure that the people who wanted to conclude matters peacefully were trying to settle things down by saying it was just a mistake. In order to the Bloodhounds to stand by without clarifying a mission is like a middle ground in that sense. But the head of the research division had called the Chief of Staff. This is a very dangerous situation for the Mountain Dogs. In other words, the higher ranks of the SCF, or people even higher than them, had decided that the Bloodhounds could take the field. The uniforms are hot-blooded, but the suits always push for peaceful resolutions. They still hadn't decided which way they want to go yet. Our loss wasn't certain yet. Win or tie, everything was riding on the same table. If that was the case, the call coming in at 9 a.m. from the research division didn't bode well. Okanogi couldn't say why, but he had that impression. It was just his wild instinct doing its job. He could guess that the people in Tokyo were going to ask Tomitake about the situation in detail, and then decide what to do based on that. It was possible that the head of the division, or even the Chief of Staff himself, might come on the phone. Then the Bloodhounds might get an order as soon as the 9 a.m. phone conversation was over, which would result in his defeat. Tokyo was still unsure. Some were still thinking it was some kind of mistake, or they wanted to think it was some kind of mistake. If Tomitake didn't answer the phone, they might send some people immediately. They wouldn't order out the Bloodhounds. There was a chance it could end in a draw. If they found out that the body didn't actually belong to R, then although it would corner them, they still had a good chance of winning. But they'd lose the possibility of a complete victory. Okanogi knew that Takano's clients hadn't ordered anything else but exactly that. Didn't want to admit it, but the enemy surprise attack succeeded. Commander. Shut up. Calm down. They aren't sure yet. They're suspicious, but they aren't sure. We're still okay. Anyway, whoever gets information first wins. Either they find out something first, or we do. We were beaten in this surprise attack, but we haven't yet been annihilated. So don't you dare fly a white flag. We'll just wait. Pro will find out where Tomitake is. Our guys at the police station will expose the truth about R's death. So all we can do now is to wait and endure. Excuse me, Major Takano is on the line. She sounds, extremely angry. Shit, I don't have time to babysit a princess now. Hello, yes, this is Okunogi. Yeah, well, don't jump to conclusions. It hasn't been decided yet. Hehehe. Why don't you have a cup of coffee first to calm yourself down? Yeah. Okunogi tried to change the subject while pretending to laugh, but all he could hear was Takano's frantic voice. He couldn't even understand what she was trying to say. The second hand on the clock ticked on. Who was going to be able to smile at the end of it all? Today was going to be a long battle. Okunogi's instincts told him so. Text jumped again. How are you doing? Who was it? It was our marshal. They're gaining strength. But he's no match for me. Does he really think an office worker can win against a technician? Ha! But I'm glad he's playing golf today. If he actually came over, it would have gotten a little complicated. Foo. Did he call from a golf course? Is he working, or what? Bet Otaku-kun wanted to come over with the marshal. He's probably real upset about it now. Since an indirect attack hasn't worked, you think they'll try a direct one? Will Otaka come here? If he can't get a hold of the chief, he'll have to. It's almost 8:30. The main doors will open soon. Morning had finally arrived. The chorus of cicadas had begun. That familiar sound would make one think it was just another day. But it was hardly going to be normal. It wasn't just an ordinary Sunday. Oishi and his men already realized they were grazing the tip of a huge conspiracy. Knowing how Otaka-kun is, he'll probably come through the main entrance. Yeah, that's what a guy like him would do. I'll be here to take care of the phone calls. You guys take care of him, okay? Okay, I'll go welcome him. Kuma-chan, take care of this place. The lobby of the Okonomiya Police was just like that of any other police station. It could hardly be said to have a welcoming atmosphere. Some of the tiles on the floor were broken and cracked, so sometimes people tripped on them. Those spots were covered by pieces of cardboard, and there was a sign that said, "Caution, watch your step." There was also a pot with a dead plant in it. It was far from a friendly lobby. Unlike hospitals and banks, there wasn't a line of people at the counters of the police station, but there were a few sitting on a sofa waiting for the counters to open. And they would open soon. Some workers were standing by on the other side of the counters. Otaka was snobbish enough that Oishi didn't want to deal with him first thing in the morning. If only he was a pretty young woman with big boobs. Oishi and his men were on a very important job. If Otaka found out that Rika Furude's death had been faked, the operation was finished. They're only able to shake up the enemy now, while Rika Furude's death was still on the books. They had to stall for every minute, every second they could, so Tomitake could seize hold of the tail that was popping out. So if the truth about Rika Furude's death was exposed before Tomitake had that chance, the enemy would recover. The emergency manual would regain its credibility, and although the enemy wouldn't enact it immediately, they would try again for sure. Rika Furude had detected the conspiracy ahead of time, but that was a miracle. The divine wins. Japan had prevented Mongol invasions twice in the past with such miracles, but nothing like that happened during World War II. They might not be so lucky next time. They might not get another chance. There might be no next time at all. Unless they defeated them this time, they would never win again. While it was possible to do some serious damage, a tied game would inevitably lead to the enemy's victory. They had to completely expose what the enemy was up to, allowing Tomitake to call in a suppression unit to defeat them. That was why Oishi had to stop their vanguard here. His job, therefore, was an extremely important one. If the enemy's conspiracy succeeded, Namazawa would be destroyed, and more than 2,000 villagers would be executed in a gas disaster. Either way, the incident would never go public. But people's lives depended on him. Oishi was violating his professional duties. However, he had to do what was right. Oishi thought back to when the old man taught him that. Someone who, despite the hot weather, was wearing a suit, came in through the automatic sliding door. He had 2 of his colleagues with him. He was showing off his authority, like he always did. Good morning, Otaka-kun. Well, well. Good morning, Oishi-san. By the way, please don't address me with such familiarity. I'm no longer in a position where you can talk to me that way. Oh, don't be like that, Otaka-kun. We used to play mahjong together, didn't we? Taka seemed disgusted to hear that. He used to boast about being a good mahjong player, but Oishi once beat him badly in front of many people, which hurt his pride. I would love to chat with you, but I'm in a hurry today, so please excuse me. Foo. Hey, don't say that. Don't you remember the time when you forgot to write certificates for the kendo tournament? You begged me to help you. I wrote them for you backstage. That was why the award ceremony went on smoothly, didn't it? Truly appreciate that, but that has nothing to do with this right now. Oh? I didn't know you appreciated it. Sorry about that. Never heard anything like that before. Down at the prefecture station, they think I begged to write it. That you turned the offer down and let me write it for you. Wasn't that the excuse you used when the director called you up asking what happened since my handwriting on the certificates wasn't so great? Well, I don't know. Maybe someone misunderstood? At the very least, I never said such a thing. The prefectural police headquarters may be your territory, but unfortunately, this is the Okonomiya PD. You won't get your own way here. Oh, and what do you mean by that, Oishi-san? I don't know why you're here, but your jurisdiction's in Gogura, not Okonomiya. I would like to ask you to leave. What? Under what authority? And what authorization do you have to be here? I'm in the middle of a classified investigation on behalf of headquarters. I've heard that there is an unidentified body related to that investigation here. Well then, please inquire on the phone. Okonomiya isn't a rich neighborhood. This isn't the place where someone in a custom-made suit should be. I see. So you're getting up with the guys in forensics, huh? There should be an order from the marshal to hand over the autopsy report to the prefectural police headquarters. Then there should have been an explanation to the marshal from the forensics department already. The body is still being examined. Because of a slip-up on our part, there's been a rumor going around that the body was already identified. Anyway, they need a little more time to finish up their report. Then I would like to attend the autopsy. No. What? I'm requesting it as the person in charge of this classified investigation at the prefectural headquarters. That's the truth. Look, I don't want to doubt your policeman's spirit. Policeman's spirit is a noble one, see? Sure, no one would go into this business if we weren't getting paid for it. But you know, you can't be a good detective without dedication that can't be measured by your pay alone. If you say you have that spirit, I'll let you through. The look in Oishi's eyes made clear the anger that was roiling within him. As he looked into those eyes, Otaka recalled all kinds of frightening memories. Otaka didn't want Oishi to sense his fear, but he couldn't prevent himself from loudly swallowing. Okay, then please let me through. I'm here because of my policeman's spirit. Please step aside. Why don't you make me with your policeman's spirit? Come on. What? If your policeman's spirit is as strong as mine, you should be able to brush me aside easily. Come on, try it. Oishi was obviously saying that he had no intention of letting Otaka through. How could he do this? Otaka was confused. Otaka was an elite policeman at the prefectural police headquarters. He believed academic background and performance record were enough to earn trust. He's been working hard under that belief. But Oishi doesn't acknowledge that. He doesn't even respect him. He's a scumbag. He was the worst type of person, one who tried to establish their meaning and purpose only through rough means, refusing to acknowledge everything about their superiors in order to protect their own pride. As uncivilized people often did. Otaka had been thinking ever since they worked together. Why did people trust in someone like Oishi? Why did people respect someone like him? Why did people appreciate someone like Oishi more than they did Otaka? move. If you don't, I can accuse you of interfering with an investigation. Oh? What kind of investigation? You tell me, I'll help you. Didn't you hear me? It's classified. Can't talk about it to someone like you. I see. Well, if you can't tell me everything, you can tell me one thing instead. What do you have resting on your shoulders? On my shoulders? What are you talking about? I have something on my shoulders. The fate of 2,000 villagers rests there. If I let you through, those 2,000 villagers, no, their relatives as well, they'll all be very sad. You know what I'm talking about, don't you? I have no idea what you're on about. Okay, I'll tell you. Your boss is planning something terrifying. I bet you haven't thought it through that far, but it's a conspiracy that will make thousands of people unhappy. That conspiracy is about to crumble. That's why they woke you up, and ordered you to investigate. I don't know how much you're getting paid for this, but if that is more important than your policeman's spirit, we should stop talking there. But his eyes continued to speak after that. Well, what in the world are you talking about? Anyway, please just let me through. Taka's baffled behavior confirmed what Oishi had just said. He had been bought off by someone shady. Though maybe he didn't think that he was bought. He probably thought he was just filling a request to confirm Rika Furude's body as a favor from someone in the information network. He assumed he built himself. Of course, the part about it being a classified investigation was a lie. But when an elite policeman from the prefectural headquarters said it was a classified investigation, everyone would grovel and salute him. But we shouldn't salute him at all. This is a waste of my time. I'll file a formal complaint to the marshal later. Blah. Hey, wait a minute. I'm not done yet. As Otaka tried to walk by, Oishi grabbed him by the arm. Otaka tried to make him let go, but Oishi was just too strong. Ow! Let me go, Oishi-san. Oh? I'm not putting that much strength into it. If you have a policeman's spirit, it shouldn't stop you. Your unshakable righteousness should knock me down easily. You can't even get my hand off of your arm. Do you know why? Get off of me! It's because you don't have a policeman's spirit. Oishi let go of his shoulder, and Otaka tumbled onto the floor, sliding for more than 2 meters. What? What is this? This is interference with an investigation. This is interference with a government official executing his duties. No, this is assault. Arrest him immediately. Otaka ordered his 2 colleagues around, but they didn't know what to do. Oishi was also a policeman. Obviously, there was something more going on between them. Besides, they could sense one thing. Their instincts were telling them that Oishi was far stronger than them. They were no match at all. What's going on, Oishi-san? Some officers were gathering in the lobby. They all looked puzzled. Nothing much. This greenhorn from the prefectural headquarters demanded something selfish, so I just taught him a lesson. The officers alternately looked between Oishi and Otaka. They knew something was going on, but they didn't know the circumstances, so they didn't know which one to stop. Oishi was respected by the policemen of the Okonomiya station. Everyone respected him. If Oishi said that Otaka was being selfish, then he must be at fault. Oishi was generally seen as sensible. All of them thought that Oishi would only do this in a public place like a lobby, if it was something major. Otaka was feeling humiliated to get such attention. He stood up calmly, hiding his humiliation with anger. I see. I understand your position. But I'm not here on a child's errand either. I like your spirit. I'm ready to go if you are. Bring it on, greenhorn. Oh. Not enough. That all you got? Damn it. So that's your policeman spirit? I have 2,000 Yamazawan villagers resting on my shoulders. The lives of 2,000 people in my jurisdiction depend on me. Why don't you tackle me with a spirit that's strong enough to knock down 2,000 people? Oh. It was like watching a match between a sumo wrestler and a small child. No matter how many times Otaka tried to tackle Oishi, he simply crumbled against him. Oishi stood firm, as if his feet were rooted to the earth. But the 3rd time Otaka tumbled to the floor, he finally realized that he had been provoked. He caught his breath and fixed his hair. Okay, I'll tell you. The case I'm investigating has something to do with the Sonozaki family. I was asked by someone to check on something. Why are you beating around the bush? Can't you say it more directly than that? At any rate, they're questioning the death of that girl said to be the mascot for the religion here in Yamazawa. I have to confirm if she is dead or alive immediately. I told you. We explained that over the phone. It's still under investigation. They need more time. Huh? Well, I didn't want to tell you this. This request was... I'll tell you the truth. It was requested by someone you really hate. Representative Sonozaki. That scary man with the crest on his hakama, huh? Yeah, you're right. I do hate him. That man threatened me. I have to abandon logic and push his demands through, too. See? See? Representative Sonozaki requested I check the body immediately. This is a request by a citizen. The police department is there for the citizens. Of course, I accepted his request. Rika Furude isn't just any girl in Hinamizawa. She's a very special little girl. A rumor goes around saying her dead body was found. Of course someone has to go confirm it, right? You do better to not say things like that in a public space. Public place. You're in a lobby, you know? Excuse me? Taka suddenly realized his mistake. Some people are even whispering behind him. One of them spoke to Otaka hesitantly. Is it true that Rika Furude-chama is dead? Don't worry, madam. We haven't confirmed that yet. We're from the prefectural police, and that's why we're here. That's right. It's not certain yet. We're still investigating as we speak. Only asking to attend the autopsy. You'd better think carefully. I'm here on behalf of Representative Sonozaki. If you keep interfering, I'll tell him all about it. If that happens, you'll be in a tight spot, Oishi-san. Don't you think it's time to surrender? Representative Sonozaki was well known in this area as an extremely tough congressman. The people who knew about him continued to whisper. Taka grinned when he heard them whispering. He realized then that in Okunomiya, his threat was more effective than he thought it would be. Oh my. Did you really ask him to do that? Saburo-san? Sir, excuse me. Did Representative Sonozaki really ask you to do that? He certainly did. The representative asked me directly. So what about it? Oishi-san, isn't it time to surrender? People continued to whisper. Representative Sonozaki is a big name around here. Otaka thought. Even gangsters give away if someone mentions his name here in Okunomiya. So, if you're really afraid of the representative, please let me through, Oishi-san. Please go to counter number 8 to get a traffic ticket reissued. Huh? When did I get a traffic ticket? Oishi suddenly started to talk about something completely different. In fact, Oishi was looking at something behind Otaka. Huh? Who was he talking to? Otaka wondered. Oh. Hi. Hey, Effie. How's it going? An old-fashioned elderly man and a lady in a kimono were standing behind him. When Otaka's eyes met with hers, she smiled at him. She's definitely my type, Otaka thought. It's going okay? I'm really tired? Oh man. Did she not get enough rest? Hey, you. Were you really asked by Representative Sonozaki personally? Not by his secretary or someone else? Yes, of course. Representative Sonozaki are very close. Sonozaki and I are very close. He sometimes calls me directly. The elderly man continues to listen with a puzzled expression. What's the joke here? The joke is, this corrupt police officer wants to confirm that Rika's dead, but he can't get through because Oishi's blocking him. And he says that you have to let me through because Representative Sonozaki, who's his congressman of the Sonozaki family. You're the joke, Effie? No, Effie, I didn't say that. The congressman told the corrupt officer to go and make sure that the body is Rika's. Except, Oishi already made up with the Sonozakis, so they're all buds. They're fine. And this is Akane Sonozaki, which is Shion and Mion's mom. So, you know, he's jebaited. Who the heck are you? Sneeze. Bless you. Huh? There's no need for me to introduce myself. I'm just an ordinary policeman from the prefectural police headquarters. What? Incredible timing. I mean, I can only laugh. Ha 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 ha. So I can laugh, right? I wasn't sure. Ha ha. Taka couldn't understand why Yoichi and this lady were laughing. Oh, he doesn't even know. What are you doing here together? Well, you know. Remember that ticket? I didn't see the no left turn sign because of the tree branch. And there was a policeman on a motorcycle waiting right at the exit, and I didn't think that was fair. Saburo-san said I should complain, so that's why he came along today. Saburo-san, right. Ah, roadside trees are the city hall's jurisdiction. We get those complaints pretty often, but it's a rather complicated matter. I didn't like the fact that a policeman was waiting at the exit, so I'm here to complain about it. I understand. I'll talk to City Hall in the traffic section. So do you think you can settle this peacefully for today? If you say so. We'll leave quietly for today. When Ataka realized they were Oishi's guests, he fixed his tie and spoke up. But you have to pay for your traffic ticket. It's a law. You sure are annoying, aren't you? He is, isn't he? Sometimes he can be pretty funny, though. I'm in the middle of an important conversation with Oishi-san. When you're done, please get going. Have a nice day, madam. Grab. You have a nice day too, sir. Grab. Two of them grabbed Otaka's shoulders from behind. The lady grabbed his right shoulder, and the elderly man grabbed his left. Mr. Prefectural Policeman, I have two things I detest in this world. Do you know what they are? Huh? One is shiitake mushrooms. I just don't like them. Never have, ever since I was born. I don't like to eat them. I don't like their broth either. But they're good. The second one is lies. I don't like to use them, and I don't like people using them with me. How can I step back after being ridiculed like this? I'm the demon princess of Shishibone, Akane Sonozaki. I never back off when someone starts a fight, with me. Don't say that about yourself. Also, that would have been perfect if you used a citizen instead of the demon princess. Huh? Huh? The police officers, the citizens in the lobby, and Otaka's colleagues didn't know what was going on. Oshitake. Let me introduce them. This is Akane Sonozaki-san. She's the vice president of the Shishibone City Women's Kendo Club. And this is Saburo Sonozaki-san. He's an honorary director of the Prefectural Kendo League. Oh, I should mention his formal title. This is Shishibone's 2nd District Representative, Sonozaki-sensei. Got him. Well, you're here to give Otaka-kun a lesson, right? He's the instructor for the Prefectural Police's Kendo Club, after all. Hahaha, thank you for coming. Here, please show them to the dojo. Representative? The same. Didn't you say we were close? I think we'll have lots of fun together today. Oh, I'm so excited. The two of them were still clinging to his shoulders and laughing meaningfully. Taka laughed along with them. Yeah! Well, that's taken care of. Oh, and she's still mad. Are you sure? Did you really confirm that the Queen Carrier was at home yesterday? What do you mean by confirm? I just went by because I heard she caught a cold. So how could they have found her corpse? That's just impossible. Impossible. That's right. That's impossible. Impossible. But, unless it's confirmed, some people might misunderstand. Who would misunderstand what? I mean, the whole village would go into a panic if they found out Rika Furude is dead. Now I'm certain that she's lying. I don't even need to wait to hear from Tomitake-san. Takano-san's objective is the execution of the emergency manual. Its premise is about to be destroyed, and that's why she's panicking. She finally found someone who showed an interest in her research, which made her feel better about herself. Yet that someone is about to cut her off. That's why she's panicking. She's as pitiful as can be. If it were possible, if there was a way to reach out to her, I would reach out to save her from drowning. but my hand will never reach. It won't reach her unless she reaches out. She's drowning, but as long as she refuses to seek help, I'll never reach her. Until she realizes it herself, no matter how much I reach out, she'll refuse my helping hand. However, my selfish imagination will have to stop there for now. Is Rika-chan home or not? If she goes into the details, she'll become suspicious of me, since I told her I saw Rika-chan at home. That will put me in a very dangerous position. A man who had been on the phone for some time put down the receiver. Major, there's no answer. There's nobody home. What is the observation unit saying? Since the 17th day they started their observation, there hasn't even been one phone call. Hey, Director EDA. That means Rika-chan is still at home, right? Yeah. I guess so. Not sure. She has gotten so much better. Maybe she snuck out or something. Today is the day of the festival, remember? I think there are some vendors set up near Rika-chan's house. There are a lot of people around, so maybe your observers missed her. Well, can that be possible? Every time Director EDA leaves, we place a seal on the house afterwards. I don't think she could have gotten out through a window. So the mountain dogs are certain that R has not left the house, right? Yes, we're certain. R is inside of our residence. She hasn't left the house since the 17th. We're sure about that. The only person who checked inside was Director EDA. Nobody from the mountain dogs did. But you're sure about that, right? Well, One of the mountain dogs looked at me. I swallowed, and then nodded to him. Then how do you explain R's corpse at the police station? Like I said, it's possible they made some kind of mistake. The autopsy isn't done yet, and the body hasn't been confirmed to be Rika Furude. It could be just a rumor. You already said that. How many hours do you think have passed since that rumor has gotten to Tokyo? Unless we do something about this, Tokyo will... Takano-san realized that I was standing next to her and shut her mouth. I could already tell what she wanted to say, though. Major, there's a phone call for you from Nomura-sama in Tokyo. This whole Nomura Watanabe Okuno situation is still weird to me. Because she pretended to be Nomura. But I don't know. Damn it. I told her to give me or maybe it was just scene change. But no, because she said... I don't know. We'll figure it out. Damn it, I told her to give me a little more time. Takano-san usually has a lot of self-control, but she's not doing so well right now. Even her body language makes it clear how irritated she is. Does she have a habit of scratching herself? As she folded her arms, I could see marks where her nails touch her skin. She's clearly not doing well. Takano-san is rather occupied right now. I'll take it. Nomura-san, right? I never talked to her, have I? Sorry, this phone call is for the Major. The mountain dog looked alternately between Takano-san's and my faces. Director EDA, I have to take care of a few things. Could you please excuse yourself? Oh, sure. I understand. You're in charge of the institute. I shouldn't say anything, huh? Somebody take him to the director's office. Hurry. She's basically telling me to get out. I left the security room quietly. Hello, this is Takano. Sorry to make you wait. Sorry to call you repeatedly. So did you find out anything else? Sorry. Ordered my men to get to the bottom of this immediately. Some of them are headed to the police station. I'm just waiting to hear from them. I see. So you should be hearing from them soon, right? What time do you think you can call us? I'll call you as soon as I find out something. But it's hard to say what time, though. As soon as possible, of course. Hee. Major, have you ever been on an airplane before? Yes, of course. When an airplane takes off, an enormous amount of power is needed. That's why sometimes there's engine trouble during takeoff. If the plane hasn't sped up yet, all it has to do is to slow down and abandon the takeoff. But if it has already sped up, it's more dangerous to stop, so they go ahead and take to the air. A jet plane has 4 engines, so even if one engine breaks down, you can still fly without problems. It's the same with our operation. There's more than one engine, so if we have enough speed, we'll go ahead with our plan. We'll figure out what to do later. But we are still only preparing to take off. Do you understand what I mean? The first step of the operation was Tomitake's assassination. That hasn't even happened yet, so what Nomura was saying was correct. If you already knew the plane you were on had a broken engine before it took off, what would you do? You'd get off, right? It's the same thing for us. Our clients want to get off the plane because they found out there was an engine trouble before takeoff. If they were already at the point of no return, then a little mistake wouldn't matter that much. But since they're still before that point, they're overly cautious about even a tiny mistake. But we're checking to see if it is, in fact, engine trouble as we speak. I know. You're like a traffic controller at a control tower. I'm like a flight attendant calming the passengers down. I'm doing my best to talk them into staying on board, even though there's a chance the plane will never take off. If it takes too long to fix the problem, this flight may be cancelled completely. Major Takano, that means your grandfather's work will be forever known as Madman's Nonsense. Do you understand that? When one girl dies, all the villagers will go mad. Hee hee, ha ha ha. That's just too silly. Where did you get such an idea? It sounds like some fantasy. What the hell? Hee hee hee, ha ha ha. It's so stupid. Who in the world do Fumi and Mio Takano think they are? It's just too funny. Hee 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 hee, ha 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 ha. Takano ground her teeth. She squeezed the receiver so tightly her knuckles went white. Anyway, now, do you understand what will happen? Do you get it? Your grandfather's honor depends on this, as does yours. Yes. Thank you for thinking about us. Don't worry. I'm your only ally. I'll help you achieve the ending that makes you happy. I'll be with you until the very end. So, please find out if the information coming from the Okunomiya Police Department is true or false. I'll do my best, but it's not easy to deal with unhappy clients. I'm sorry to make you go through that. Please, give me a little more time. Yes. Yes. Goodbye. Takano made sure that Nomura hung up first, and then hung up herself. Hasn't Okunogi called yet? Call him. Major, we just called him 10 minutes ago. He's supposed to call as soon as he learns something. Why don't you take a little break? Your coffee is... The unit member tried to serve a cup of coffee to Takano, but she knocked it aside. The cup fell on the floor, making a black puddle. Everybody in the security room went silent. Damn it. Somebody bring a mop to clean up this mess. I don't care if we called 10 minutes ago. Call him again. Tell him to find proof that Rika Furude isn't dead, and also capture Tomitake. Takano was starting to realize something. By now, she could sense that there was something behind Tomitake's disappearance. Tomitake must know something about what's happening at the Okunomiya police station. It might look dumb, but he somehow found out about the plan. He was trying to mess with Takano. So, Tomitake was clearly behind all of it. Takano had been intending to let him enjoy the festival that night, if he behaved. The quickest way for Takano to be certain of what was happening would be to see Rika Furude's face at her house. But she couldn't leave. She couldn't trust Irie. And because there were too many people around for the festival, the mountain dogs had their hands full. If she would answer the phone, that'd do, but she wouldn't answer. That meant the house was empty. And that Rika Furude's death was real. What went wrong? Who deceived Takano? There was only one person. The only person who claimed that he saw her at the house. Irie was the most suspicious person around. Tomitake had left the hotel and was nowhere to be found, so maybe Rika had left her house and was hiding somewhere else. In other words, Irie betrayed her and was in contact with Tomitake. Start observing Director Irie. What? Are you saying that he's lying? Why would he do that, though? Tomitake must have noticed our plan. He left the hotel and told Rika to go somewhere safe. He's deceived us, and we've been observing an empty house. That house can't be empty. There's definitely somebody in there. Do you have proof that it's our? It's not her. That person is there simply to deceive the mountain dogs, only to make it look like Rika is home. That's it. Tell Okunoki to break into the R residence. I don't know who's in there, but whoever it is, they're connected to Tomitake and Rika. Put the heat on them. Oh shit. But you can't break into the R residence. Not today. There are just too many festival goers around there. Can't break in until the festival's over, which is around midnight. That's why all of you are here, right? Just do something. Why can't you do what I tell you to do? Can't you follow my orders? Why Can you only follow my patient's orders? Oh. The unit members could only watch in silence. They knew that nothing could comfort her. The noise of the phone suddenly broke the silence. Takano practically jumped. Yes? What? Major, good news. Crow successfully got the number at the research division in Tokyo is calling for their scheduled reports. The phone number is in Shishibone City. The mountain dogs are trying to pinpoint the address. Oof. It's Tomitake. Has to be. Skylark, gather your most capable men. He's being cautious, so don't make mistakes. Heron, give them backup. Understood. Skylark 1 to all units. As soon as we get the address, we'll move in. Everyone, get on board. Oh shit. Shit. Hasn't our man from the phone company called yet? I'll look into it. Give me 5 minutes. It's 8:45 a.m. They didn't know where in Shishibone he was staying, but depending on where it was, it might be too far to get there before 9 a.m. Oh shit, what if he's staying at the Sonozaki residence? Oh, damn. They would have to depend on luck. Damn it, do it in 50 seconds, not 5 minutes. What the hell is taking so long? He's just punching the numbers into the computer. We've got it. The address is Hirosaka Block 1, Hotel Moderado. Okay, never mind, it's a hotel. It's routing through the switch, so his room number's unknown. Did you hear that, Skylark? We've got it. We're heading out. Luckily, Hirosaka Block 1 was close enough. Okanogi had been right. Tomitake was hiding nearby. The garage doors of Okanogi gardeners opened one after another, and the white van sped off in a hurry. That piece of shit. It's our turn now. Didn't even think there could be someone working against him in the research division. Now it's our turn for a surprise attack. But what if he knew? Hotel Moderado. Despite its name, it had a cheap stained sign out front. A dilapidated business hotel on the outskirts of town. The perfect place for someone to lay low in. They might draw in some guests if they renovated the building into a more modern love hotel, but it was clear they didn't have the capital for renovations and could go under any minute. That's the kind of hotel it was. Tomitake was staying in one of the rooms on the second floor. The interior of the room was worse than his previous hotel. It only had a bed and a phone. That phone was what he needed the most at the moment. If he didn't have to receive regular reports, he would keep changing hotels, which was safer. But he needed up-to-date information from the research division, and his course of action would change according to that information. Moving about unnecessarily might cause miscommunication in case of an emergency. Tomitake never suspected that there was a spy in the research division. The ticking sound from the clock echoed throughout the room. Is it raining still? I wonder. No, but someone's doing something. It was almost 9 a.m., but the phone might not ring at 9 on the dot. Tomitake waited in front of the phone patiently. He tried to organize the information in his head so he could answer questions more calmly. At the same time, he kept in mind the possibility of an attack. At that time, he heard a woman scream in the distance. It happened again. He heard another scream. Tomitake got the sense that something was happening inside the hotel. His intuition told him that someone was checking every single room with the master key. Tomitake opened the curtain a little. He saw several mountain dogs who were blocking all the ways out of the hotel. How long had they been there? Finally, they had finally found where he was. Tomitake could hear their loud footsteps. He heard voices too. This one's empty. Next! This cheap hotel wouldn't have chains on the door. They had no means to fend off the master key. Tomitake could tell there were around 20 of them. No, maybe there were more. It would be no use trying to fight with them. All they could do was hide. Under the bed? Or in the bathroom? At the very least, the ceiling wouldn't open up like in the movies. Should he jump out the window? It was the second floor, after all. It was perfectly possible to survive a jump. They would be expecting that, however. That this was right on city grounds. If he was confident in his legs, it wouldn't be impossible to outrun them. Tomitake soon heard footsteps outside his door. This was it. Oh. He jumped from the window. Oh, of course, there were mountain dogs on the ground waiting for him. They pointed, and about 6 of them started running after him. Tomitake shot off right from the position he landed in. This took the mountain dogs by surprise. He had started to dash right after he jumped out the second floor window. Tomotachi was prepared to do something like that. He had been training in case of an emergency, just like this one. Skylight 10 to Skylight 1. We've located the target. He's running. We need assistance. Skylight 1 to Heron. The target is heading west, using the back alleys. Stop him. Roger that. Heron 2, 3, and 4. Head on over there. Here he comes. That's him. 3 members of the Mountain Dogs jumped out from behind the streetlight and stood in Tomotake's way. They prepared to stop him, but Tomotachi kept running at full speed. They quickly realized he wasn't running towards them to knock him down. He was trying to run past them. There was no point in them taking a fighting position. They lowered themselves and tried to tackle him simultaneously. Now! Warrior! Tomotachi jumped over them. He jumped over them like an Olympic athlete leaping over a hurdle. But he wasn't an Olympic athlete, and they weren't hurdles. Tomotachi's heel struck one of the dogs. Oh. The 2 flanking Tomotachi thought they'd seize hold of him. However, as he flew over them easily, he grabbed onto 2 of their heads and smashed them against each other. Tomotachi knew that this wouldn't stop them, but at least he'd gain a little time to run. The target broke through the West Intercept team. He's still running. Damn it, what are you doing? Heron 10. Go around in the car, take the second left, and we'll get him at 9 o'clock. Are you okay? Shit. Don't let him get away. What? Strength. Shit, my nose is bleeding. Tomotachi saw a van with its door wide open ahead of him. It couldn't stop in time, and it hit the wall as soon as it stopped. Several Mountain Dogs jumped out of the van. Stop him, no matter what. Stop him. Come on, there are 5 of us. Tomotachi saw 5 men ahead of him, but he didn't think even those 5 would stop him. Why do trains sound their horn at people on the rails? It's not because the train will get damaged, it's because the people will get hurt. Get away! He yelled at them like the horn on the train. He wasn't warning them because they were in his way. He was warning them to move so that they didn't get hurt. Look how many we are. We outnumber them 5 to 1. Don't tell me we can't stop them. No way. There's no way you can get past us. Let's go! Tomotachi didn't grin. After all, trains don't grin. Oh! Jesus. Capture Tomotachi. Damn. Really? Hehe. Didn't take that long. I want to ask him some questions. Don't kill him, okay? Bring him over here. We'll kill him afterwards, but I've already got a great way for him to go. Hee. The phone continued to ring inside of Tomotachi's empty hotel room. Within 30 minutes, Tomotachi was dragged through the back door to the EDA Institute, wearing a gag and handcuffs. Tomotachi didn't even move, as though he was sedated. The Mountain Dog members had carried him out of the van. EDA saw Tomotachi from his window and came out of his office in a hurry. Takano was already there. What's going on here, Takano-san? The Mountain Dog silently glared at EDA. He realized that he shouldn't have left his room. I didn't see Jiro-san for a while, so I became worried and had the Mountain Dogs look for him. It was a good thing I did, because look, he's gone terminal. He's developed terminal symptoms? Are you sure? Of course, Tomotachi didn't reply. EDA decided not to say anymore. I see. It's very unfortunate. Let's give him some medication as soon as we can. Of course. Hope it's not too late. Hee. EDA already knew. The Mountain Dogs had tracked him down. EDA wasn't sure if Tomotachi was able to arrange something with Tokyo. Wasn't even sure if the Bloodhounds had been called in. He could guess that Tomotachi didn't have time. If the Bloodhounds were called in, Mountain Dogs would catch that information. And if that was the case, they would likely drop everything and run. But Tomotachi was captured. They brought him back to the Institute. That meant it had gotten that far, they were still trying to fix the damage. In other words, Tomotachi wasn't able to do what they had hoped for. What are they going to do to Tomotachi? Since they brought him back alive, were they planning to torture a confession out of him? That would be very dangerous for him. He'd likely end up dead. Irie realized that he had to do something in Tomotachi's place. The main reason why Irie had to rescue Tomotachi was because he had no way of contacting Tokyo on his own. Takano wanted Irie to be useless, so she never told him about how to get in touch with Tokyo. EDA could receive phone calls from Tokyo, but it could only call them through Takano. Therefore, Tomitake was the key. Unless EDA rescued him, they couldn't possibly win. But EDA wasn't like the Mountain Dogs. He was simply a researcher. There was no way EDA could rescue Tomitake from such a high security area. There were 8 Mountain Dogs in the building. There were usually only 2, but Takano had called in more. Of course, the basement was a highly secured area, and one needed an access card to get in. That card was only given to people in EDA's position. In addition to the access card, one would need a fingerprint match as well. The access card alone wouldn't do it. Therefore, the only person who could rescue Tomitake from that high-security basement was EDA. And so, even if it was impossible, EDA had to do it. EDA bunched up his hands into fists and held them tight to encourage himself, but he only noticed that his fists were shaking. EDA. Did you forget? EDA remembered what Akasaka had told him. But it's very hard to anticipate your own danger. You can't underestimate it. You may not even get a chance to make the phone call. If you sense something odd, that's an emergency. Knowing the seriousness of a conspiracy, they won't hesitate to kill us. Please be very careful. EDA felt the cold sweat pulling on his back. Was this the emergency Akasaka was talking about? He shouldn't think that it was still okay. He might lose the chance to run. He realized that trying to do something by himself was foolish. He had his security access card, true. That didn't mean he had to rescue Tomitake by himself. Just like how everyone else was trying to combine their efforts, he should also ask for help. Also, Tomitake was in their hands, which meant that the Mountain Dogs had realized they were under attack and were preparing to counter. It was very possible that they were suspicious of EDA too. Once they broke into Rika's house, EDA's lies would be exposed. Indeed, this was the emergency Akasaka was talking about. EDA had realized that. He was already in danger. He needed to leave immediately. The Sonozaki residence was their gathering spot in case of an emergency. His allies were congregating at the Sonozaki residence. He should explain the situation to them and think about how to rescue Tomitake. Takano probably wouldn't kill Tomitake immediately. She was intending to kill him that night as a 5th year's curse, so there was still a little time left. He had allies, and with his security access card, there was still a chance to rescue him. EDA had to let Akasaka know that he was escaping. If they became suspicious of EDA, they would check the house, and Akasaka would be in danger too. In other words, it could cause a chain reaction. EDA didn't miss his last chance to escape, but he still had to do his final job. EDA picked up the phone at his desk, called Rika's home number, and left. It would continue to ring like that, sounding the emergency signal. EDA thought back to when he wondered how long he was going to stay in this director's room. Never knew this day would come so suddenly. Noticed the framed picture of his parents on his desk. EDA had become a doctor so he could clear up the misunderstanding between his parents and regain his family ties. But how did he get involved in something like this? No, he would return. He would return and continue the fight against Hinamizawa syndrome. He vowed to himself that he would never abandon that responsibility. I'll be back, Mom and Dad. EDA said his final goodbye and left the director's office. Major, there's a call from the director's office to an outside number. The phone number is our residence. Eh? What does that mean? Can you listen in? Of course. I'll put it up over the speaker. One of the members flipped the switch. There was the sound of the ringtone. Why is Director EDA calling that house now? Maybe R really is at home, and he's trying to let her know that Tomitake has been captured. That might be it. Hehe, he has no idea we're listening in. What was EDA going to talk about? Takano waited patiently to eavesdrop on a conversation. There was nothing but a ringtone. It had been over 30 seconds. There was no answer. Nobody was home. The director sure is patient. Guess he's sure that she's home. Major! You have the director on the security camera at the back door. The black and white quad display monitor showed EDA running at the back door. What's going on? He's calling from the director's room. Takano became utterly confused, but the ringtone continued. Couldn't be. Takano finally realized what was going on. It's a trap! He knew we were listening in, so he made a fake call. Irie is a traitor. Catch him! Security room on the first floor. Stop Director Irie. The target is heading to the staff parking lot from the back door. 2 mountain dogs who were playing cards in the security room on the first floor jumped into action. The security room was located next to the back door, so Irie was still within reach. Irie had made a serious mistake. He could have left the clinic during the 30 seconds Takano and her men were listening to the ringtone. But when he got to the parking lot, he realized he forgot his car key on his desk in the director's office, so he had to go back and get it. Oof. It was only at this point that he realized he shouldn't have gone back. He should have escaped on foot. But Irie wasn't used to emergencies, unlike Akasaka. It was a typical mistake any normal person who had never gone through anything dangerous would make. Although he made mistakes, he didn't forget to call Akasaka. People usually become extremely clumsy when they're in a rush. All he has to do was to turn the key, but he couldn't even do that smoothly. He kept turning the key, and finally, the engine started. Irie still thought that he was alright. Even if one of them questioned him, all he would have to do would be to say that he was going out to get something. When he released the handbrake with his sweaty left hand, he saw 2 of the mountain dogs dashing out the back door. As the 2 of them looked around, Irie's eyes met with one of theirs in the rearview mirror. He pointed at Irie's car, and the 2 of them started running towards it. 2 of them looked extremely serious, and certainly not like they were chasing after him to return his dropped pen. Irie's body was soaked with sweat. Before the 2 of them could jump on the car, Irie stomped on the gas pedal and took off after spinning its wheels. Of course, the dogs didn't give up. They got into their own car and started to chase after Irie. Oh shit. Security to base! The director is on the run in his car. Do you want us to force him to stop? Major! This is Takano. He's probably headed to the Furude Shrine. There are too many people there, so it would be impossible to catch him. Fine. Don't worry about injuries. Don't let him go. Stop him by any means necessary. Roger that. We'll force him to stop. Send backup just in case. Over. Roger that. We'll send Nightingale as backup. But don't wait for them. Stop him right now. The mountain dogs had Irie's car in their view as it ran away at full speed. They have to find a perfect spot and timing to stop him. It's not easy to drive a car when you're in a rush. Of course, the more you step on a gas pedal, the more speed you gain. But when you're in a hurry, you can't control the steering wheel well enough to escape quickly. Irie could see his pursuers in his rearview mirror and was completely distracted by that. He was driving carelessly. His driving was so reckless that he could easily get into an accident on his own. As if fear was driving him into confusion, he made a wrong turn. That mistake made him even more confused and panicked. Come on, Director. You're gonna lose your license for driving like that. Although the 2 guys were ordered to stop him, they were starting to think Irie is gonna get into an accident without them doing anything. They'd rather not drag this into a car chase if they didn't have to. This is Phoenix 1. Security vehicle, come in. Commander. Security vehicle here. We're still chasing him. We're on the path through the forest near the 5th district. Not sure of the exact location. They're heading your way as to your backup, as per HQ's orders. Estimated time of arrival is in 15 minutes. Don't wait for us. I don't think we'll be there in time. Okanogi grumbled. He had to leave Okadamiya in a hurry to respond to Major Princess. But because of the distance, there was no way he could get there in time. Even so, he was still ordered to provide backup. He could have explained, but the princess wouldn't have listened to him anyway. The mountain dogs who were with Okanogi smiled bitterly. Which direction are you heading? In the worst case scenario, we'll end up leaving town. Don't let him. We'll comb the hills for him, so break his legs. Is there anybody else? Any weapons? It's in the middle of the forest. There's nobody around. We have one submachine gun in the security vehicle. The guy in the passenger seat reclined it and climbed into the back, lifted one of the seats and took out a black machine gun. The paint on one corner was coming off, and the shiny silver metal was exposed. It was a machine gun, but it didn't look as powerful as an ordinary one. However, once the dog extended a shoulder stock and set it in place, the weapon looked far more vicious. It's an MP5, correct? Is it A5 or ST3? The man in the back seat looked at the uniquely shaped gun barrel. It was thick and long. It's ST3. Has a silencer as well. There are lots of fire. Shred its tires with a full burst. Roger that. We're attacking. The guy in the back seat opened up the driver's side back windows and leaned out of the car. Sharp eyes aimed at one of the tires on Ida's vehicle. It was a straight road. Ida's car was weaving, but not enough to avoid a shot. Pursuers had his car in their sights. They were trying to get as close to Ida's car as possible, but they were afraid they might get caught up if it overturned. They soon decided that this was as close as they were going to get. "I'm gonna fire on the count of 3. 3, 2, 1, fire!" Is this some kind of initial D visual novel? Right now it is. Hey, Captain Kai, how's it going? The sound the machine gun made was a lot quieter than what people would imagine, but its power was unimaginable. One of the tires on Ida's car was cut to shreds and collapsed in a puff of white smoke. Because one tire collapsed, all of a sudden Ida lost control of his car. He tried to steer away, but that made things even worse. As it spun, Ida's car drove off the shoulder of the road and slid down the slope into the forest. Ouch. The sound of trees breaking in the car being battered from every direction disappeared down the slope. The pursuers stopped their car and looked down after it, but the plants were growing so high it was impossible to check from there. The attack was a success. The target vehicle went down the slope. It's possible that the driver is dead. We'll search on foot. Phoenix 1, Roger. Nightingale is in the area. If you're lucky, you'll run into them. We aren't even close. I'm counting on you. Good luck. Is this the same hill that Satoko put her traps in? I wonder. I wish I'd finished VNs after starting them. You just gotta do it. Just read through. I mean, you don't have to read it out like I do, but, you know. It's the nature of the stream that we're doing. Also, what did I spill? Okay, we're fine. So far I've started Steins Gate and Fate Stay Night. Nice. Those are good ones. I mean, I haven't read them, but, I mean, I enjoy Fate Stay. I have to give Steins Gate another chance. Because I only watched, like, the first episode of the anime, but I don't have the visual novel. But, Steins Gate is godlike. Just get tired of the weeb shit. The end is so good. Oh, man. No, it's a lot of people's favorites. But yeah, I'm enjoying this one. Higurashi. When They Cry. Roger. Ending transmission. Let's go. Mountain dogs left their car and headed into the woods without hesitation. Yeah, the next series that we're going to read is Zero Escape. So, I'm very curious about that one. I get tired of reading, but Steins Gate keeps my attention really well. It's all in the presentation, right? Or, I don't know. I have to see it, or experience it, to understand. Akasaka had received a phone signal from Ide. The phone rang for over 3 minutes. The signal told Akasaka that Ide was in some kind of emergency, that Akasaka himself was in danger now. Takano made a mistake. She didn't realize the ringtone itself was the signal. She assumed someone staying at the house would pick up the phone eventually. Her error allowed Akasaka to perceive that extremely important forewarning. The art and the topic is super interesting. Ah, I see. Do you like do-do-do? Girl. Or, yeah. Akasaka waited for exactly 3 minutes, then ran downstairs quickly. He had already put his shoes on while listening to the phone ringing. Akasaka had memorized the layout of the town from the map Pete kept near the phone. He knew the shortest route to the Sonozaki residence, as well as a number of alternative routes, just in case the shortest was already blocked. People would be surprised to see a stranger coming out of the house, but Akasaka didn't care about that at the moment. He had to get to the Sonozaki residence immediately. However, the observers would see him, and that was a problem. They'd soon come after him. Upon finding the house empty, they'd assume the man who ran from it knew something. Once Akasaka left Rika's house, he had to be prepared to fight. He relaxed his shoulders and reached for the doorknob. Major, there's a message from the unit observing the R residence. The suspicious man just exited the house. Oh shit. A man? Who is it? Actually, I don't care. Just catch him. Loud and clear. We'll pursue and stop him. Oh man, it was only 10 a.m. It was a lively morning. Many people were getting ready for the festival. Akasaka weaved through the people going in the opposite direction and ran down the stairs leading from the shrine. The mountain dogs were already chasing after him. trying to figure out how the time travel works in the attic. That conversation kept me in it for a good 5 chapters. But the weeb filler gets tiring. I see. There is some slice of life stuff in this series, so that'd probably turn you off. Just try to get to the good stuff. There was a significant gulf between the happy faces on villagers and the serious faces on Akasaka and his pursuers. You could hear them coming up behind him. He didn't even need to turn around to check. Akasaka held his breath, focusing all of his senses to their limits as he sprinted even faster than he usually could with all his might. The success rate of an escape depends on the distance between the pursuer and the pursued. Even a little distance makes a difference. Slice of life ruins everything. Akasaka ran down to the bottom of the stairs like the wind, then headed in the opposite direction away from the Sonozaki residence. Of course, this wasn't a mistake of his. He just wanted to lose them. Shit. What? Speed. Does he have wings on his feet or what? Haha. Gotta go fast. The observers weren't ready for this chase. They never expected a fast and fully grown man to run out of the house. They assumed it would be a little girl. That assumption was their mistake. Besides, Akasaka's locomotive-like power was nothing like that of normal people. There was no way they could catch him. The mountain dogs fell for Akasaka's trick. They called HU, told him that he was headed in the opposite direction, and followed him that way. Akasaka was confident that he could have had them completely confused if he had a little more time. Not only that, he could have attacked them individually. That kid. Less than if it wasn't some guy trying to see their friend's panties and playing Digipoke. Oh. Is that what's his name? The scientist? Oh man, is that what he tries to do? I mean, here we just have the guy, the fat kid. Oh, the otaku guy. Okay. Gotcha. Here we have the main character, well, former main character. They're all main characters. The guy main character just try to put kids into maid outfits or cat girl outfits. So, yeah, this is fun. Were there 3 pursuers? No, there were probably 4 of them. His mind, body, and skills were all in top condition, so it should be possible for him. Usually overrating oneself is dangerous, but Akasaka was above such an immature level. Resisting violently at a place other than his destination might prompt them to waste manpower and time. But Akasaka wasn't sure of the real meaning of Idie's phone signal. They were at a severe level of emergency. Akasaka had no time to waste, so he had to get to the Sonozaki residence. It's not worse than someone forcing their son to wear girl clothes and having the sister bully him to do so. What? That's in Steins Gate? Or is that something else? As Akasaka ran as fast as he could, he tried to think about the situation calmly. Could he attack them first, and then head to the Sonozaki residence? The pursuers were scattered about and running out of breath. It would not be easy to fight 4 men at the same time, but it would be different to take them one-on-one. When Akasaka decided he had a high enough chance of winning, he took a deep breath and made a U-turn around a streetlight. That's in Steins Gate, yes. But they changed that in future media because it was seen as transphobic, apparently. Okay. Sister bullying. Oh, is that what happened? Okay, I see. What? The mountain dogs were surprised to see that the man who was running away from them was now running towards them. They prepared themselves to fight. But before Akasaka even reached them, he already had everything all planned out in his head. He had calculated how many blows would be required to take them all out. But his calculations were wrong. Without even needing a second blow, the first pursuer dropped after one of Akasaka's legendary armor-piercing punches connected with his face. And while the first was still in the air, his second armor-piercing punch took out the second pursuer. AP round punches? Okay. There was a chorus of cicadas, which woke Idie up. He needed a little time to realize what had just happened. The seatbelt had saved him from serious injury. Always wear your seatbelt. However, it was sheer luck that the metal parts of the seatbelt didn't get tangled and the door didn't become warped. He was on the bottom of the slope, near a different forest road. Idie endured the pain and removed his seatbelt. He got out of his car soon after. He heard someone walking towards him through the bushes. A pursuer. Couldn't get caught just yet. If he was captured, it would be impossible to rescue Tomitake. Not only that, Nobody would ever know that Tomotaku was captured in the basement of the clinic. Even though Irie knew he was helpless, he couldn't falter here. The only thing he could do was resist them and run for as long as he could. But as soon as he started to run, Irie realized it. He had no strength. His legs were shaking and he couldn't even see straight. He had only been stepping on the gas pedal, but his lungs were about to explode. His brain was lacking in oxygen. It had to be that certain type of exhaustion that came immediately after hyperarousal. Irie understood that intellectually, but he still couldn't get his body moving. He tried to run, albeit in a wobbly way. He heard a noise coming down the slope behind him. This was it. But Irie still tried to run as far as he could. Security to HQ. We found him. He's injured. We'll capture him. Irie heard the voice of his pursuer. Shit, he thought. What can I do? I have to run. I have to. Oh. What? Carve into your hearts the spirit of retreat. Shion-san, what's that song you've been singing? Don't you know? It's really popular nowadays. My apologies. Rather ignorant when it comes to pop music. No way, does Kasaya and Shion see? Okay. There was a wrecked car ahead. White smoke was still visible, so the accident must have just happened. Kasaya slowed down. What is it? Oh, jeez. Hey, isn't that the coach? Their car stopped. Jeez, they're making noise. The sound of the brakes startled Irie, and he fell on his behind. Irie was obviously the one who had been in the accident. Hey, coach! Is that your car? Shion-san. Are you alright, Dr. Irie? You should go see a doctor. Well, take the coach to the clinic so he can treat himself, huh? Ha 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 ha. Can you stand up? I'll take you there. No, not the clinic. I can't go there. I have to go to the Sonozaki residence. Oh. Coach? Coach! What's going on? This isn't good. Kasai looked at Irie's car, then looked around the area. Then he whispered to Shion. Shion-san, you must be in some kind of trouble. What kind? There are bullet holes in Dr. Irie's car, and they don't seem to be from an ordinary handgun. Really? You take that end? Let's get him to the main house. Two of them loaded Irie into the backseat, got in the car, and left in a hurry. You have to ask the coach what's going on. Can't go back to the clinic. Wonder what he means. Sounded like he was running away from someone there, but I don't know. It's obvious that he was involved in something dangerous. Hey, where are you going? Shion was confused as to why Kasai suddenly made a wrong turn. Dr. Irie's pursuers aimed for the tire of his car. They want to capture him alive. His pursuers are likely close by. Are they after us? There's no car behind us, nothing in the air. In this area, it would be impossible to follow unless they're tailing us. I'm going to make another left turn, just to be safe, and then head to the main house. Could you watch what happens behind us? You got it. Security to HQ. The target was picked up by a civilian vehicle. I'm saying the license plate number and the car model. Oh, roger that. Nightingale, your target is a civilian vehicle now. Search for it immediately. Try to capture Director Irie alive. Neutralize the civilians as well. Dead or alive. Jeez. Are you sure? Are you going to find him? Don't worry. There's a tracking device on the director's coat. Nightingale's vehicle can catch the signal, and they can pinpoint where he is. Irie was lying in the back seat, wearing his white coat. There was a device on his collar. The security department put it there just in case. So no matter how hard Shion tried to look for anyone following them, the enemy already knew exactly where they were. This is Nightingale 3. We found the vehicle. Just made a turn by the watermill. There was a map of Hinamizawa on the table in the security room. The path by the watermill led to a certain private property. It belonged to the Sonozaki family, and the Sonozaki residence was the only building on it. Major! Hee hee. Oh my, like rats in a trap. This is Phoenix 1. Nightingale, don't head in yet. Phoenix will join you in just a little bit. We'll go in together. This is Nightingale 1. Understood. Okanogi, don't give them any time. Why don't you let Nightingale go in? Bad connection. Huh? Nobody listens to me. Sonozaki family's basement had a security system which displayed images captured from the various security cameras on the property. Of course, it wasn't as high-tech as the one at the EDA Institute. It was in the room on the second floor of a gasso house? A Japanese-style room where you had to kneel to avoid hitting your head. With bundles of wires snaking away from the monitors, it felt like a hidden chamber. There was electricity and a phone nearby, and although it was in a basement, it had all of the basic amenities of the Sonozaki residence. At first, all the club members had watched the monitor curiously, but after a while it got too hot in such a tiny room. Mion and Rena stayed in the room to observe the monitor. "Mi-chan, look, there's a car." "That's Kasai-san's car. It's probably Shion. Bet she came because the festival is today. Jeez, why did she have to come now? I don't have time for her." Their granny had been at the shrine since the early morning, so there was nobody upstairs to answer the door. And if Mion didn't answer it, Shion would think that nobody was home. Mion wondered if she should tell Shion what was going on. Shion could be helpful sometimes. Kasai's car stopped in front of the gate. Someone was getting out of it. "Huh? Mi-chan, look, isn't that the coach?" "What?" I saw Shion and Kasai holding Irie on the monitor. Obviously something serious had happened. Let's move. Rena, Kei-chan, come with me." Satoko watched the monitor. "Rika-chan, don't come up. Hanyu, make sure Rika-chan doesn't move." "Leave it to me. I've got it." That's not fair." Maybe Okunogi had made the right decision. If he had let Nightingale go in as Kano had ordered, it would have been on the monitor. But Okunogi ordered them to stand by until another unit arrived, so they waited. So Mion didn't notice that the enemy was about to attack. By this time, there were many vehicles belonging to Mountain Dogs parked by the windmill. Okunogi and Phoenix 1 had joined with Nightingale, and they were getting ready to head in. However, it had been a good idea to leave Satoko to watch the monitor. And if Mion hadn't gone out, Irie would have been killed. Mion didn't know it yet, but Irie was their only hope of rescuing Tomitake. So as a result, entirely by circumstance, they did everything correctly. Sis. I wonder if she's gone to the shrine already. Shion! Where did you come from? You were in the basement, weren't you? I'll tell the hag you were playing down there. Who cares about that? How's the coach? Coach! Is he alive? Huh? Are you all in trouble too? What's going on? Shi-chan, listen well. It's like this. Coach! What happened? Oh, I'm sorry. Mountain Dog's got Tomitake-san. He's in the clinic's basement. I got into an accident while they were chasing me. Irie explained everything he could while enduring the pain. Everyone was happy to see him safe, but Mion's expression quickly grew stern. Then she asked Shion a question. Is anyone after you? Nobody was following us. Come on, let's go in. I have a bad feeling. I heard the sound of a car approaching. It wasn't alone. Who could it be at this time of the day? It was a waste of precious seconds to even think that. You idiot, they are after you, Shion! I'm telling you, nobody was following us! Kasai picked up both sisters and ran through the gate. Let's go to the basement. It'll be safe there. Mion-san, there are a lot of strange cars approaching. I know. Go back to the basement. I'll shut the door. Where's Rika-chan? She went into the secret room with Hanyu-san. This is Nightingale 6. We found the target. Some of Ara's friends are there too. He. Ara's hiding there. I know. Right? Jiro-san? Tomitake was lying on the floor of the security room. His hands and legs were cuffed, and there was another pair of handcuffs to connect them, leaving him bent backwards on the floor. He couldn't get up or even turn around. Takano laughed and poked Tomitake's side with the toe of her shoe. The Mountain Dogs climbed over the fence easily. There was no need for anyone to explain at this point. It was obvious that they were the enemy, and that they were the Mountain Dogs that Rika had spoken about many times. They went through the grove of trees and headed for the entrance of the underground storehouse. The first 5 mountain dogs were supposed to capture them all, but they fell down, one after another. Just as one of the mountain dogs started to wonder why they fell, he felt something on his leg. The next moment, he was flying through the air. Shit! As he stood up, his leg got pulled again. He realized then that there was a rope wrapped around his leg above the traps. Because of the way he fell, the rope was wrapped tightly around it, and it wouldn't come off easily. Be careful! There are traps in the bushes. Stoko had set up lots of traps in the bushes. After all, she wouldn't just sit around all day on an empty property. The club members headed into the underground storehouse one after another. The mountain dogs couldn't do anything, although they did see them. Closing the door. Come on, help me. Here we go. It was a heavy door, but when they put their strength together, it closed easily. Neon locked the door quickly, putting on the dead bolt for good measure. Do you think this will be enough? Don't you think they'll break this door? Don't you think? I saw 5 or 6, no, perhaps even more cars on the monitor. They're all vans, and I saw strange men inside of them. I don't think this door will be broken that easily, but imagine they are used to doing things like this. We shouldn't underestimate them. Before he could even finish speaking, someone pounded on the door. The second group of mountain dogs had arrived. Although the heavy door was separating them, it wasn't all comforting to know that the enemy was just on the other side. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. You haven't done anything wrong. Let's go farther in. Yeah, let's find out how many there are on the monitor. Okay, fine. Leave me out of this. I'm just an outcast. Oh, shut up. I'll explain when I have 5 minutes to spare. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1. Targets are in the basement. There's a steel door here and we can't break through. Phoenix 1. Roger that. Shit. This Sonozaki family must be so rich. Property is too huge for us to surround, so we won't even try. Let's join Nightingale. Nightingale, knock some trees down. We'll use them to ram down the door. Phoenix 7 to Phoenix 1. You have some plastic explosives for indoor use. Do you want us to get them ready? Plastic explosives are explosive for military use. There are various different kinds, but he was talking about the type especially made to break down doors. Okanogi momentarily thought it was a good idea, but changed his mind right away. This is a small village. If there was an explosion, everybody would hear. It was daytime, and they were on the surface. It was the worst time and place for the mountain dogs to do their job. An explosion isn't a good idea. Wait a minute. What time is it now? It's almost 10 a.m. I see. Phoenix 7, we'll do it. Get the fuse ready. Huh? Commander, what does 10 a.m. have to do with an explosion? Okanogi's mind was working sharper than ever. He was sure that this would work. Start fireworks at 10 a.m. Everyone gathered in the secret room. Is everyone okay? Oh, well, we're watching the monitor. There are about 30 guys out there. That many? That's not good. Can I see? Look, they don't know what to do. When Mion touched the switch, the screen switched to the view of the entrance to the basement. Some of the mountain dogs were checking out the door. They didn't appear to be trying to force it open. They were simply at a loss for what to do. What do you think they'll do now? I think we're trapped rats in here, so I'm sure they're going to try breaking open the door. What the heck? What are they doing with that log? They must be thinking of using it as a battering ram. Stoka just said they're assuming we're trapped rats. We should get out of here while they're trying to open the door. I agree. Besides, we have to rescue Tomitaki-san. You're right. No matter how strong the door is, we'll be in big trouble if they find us. I think it's time for us to escape. Sis, don't you think we should call the police? Oh yeah, I completely forgot about that. Even if a spy at the police station overhears us, there really isn't much you can do at this point anyway. Sure, Oishi-san will come right over. Neon picked up the phone. Why hadn't you thought about this earlier? What? What's the matter? Neon panicked as she tried to listen for her dial tone. The phone. What's going on? I don't hear anything. They must have cut the line. What? Suddenly, everything went dark. What? Is this a power failure? Kasai lit a cigarette lighter, and Mion turned her emergency flashlight on. This is the drawback about a basement. But they won't be able to see either, right? I know, but they might have some kind of a device that lets them see in the dark. Don't you think? Mion-san, why do you think they cut the electricity? They're just going on the offensive? If nothing else, it worked to turn the security system off. They were checking out the door. They didn't give up. They have a way to destroy the door and they don't want us to notice it. That's why they cut the electricity. Are they going to blow up the door? The door could be destroyed in a second, so we can't stay here, right? Mi-chan, let's get out of here. Show us the way to the hidden escape route. This way, everyone. Mion was getting confused amidst all the chaos. She hadn't underestimated the mountain dogs. She even considered that they would have some explosives. But she didn't think they would use them in Kamizawa in broad daylight. Somebody will hear the explosion. Is there even such a thing as a silent explosive? What a rough bunch. They're not even concerned with minor risks. This is a crazy situation, but the mountain dogs are always very, very careful. I don't know about Takano-san, but there is no way Okanogi-san would allow an explosion in the middle of the day. Yeah, yet they're still going to do it, huh? They've got guts. I don't know much about them. Just like a silencer on a gun, aren't there like silent explosives? No way. No matter what you do, an explosion sounds like an explosion. Oh, I get it. You're a staff member for the festival, aren't you, Coach? What time do they let people know if the festival's going to take place? I'm pretty sure it's at 10 AM. Well, do you think it's just like on a track and field day? If you want to hide a tree, hide it in the forest, huh? Riko knew Okanogi well. He would always complain about how he had to guard her like she was a princess. Rika had never expected Okanogi to be so sharp. That was why she was more frustrated than anyone else. The mountain dogs had quickly set explosives on the basement door. Long wires were connected to the explosives, and the mountain dogs were waiting at the other end, lying flat on the ground. One of the members was holding a detonation switch. All the wires were linked to it. It's almost 10. This morning, I thought it was bad luck that this happened on the day of the Watanagashi festival, but now I'm glad about it. Okanogi had realized that he could use the festival effectively. He was going to make sure his enemies got what they deserved. Lurking while I have breakfast? Sounds good, Supa. Thanks for the lurk. On the morning of a village event, they use fireworks to let everyone know that an event is going to take place that day. This method is often used for track and field days at schools. Since Watanagashi starts in the evening, the fireworks go up at 10 AM. The fireworks, of course, make loud explosive noises. Since Hinamizawa is located in a ravine, the sound echoes, making it hard to figure out where it's coming from. And that was an advantage for the mountain dogs. Now, Hanabi. A loud noise and a shock shook the ground like an earthquake. The explosion must have warped support beams everywhere. There was a discomforting squeaky noise and dust fell from the ceiling. It certainly was powerful. The explosion must have blown the door wide open. An explosion that took place without anyone noticing it. Come on, this way. Mion led everyone into one of the rocky caves. There was a well-hidden shaft in there. They called it a hidden well, but it was actually a very eerie vertical tunnel. They didn't have enough flashlights for everyone, so there was no way for them to see the entirety of this ominous hidden well. Are you telling us to go down there? How far does this go? There's a horizontal tunnel crossing it after about 30 meters. We can get into the mountains through that tunnel. Okay, then why don't you go first, sis? You know the way around here better than anyone. Huh? Do I have to? Who else? Kasai and I will be the rear guard. Come on, hurry up. Okay. Mion was going to volunteer to take the rear. But Mion and Shion knew instinctively. Because there were so many of them, the rear might not make it in time. Unlike the iron door Unlike the iron door at the entrance, once the enemies were inside, all they have to do was go through the inner doors, which were easily breakable. The route was basically a straight line. They probably won't get lost on their way. That's why Shion took the rear guard position before Mion did. After all, she was actually the older sister. Shion wanted to protect her younger sister, who was playing the older sister in this real emergency. Mion intuitively knew what Shion was thinking. Mion understood well the relationship between her sister and herself. She wasn't the only one who felt guilty for taking the older sister's position. Shion felt guilty for making Mion take on the responsibility of the family head. And here, finally, was a chance for Shion to atone. Mion-san, do you have the key to the armory? Now it's time to open it. Mion suddenly threw over the key. Kasai and Shion took it and ran deep into the rock tunnel. Listen, everyone. It's about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. If you fall, that's it for you. It's dark, so be very careful as you go down. If you end up waiting, make sure to light the way for the others, okay? I think only one or two can go down at the same time. I'll go first. Come on, give me some light. Mion-san, be careful. The ones with the flashlights, you be careful too. If the lights were on, they could have gone down quickly. There were actually a few light bulbs inside of the well. Of course, Mion had already checked them. It was now certain that the enemy had cut the power to the basement. It was extremely dangerous to go down this well with just the little light from the flashlights. As one went down, there had to be people lighting up the way. Mion was right. She realized as she went down herself that it was almost impossible, to go down the ladder without the weak light from the flashlights. Lights didn't reach all the way down. In the darkness, her feet suddenly became unsteady. Every step she took made her more nervous. It was about 30 meters to the horizontal tunnel. It's quite deep enough already. But the hidden well went deeper than that. If Mion fell, she wouldn't just injure herself. Hasn't it been 30 meters yet? She thought. She couldn't even remember exactly how long 30 meters was. Had she missed the horizontal tunnel already? At that time, she felt a cool breeze on her body. She could sense a huge hole nearby, so she took out a flashlight to light the surrounding area. She saw the black tunnel yawning before her. Okay, here I go. Okay. I found the tunnel. Rika-chan, come down. Mion lit up the way from below. Okay, you're next, Rika-chan. Coach, you go next, then Hanyu, then Satoko, okay? Let's move. Ide wanted to say that he would go last, but Rena gave the order first. They couldn't get into the basement of the clinic without Ide. Without him, they couldn't rescue Toмотake. Their lives were all equally important, but at least for the moment, his was the second most vital after Rika. Please be careful. I'll let your way. Okay. Come on, everyone. Hurry up. Rika! Rika was much shorter than Mion. She couldn't go down the ladder as easily. Her legs were too short, and her left foot slipped. I'm okay. Damn it. I'm sick of this life where I never grow up. I'll pass through June of 1983, and I'll grow taller. My boobs will get... My boobs will get bigger. I won't stay like this forever. Though she had been living for over 100 years, Rika was still afraid of heights. As she fought that fear, she tried to climb down as quickly as possible. After a while, the light from the top didn't reach her anymore, and Mion's light from below lit her way. Mion's light was enough. The next person could come down. Poor Rika. I'm okay. Whoever's next can go. Okay. Coach, you're up next. You're a grown man, so go down quickly. Phrasing, right? I'll go next. The mountain dogs moved forward carefully, wearing special goggles so they could see in the dark. The one in front noticed Toko's trap and stopped the rest of the men. Nightingale 7 and Nightingale 1. I just found a wire trap. Be careful coming in. Roger that. Phoenix 1, there are more traps. Why don't we turn the lights back on? Idiot, that'll only help them escape more easily. They must be having problems trying to escape in this darkness. You have to give them as much trouble as possible. Corner them in the darkness and we'll get them. This is a huge cave system. There must be another way out. They won't try to hide, they'll try to escape. Give the assault units some firearms, bulletproof shields, and grenades. The Sonozakis are basically a major Yakuza family. They assume they can counter us with smuggled guns. Which means watch out for those tripwires and claymores. Unless you want to end up with thousands of lead pills in your body. They'll shred you apart. Roger. Stoko's traps were effective only because they were professionals. Stoko assumed any professionals would misinterpret her traps as more dangerous ones. That was why she ran wires everywhere. Stoko was right. Although the mountain dogs were successful at breaking down the iron door, they hadn't even reached the torture room. However, the huge cave with the hidden well was just on the other side of the door to the torture room. It was just a matter of time before the enemy caught them. Okay, Rena, you're next. Yep. You come down in a hurry too, Keiichi-kun. Kei-chan, how is it up there? Rena's coming down right now. She's moving right along. Okay, don't fall. The rumors say that all the people who ever opposed the Sonozaki family were dumped into this well. It's a bottomless pit. What? Shion, what the heck are you carrying around for? Shion had returned with a big machine gun in her hands. Okay. What the heck? Keiichi thought. It's one of those machine guns they use in war movies. Its defining characteristic is the way the magazine is bent forward. What's it called again? Kasai had one in his hands too. He appeared used to handling machine guns. It almost didn't look real. But it seemed like a natural fit for this surreal world, lit only by flashlights. Keiichi felt like the odd one out here, since he didn't know how to use a gun. Shion and Kasai hid on opposite sides of the cave so they could see the entrance to the torture room. Not only Kasai, but Shion also seemed to be used to doing things like that. Shion, I'll do that. So why don't you go down next? Thank you for the manly offer, Kei-chan. Would it be much quicker if you went down swiftly than if I had to explain how this Kalashnikov works? Okay, don't worry. A pretty girl like me will never die. As Shion winked at Keiichi, they heard a door being knocked down nearby. Immediately, Shion and Kasai's looks turned stern, and they took cover behind the rocks, aiming their guns into the darkness. The enemies had entered the torture room. There was a flashlight next to the door. Kasai had left it there. The mountain dogs seemed to be able to see in the darkness, even though they couldn't. So it was an improvised solution. The footsteps of the mountain dogs were growing closer. They were passing through the torture room. In other words, the door was the only thing separating them from their enemies. Keiichi-kun! Hurry! Shion, you go first. Shion-san. If something happens to you and I live, my sister will never forgive me for that. I don't have my loved one anymore, but she does. Huh? What are you talking about, now of all times? I don't plan to die, but please tell Shion this. I want us to be twins again in the next life. Get going. Shion yelled, telling Keiichi to move on. Oh, she called me Shion. He didn't understand why Shion said to tell Shion, but she asked him, so he had to convey that message. Otherwise, something terrible really happened. Shion's message would never reach Mion. An explosion shook the air. Something was thrown in from the torture room. The explosion from that and the noise from Kasai's machine gun sounded at the same time. Clamor echoed in the cave. All I can do is those violent flashes of light burn the series of images into my eyes. I shed tears over my own intolerable powerlessness. He climbed down the ladder. Mion quickly screamed from below. I descended and screamed up to the top too. Nightingale 1. They attacked us. The enemies are trying to stop us from the huge cave on the other side of the torture room. There were 2 muzzle flashes, probably AKs. Whoever it is, he's a professional. Phoenix 1, give us an order. There we go. Our opponent is a professional. Don't go in unless you graduated from the killing house. Nightingale 1 and 2, Phoenix 7 and 8, get ready to move in. How many firearms do we have? We have 4 MP5s and plenty of grenades. Can't trust our bulletproof shields, so we abandon them. There's a flashlight on the right next to the entrance. I'm assuming they don't have a device to see in the dark. Nightingale 1 here. We're going in. Throw in some grenades when I give you the signal. While the enemies were quiet, Kasai changed his magazine. Shion-san, that's enough. Please go. If I go, they'll all fire at you while you reload. You can't do it by yourself. There's a contradiction in what Shion just said. According to her theory, the last two can never escape. Mion kept shouting from the tunnel below. Damn it, Shion! Hurry up and come down! Everyone knows it wasn't safe to stay, but nobody could stop Mion from screaming. Mion and I will wait for Shion here. Rena, why don't you take everyone else and escape into the hills? Okay. No, I don't want to lose anybody. Rika. It's the final world. There's no more starting over. I don't want either Shion or Kasai to die. I don't want a future like that. I know we can't redo it, so no, I don't want it. Shion, please come down. As they looked up to the top of the well, they saw a violent flash and heard a roar. Then they heard explosive sounds, different from the sounds of the machine guns that Shion and Kasai were using. They also heard a tinkling sound, which could have been the sound of bullet shells. They couldn't see anything other than the flashing lights. Only the noise reached them. And everything stopped. After a little silence, footsteps that didn't belong to Shion or Kasai gathered at the top of the well. They could hear hard-soled shoes kicking the bullet shells as they walked. It's clear. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1, you've secured the loopholes. That voice echoed down the well, and Mion and the others heard it too. They didn't know how to react. Some became speechless. Some started to cry. Some let out a wordless scream. They looked up the well as they waited for Shion and Kasai to come down, but there was no sign of them. A bright beam of light shone down from the top of the well. Irie grabbed Mion and Keiichi's collars and pulled them back. But they could see in the dark. They might already know that Keiichi and the others were hiding in that horizontal tunnel. Roger. We'll try. Can you hear us? You don't need to reply, just listen. The guy shouted from the top of the well. Want the Queen Carrier, Mika Furude, and Director Kyosuke Irie. You've misunderstood something. We are here to eradicate a unique local disease. What's happening right now is because we suspect the Director's involvement in a conspiracy. You have nothing to do with this. Turn them over to us. They had already turned all the flashlights off, so nobody could tell what kind of expressions were on each other's faces. But I could sense Mion's expression distorting. Because of the darkness, nobody knew to stop her from screaming. You murderer! You killed Shion! Oh, are you talking about this girl? Don't worry. She's still alive. She's just unconscious. She's alive! She's alive, Michan! Mion didn't rest easy at their announcement, though, because she knew Shion's survival wouldn't help resolve this situation. Same with the guy. He's alive too. But if you refuse to turn those two over to us, we'll have to use them both as bargaining chips. What are you going to do to them? As Mion looked up to the top of the well in the dark, the sun became very bright. She saw something unbelievable. Shion was unconscious, and one of the men was holding her. He was basically sticking her body out over the edge of the well. If the man let go of Shion, she would fall to the bottom. I had no idea how far down it went. There was no way she'd survive. Shion! Shion didn't reply, but she moved just a little bit. Shion was alive. At least, for the moment. No way. They won't push her off. Huh? What are you saying? They can easily kill a hostage if they have more than one. They have Shion and Kasai-san. He'll push Shion off and just ask the same question again. He means it. Mion lashed out fiercely at Keiichi. He regretted saying what he just did. I'll give you a little time to think, but after 60 seconds, this first hostage will go down. Think it over very carefully. What should we do? Mion was half crazed with fear and panic. Hey JP, how's it going? Are you nearing the end? Let's see. We're 2 hours in. Supposedly we've been told that this should take 4 hours, so maybe we're halfway? Yeah, how's it going, Supa? How's the breakfast? They want me. Let them think Rika-san has already escaped. I'll go. They should be satisfied with just me. That plan sounded like the best idea for minimizing damage, but Rena quietly spoke up. No. Shi-chan and Kasai-san risked their lives to buy time so we could escape. If he went back, what they did would be wasted. Then what do you suggest we do? Are you saying we should let Shion die? Are you saying you don't care if Shion dies, Brenna? Fucking damn you! Nice. It was good, but I burned my mouth. Oh man, how's your day been so far? It's been good. We're back on. We fixed our sleeping schedule, so that's nice. But yeah, just having fun. Decided to finish this up. But we're starting a new visual novel tomorrow, so it continues. The visual novels, they never end. When do you sleep? I think I slept at 8:30ish. So woke up at 4. Got to catch a little bit of Quinn's stream and Brother's stream. So it's good times. Got some breakfast, which was breakfast taquitos. I think the fam's gonna go get some brisket tacos, so that'll be our little treat after we finish this. Please stop, Mion-san. I don't know what to do either. Because Shion-san is my Nini. Wow, Shion! Sounds amazing. Where you guys eat the best food. I'm jealous. It's just good restaurants. Do you have a Bill Miller's where you were at? I don't know if it's probably a local chain, probably. But it's Bill Miller's Barbecue. They serve brisket tacos. No, I've never heard of it. Oh, okay. It's a good restaurant. It's a good chain. If you ever come down to Texas, I'm sure you'll find one. Mion started to cry as she held Satoko's head. The mountain dog's beam of light shone into the horizontal tunnel. Their eyes had grown used to the darkness, so even with a little light, they could sort of see one another. But so what? This was a desperate situation, and Mion Satoko continued to cry. Mina bit her lower lip, trying to hold her feelings in. Ide simply looked down. And as for Rika and Hanyu, they were restless. What do we do, Hanyu? I don't know what to do. I don't know either. Hey, you're a god, aren't you? Do something. Do something. Use your psychic powers to knock the enemies down. Help Shion. Only a miracle can save her. You're a god. Make a miracle happen. Sounds awesome. I'll let you read. I'll listen alert. Sounds good, Supa. Thanks for the alert. Oh. Slap. They all heard a strange sound. Everyone was surprised to see what caused it. Hanyu just slapped Rika in the face. Oh shit. Rika, listen to me. Hanyu? Both have experienced many worlds, and we have learned much. Sometimes you learned, and sometimes I learned. We've learned so many important things, and now in this world, we've learned the most important thing. Something we've been pursuing, something we finally got. Do you know what that is? It's how to make a miracle happen. A miracle is like a number you get on a die. People think that the result of the roll depends on God's mood. God holds the key to miracles. Humans don't have the right to control them. But although humans don't have the right, they can perceive. They can perceive how to improve their odds and how they can make a miracle happen. How to make a miracle happen? Rika, you should already know. You learned it before I did. This world must be precious to you. Why don't you try it? It's one last time. Yeah, Hanyu. This is a psycho girl. She's not. Also, hey, Nodame. How's it going? Rika's mouth hung open. That's right. She thought. I had forgotten, again, how to make a miracle happen. Or is it no dame? You all go ahead and escape. Rika stood up. Everyone was surprised to hear what she said. Idia, take them. I'll go out there. Takano means to kill us both, but she wants to kill me in a certain way, so she won't kill me for a while. Are you kidding? You'll end up dead anyway. If I don't go, she and Kasai will be killed. I'll let them capture me. The time it will take Takano to kill me will give you a chance to counterattack. Rika-chan? Thinking about it now, the answer was very simple. As she spoke, Rika stopped stepped out of the horizontal tunnel and reached the ladder. A beam of light shone down upon her. In this dark world, her figure seemed almost holy, like someone receiving a divine revelation. Because we all believe we can win. You, me, and even God believe in it. This is nothing. Nipa. Rika's smile told them that she trusted them. 100%. She believed someone would come rescue her before she got killed. That's why she didn't mind letting the enemy capture her. If it would save Shion Kasai's lives, then it was nothing. I'm coming up right now. Pull Shion back, okay? Mountain Dogs pulled Shion's body away from the edge of the well. If you even think of touching my friends, I'll bite my tongue and kill myself. Takano wants to kill me personally, so if that happens, you'll be in big trouble, okay? Alright. Come on up. Let all my friends go. According to your plan, they'll all die anyway. No, we can't do that. We won't kill them, but we have to restrain them. Well, that's a pity. Farewell. It'll be faster to let go of this ladder than to bite my tongue. This is a very deep well. If you can't produce my corpse, then that ruins your plans too, doesn't it? Oof. As long as they captured Rika, the Mountain Dogs didn't really care about the others. They were ready to kill the rest if they resisted once they had Rika. That's why they wouldn't agree to Rika's request. They started to think that maybe they should just lie to Rika. But that was when they heard something. Oh shit. So what does this look like? Oh, she does. Okay. Hanyu started to speak in a clear voice. It was a voice with a very mysterious tone. It sounded like it was coming from below the surface of the earth, but it also sounded like it was coming from heaven. Hanyu spoke. I'm saying I accept the deal. Quit complaining and do as she says, lowlifes. Oh shit. Rika Furude is coming out. You will fulfill her little request. Heaven will not provide to those who won't offer anything themselves. Stop thinking above yourselves, humans. Know your place and the sin of pretending to be more. Oh shit. Nightingale 1, the member who had been demanding their surrender, was suddenly overcome by a strange sensation. He had been in such an advantageous position, but somehow didn't seem that way anymore. In that girl's voice, there was something strange about it. That voice belonged to something both holy and sacred. He instinctively sensed it. Humans could only negotiate with other humans. It's impossible. Impossible? To negotiate with a being greater than all humans. What? Wait. I'll check with the commander. Wait a minute. Nightingale 1 to Phoenix 1. He had been very threatening until just a minute previous. He had grown completely perplexed. Everyone was stunned by Rika and Hanyu's mysterious auras. We'll come rescue you. Right away, okay? Lena muttered as she tried to hold back her tears. Okay, we'll accept your request. We'll let everyone else go. Rika Furude, you come up. Major Takano says there's something she wants to talk to you about. Okay, I'm coming up. Nipa. I'm just curious. How does this play out? So they got Tomitake, they're gonna have Rika. Have we ever been looking for you? Have we ever been looking for you, Rika-san? Such an important person, so you can't just disappear like that, you know? That's against the rules. Rika-san, I'll take you back to the clinic. Everyone else is free to go. The assault unit that led Rika away headed back into the basement. They were about to break the rules, too. You aren't going to keep that promise, are you? A promise? What are you talking about? Whoa there. We don't want you to bite your tongue. Hey! As Rika tried to run, Okunogi grabbed her fragile arm. She fought back, but her resistance meant nothing against him. One of the Mountain Dogs took out a syringe from a case. It shouldn't kill her, but it would probably put Rika to sleep. Takano, after all, didn't need a chatty Rika. She just needed a live queen carrier. If Rika got that shot, that would mean the end of this world. Before Rika could scream, the other dog covered her mouth. Hurry up and give her the shot. The dog with the syringe moved closer to Rika's arm. Rika was being grabbed from behind and her mouth was covered. There was no way for her to fight. I believe. Even if I'm asleep, I believe. Rika kept repeating that in her mind. She believed that someone would wake her up. That the first thing she'd see when she opened her eyes would be her beloved friends. It happened all of a sudden. The man with the syringe spun twice in the air and dropped to the ground. Nobody, including Okanogi, could understand this sudden phenomenon. It defied the very laws of physics. Rika couldn't understand either. The man who was holding Rika from behind spoke up. I made it. Oh man. His voice had such a heavy feeling imbued in it. I regretted it in countless worlds. Whenever I realized it, it was too late. What? Who are you? The others took a few steps back, away from Rika and the man holding her. There are many units within the Mountain Dogs, so often its members don't remember each other's faces. There were just too many units, so nobody really paid attention. All the Mountain Dogs were more or less well built. But this man had an excellent physique. Even Okanogi noticed that he'd never seen anyone like that in one of his units before. Rather, he actually wanted to recruit him. But, this is what I've been longing to tell you all this time. Rika-chan, I came to help you. Akasaka! Damn you! The hands that were holding Rika left her shoulders. Left ever so gently. And as soon as they did, they transformed into a pair of furious fists which implanted themselves in the faces of the men attacking him from behind. They flew through the air. Akasaka hit those two without even turning around. 5 members of the Mountain Dogs surrounded Akasaka. However, he didn't even see them. He could only feel the deep emotion of finally being able to do what he had been longing to do. And the 5 of them sensed it. That maybe, just maybe, didn't even care that they were there. Oh man. What are you doing just staying there? Get him! On Okanogi's signal, the 5 Mountain Dogs bore down on Akasaka. Rika-chan, stay low. Okay. Oh shit, what does this look like? It's fighting stance. Rika dropped to the ground, and Akasaka was left standing. Akasaka came back to keep a promise he made with a girl 5 years ago. But his promise was worth more than 5 years. Rika knew that. Akasaka probably understood it too. The promise went back to 100 years. For 100 years, he regretted not being able to save her from a conspiracy. He believed that one day there would be a miracle. He could travel back to this day. That is why he continued to train himself. His strong will and Rika's wish made that miracle happen. That one and only miracle allowed Akasaka to be here in Hinamizawa in June 1983. The first one went down in the time it took Okanogi to blink. Lowering himself to grapple Akasaka proved fatal. He wasn't so soft as to let such perfect openings go by. Akasaka's hand smashed to the back of the man's head. His blow was powerful enough to smash a pillar of ice or shatter a mountain of tiles. As it happened, Akasaka was holding back a little, so that his target wasn't too injured. Akasaka goes all out from the very first shot. That's why he needs only one shot. He is unrelenting. Akasaka's well-trained fists continue to knock down the Mountain Dogs, one member for every time Okanogi blinked. One hit per opponent was all Akasaka needed. This is the true essence of karate. Akasaka's colleagues praised and feared his power. His power is like armor-piercing ammunition. Weapons were useless against him. No matter how hard his victim tried to protect himself, it meant nothing to Akasaka. But he was too strong for the Mountain Dogs to even understand that. It was as if he was a giant they had to crane their necks up to see. Akasaka didn't even give him time to think. Someone from the Mountain Dogs must have called for backup. About a dozen more members had arrived. Don't worry, Rika-chan. As long as I'm here, I won't let them touch you. Neat. I'll draw some pictures while I wait then. As Rika stayed low to the ground, she picked up a stick and started to carve into the dirt. That made Okanogi even angrier, but he calmed himself down. Then, the warrior's intuition resting in Okanogi's blood came to a realization. Numbers didn't matter. Even the full force of the mountain dogs wouldn't be able to defeat this monster. All the combat units were still down in the basement. There was no way they could take him. Okay, I guess I have to take you down, huh? By the way, I remember you now. Your face brings back memories. Boy, you sure grown, huh? You. It can't be. You don't recognize me? Sure has been a while, huh? Grown a hell of a lot. Good to see you again. It's been 5 years. This is the man Akasaka fought when he was investigating the kidnapping of the minister's grandson. Akasaka had still been inexperienced then. I was ordered to go easy on you, so I held back. But I won't hold back today. That fat guy won't come help you either. What if he does? Still, you sure have improved a lot in the past 5 years, huh? I've been hoping for something like this for 5 long years. The rest of you, stay out of this. He's mine. Okanogi took off all of his equipment and threw it on the ground. He listened one button and then positioned himself. Seeing that, Akasaka realized he was somewhat capable and narrowed his eyes in vigilance. Okanogi took that as an insult. But Akasaka only thought he was somewhat capable. His behavior was telling Okanogi that he viewed him on the same level as the other small fry. Akasaka first moved to take up his stance and avoid getting Rika involved. Akasaka hadn't even moved one bit until just then. Okanogi could easily see that Akasaka was extremely strong, but at the same time he thought he would be fairly simple to take down. Karate may be a martial art, but nowadays it was just a sport. The army combat Okanogi trained in was completely different. Obviously, Akasaka had studied a lot, but it's all just child's play. All he learned were routine moves and forms. Besides, karate moves are fairly straightforward. Okanogi was confident that he could fight any karate pro and win. Okanogi started leaning onto his toes and using his meticulous footwork. In contrast, Akasaka still hadn't moved from his back stance. Akasaka was acting as if Okanogi's footwork was simply a trick, which infuriated Okanogi. Okanogi moved fiercely and nimbly, in a manner completely different from how Akasaka was moving earlier. Akasaka remained calm, but Okanogi saw it differently. He can't react to my movements, so he's prepared to take damage in order to deal more. Whoa! Akasaka couldn't defend himself from Okanogi's quick jab, and it connected with his face. It was a quick but light attack. Its purpose was to distract Akasaka and create an opening for Okanogi. Okanogi knew that Akasaka would use his arms to guard his face instinctively. Okanogi's real purpose was to attack his abdomen, which would then be unguarded. Of course, Akasaka didn't have enough time to guard himself. It took more than just good kinetic vision to prevent his attack. Only Okanogi, who trained for many years, had perfected the speed of that technique. Normal people would struggle helplessly while vomiting if they were to experience Okanogi's kick. It could even rupture internal organs, so it's pretty amazing that Akasaka was still on his feet. What's the matter, Mr. Karate? Can't you fight back? What? Akasaka mumbled something, but Okanogi couldn't hear. Actually, he did hear it, but Okanogi never imagined he'd say such a thing in this situation, so he couldn't hear it. He couldn't comprehend it. Too light. What did you just say? Your attack is only meant to defeat your opponent. That's why there's no weight to it. Huh? What are you talking about? Karate nourishes you spiritually. To attack others, you have to learn to be attacked. When one learns how much pain and grief their own blow deals to others, you finally understand the meaning of striking another and being struck. And you aren't even close to that level. That's why your attack has no weight to it. Are you saying that I'm still immature? Okanogi attacked Akasaka again, but this time, Akasaka was different. Akasaka blocked Okanogi's fists and legs. Of course, Okanogi was still the only one attacking, but Akasaka had started to become much more aggressive. Now, as Okanogi attacked, his hands and legs were being injured. Okanogi instinctively sensed that he was in trouble. He thought Akasaka was just a police officer, but his movements were too dangerous. He was merciless, he was dangerous, so Akasaka's training and experience must far surpass Okanogi's. Wait, that dynamic heel kick isn't karate, is it? Akasaka's heel kick missed Okanogi's head by a millimeter. You do something other than karate, don't you? No, I only do karate. Don't lie, some of the moves you were doing aren't karate at all. Okanogi was starting to become impatient. The reason Okanogi ridiculed martial arts as sports was because they were all hard-headed and only used set moves. This is how you strike in karate. This is how you punch in boxing. This is how you throw in judo. It's easy to learn, and that's why it's easy to win. But Akasaka was different. He said that he only did karate, and he must have spent unthinkable hours training. Yet he was flexible enough not to be confined only by formatted moves. That was understanding at a spiritual level. The spirit of martial arts isn't just forms. One simply learns forms to reach that spiritual level. Therefore, for one who has reached it, there are no forms. What Akasaka had was a philosophical spirit. I'm disappointed in you. Shit! Akasaka stepped away from his original spot for the first time. He moved forward. He filled the space between Okanogi and himself with his inescapable conviction. As Akasaka walked closer to Okanogi, Akasaka's assault radius tried to swallow him whole. To be within that radius meant death. Okanogi walked backwards to avoid being in that radius. That was as a result of his clear-headed judgment. Not because he was scared. You don't even know the meaning of an attack. I'll teach you just how significant it can be. Oh. As Okanogi moved backwards, his back hit the van he came in earlier. He was cornered. Having your back to a wall didn't mean you were at a disadvantage, but the more it was pressed against that wall, the further a disadvantage it became. If Okanogi let Akasaka came in closer, Okanogi wouldn't even be able to take a combat stance. Okanogi decided it immediately. The last chance he had was the moment before Akasaka took his next step. Akasaka's foot left the ground. He was taking another step. Now! Go to hell! No tricks, no feints. Okanogi lowered himself and attacked with everything he had. The attack was powerful enough to break Akasaka's ribcage and rupture his heart. I'm a professional, Okanogi told himself. I can't be defeated by this amateur. I'm Okanogi. Good for you. So how much did you get paid, huh? At that moment, Akasaka's eyes opened wide. Shit. I don't know what the text was, but that's fast. At that moment, Akasaka's eyes opened wide. What? All the mountain dogs heard a noise. It wasn't the noise of people fighting. It was the noise of a traffic accident. What? Okanogi's blow missed by a slight amount, and Akasaka's fist struck inches away from Okanogi's face. There was a dent in the sliding door of the van. The windows on both sides had shattered, and looked like the van was an accident. What? Was it even possible for a human fist to do this? Time resumed its flow, and Okanogi knelt down, falling to the ground. Akasaka didn't miss on purpose. Akasaka couldn't control his fists because he put everything into one blow. Okanogi should thank Akasaka. If Akasaka had been able to control his attack better, Okanogi's face would have ended up like the van. However, although it didn't hit Okanogi's face, it shattered his spirit. Good job, Akasaka. Clap, 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 clap. Rika applauded. But in this situation, it didn't sound like applause. It almost sounded like Akasaka's fighting spirit was popping like firecrackers. Akasaka pulled back his fists, turned around calmly, and then spoke. Who's next? I don't want to waste time, so why don't you come at me all at once? Ah! They knew. Everyone knew that there was no way to defeat Akasaka with their bare hands. They realized they needed weapons. They also needed more people. There should be a better equipped unit in the basement. All of a sudden, things began to move quickly. The remaining mountain dogs emerged from the basement. You are not permitted to fire on the surface. I repeat, do not fire on the surface. Phoenix 1, give us permission to collect R and retreat immediately. But the mountain dogs who just witnessed Akasaka's battle against Okanogi realized it was time for them to run. They didn't even care about Rika. Who would even think of taking Rika from him after seeing what Akasaka was capable of doing? When Okanogi regained his awareness, he jumped onto a van with the mountain dogs as they drove away. Since Okanogi took off his intercom device to fight with Akasaka, he had no idea what had transpired in the basement. After the mountain dogs broke their promise with Rika, they were supposed to round up their remaining club members. But when Akasaka showed up, the dogs had to be divided into a ground force and a basement force, which altered the situation. Kasai had gone on a counterattack, and the other club members somehow climbed up from the well and helped him. Oh shit. Since the mountain dogs weren't allowed to fire on the surface, they realized it would make the situation worse if Kasai fired his guns once he came up after them. Okanogi was unreachable, so Nightingale 1 had ordered the retreat in his place. Who would bear the responsibility for this? It's probably Okanogi's fault for taking off his intercom device to fight Akasaka, as he basically abandoned his job as commander. But everything happened in the first place because Akasaka showed up. So maybe it was his triumph, rather than Okanogi's blunder. Either way, everything was miraculous. But the mountain dogs hadn't ran with their tails between their legs. They had simply retreated for the moment. When they returned, they would have enough men and enough arms ready to kill all who stand in their way. And that would happen very soon. There was no time to waste. Rika, glad you're safe. Yeah, I am. Thanks to a miracle. No, it wasn't a miracle. We worked together and one of us, Akasaka, came to help you, that's all. Hello. That's true. Something like this can't be called a miracle. Okay, now it's our turn to attack. So now what? In the basement, the club members were talking about their grand counterattack. Rika was a little disappointed that she couldn't have joined them, but she was happy that Akasaka told her what she had been waiting to hear. Rika told him about how heroic he had been, and he got a little embarrassed. Kasai was doing alright, but Shion wasn't doing too well. Of course, it wasn't life-threatening, but she couldn't hear well in her left ear, possibly due to being so close to an explosion. To test her hearing, Mion went around to Shion's left side and whispered some dirty words. She seemed to be able to hear them fairly well. Of course, she might have been hearing through her right ear, though. Shion decided to lie down on a tatami mattress in the torture room while Irie kept an eye on her. Mion was very worried, but Shion told her that she was okay, forced her to go ahead with the next operation. Mion complained that Shion didn't understand her feelings. Now they would have to come up with an idea to rescue Tomitake from the clinic. They had Akasaka and Kasai on their side, both of whom were used to battles. Also they had Irie, who knew about the secret basement of the clinic. They would have to get moving quickly, but they had to at least have a plan. It was almost 10:30 a.m. Oh shit. It's still early. Because of what they had gone through, they were exhausted, and it felt like it was almost evening. But if they were at school, it would be only the second or third period. They had to pull themselves together. They had to regain their fighting spirit. Okay. EDA checked Shion's left ear with a pen light. Not a specialist, but your eardrum may have been damaged. Do you have a headache or feel dizzy at all? No, I'll be just fine. EDA wet his handkerchief and wiped Shion's face gently. Are you surprised? That the manager of the Hinamizawa fighters was in a gunfight, I mean? Yeah, I am. Heard you were ready to give up your own life. Mibara-san told me. Jeez, things like that sound cool in the moment. When you survive, they're pretty embarrassing, huh? Man. Something happens to you, and I live. My sister will never forgive me for that. I don't have my loved one anymore, but Sis does. I don't mean to tease you, but... talking about Satoshi-kun, aren't you? Well, I don't know. Who knows where it could be. I don't even know if he's alive or dead. He's alive. What? Eh? Shion's thoughts stopped in their tracks when Ide answered immediately. Satoshi Hoju-kun is alive. He developed terminal symptoms due to excessive stress last year. Mion and the other club members had already told Shion about the current situation, so she kind of understood what he meant. I thought I could treat him with the same drug I used on Satoko-chan, but Satoko-chan was one of the very rare and lucky cases. Satoshi-kun's treatment has been very difficult. It's still going on. Satoshi-kun is still alive? Sorry for not telling you this until now. Satoshi-kun is in the basement of the clinic. Shion and Ide returned from the torture room. Shion looked very serious, as if she had gained the determination to fight. Keiichi and the others were just talking about how the enemy found where they were. Shion answered immediately. Do you think there might be some kind of device on Dr. Ide's clothes? Not his personal clothes, but something the clinic provides? Do you mean my coat? Excuse me, let me check. It's the pen. Shion checked Ide over like an inspector at an airport. Then she found a little button on the backside of his collar. It was a little round button. There was no reason why a button like this would be on the back of the collar. There it is. This is probably it. This is how they found us without following the car. Damn it. But as long as we have this button, it's possible for us to create a diversion, right? A decoy unit with this button can lure the enemy away, and while the clinic is short on staff, we attack and rescue Tomitake-san. I think that's the best way. Ho 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 ho! In that case, the decoy unit should bring our foes to my hills. Yeah, that area would be perfect. It's pretty vast, so the enemy will have to bring lots of men, rendering the clinic practically empty. But we'll have no way of knowing how many will stay behind at the clinic. Mr. Tomitake is there, so they'll probably leave an appropriate number of men to guard him. In that case, we should add something they want more than Tomitake to the decoy unit. Are you sure, Rika? Yes. As long as I'm with everyone else in Totoko's hills, I won't be caught. Only we club members know the hill well enough, so maybe it's a good idea to use us as the decoy unit. Yeah, that works. So the adult unit will attack the clinic while the decoy unit lures the enemy away. What's the chance of success? As long as Akasaka-san pretends not to see anything, since I heard you're a policeman. Kasai spoke while loading his shotgun. I'm off duty now, Akasaka replied while checking an automatic pistol. He hadn't used this particular gun before, but he was used to handling guns. He was prepared to fire too. Ide tried to memorize how to remove the safety, but he looked nervous. Have you ever used a machine gun before? No, I've only ever used handguns. Then maybe you should get used to it. Make sure you have a full magazine at all times, and have another gun just in case the magazine gets stuck. Kasai-san, is that a shotgun? The odd number shots are slug bullets. They can suppress enemies as well as destroy walls. Wow, I know people call you Shotgun Tatsu, but you really are a shotgun expert, huh? Shotguns are very deadly. Therefore, even without firing a shot, my opponents may surrender. By the way, I have some bulletproof vests. You should wear them. Kasai sounded very dependable, but at the same time he reminded everyone that this operation would be a very dangerous one. It wasn't a simple fist fight. Even a veteran soldier can die in a gun battle. There's always a chance of death, regardless of how well trained you are. In fact, Kasai and Akasaka were the only people who could be depended on. Kasai talked Ide out of carrying a gun because it might be dangerous for him to have one. Someone could get injured by friendly fire. Mion suggested that maybe there should be more people on the team, but both Kasai and Akasaka refused because those who couldn't even handle guns at all might end up as dead weight. Well, then I have to go, huh? We like firepower. I'll bring my Ingram to support you. But are you okay, Shion? How's your ear? Oh, it's all better now. I'm back to normal. Sorry to make you worry. Shion, What did I just say? Eh? Of course. I heard it. Mion had tricked her. Mion didn't say anything. Xian still couldn't hear out of her left ear. Xian, it's too dangerous. To be honest with you shouldn't even be in the decoy unit. You should just hide somewhere. Sis, listen. I now have the reason why I had to go to the clinic. But if I mention it, Satoko is going to want to come too. But she just can't. There'll be an indoor fight, and then we will fire at us. Do you mean? Mion sensed it. She sensed the reason why Xion had to go to the clinic. That was why she didn't say anything more. If she was in Xion's position, she would go even if neither of her ears could hear. It's too dangerous, Xion-san. Please think it over. Satoko, Xion will join the rescue unit. Satoko, the decoy unit is counting on you. Concentrate on your job. Shui-chan. You know, right, Rena-san? You know I'm not planning to die. Yeah, I do. Determined girls can never die. That's right. Even if they kill me, I won't die. Xion and Rena gave each other a high five. But people die when they are killed. Okay, then it's decided. Let's get moving. I'll take the button. Here you are. Good luck, Rika-chama. You too, Shi. You believe strongly in a miracle. Now it's gonna happen. Therefore, this is a chance that God has given you. I think there are days I didn't believe. I think someone even admonished me for that. It's difficult to keep believing, isn't it? But you believed. You regretted not believing, so you believed. So please, cherish this day. Your strong will brought about today, and you will longer... It's a lot of L's. You will longer have to suffer what you have been suffering up until now. I guess it's no longer. Hey, are you my sister's new friend? I don't know your name, but thank you. Yeah, I think it'll go well. Of course it'll go well. Oshio-sama guarantees it. Ha 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 ha. Is this the operation? No, that's okay. Mountain dogs have retreated and reorganized their units. They were now ready to attack again. I feel like this is probably a good point where we can do the 5-minute BRB before the counterattack. So let's do the BRB. Also, I guess we'll mute and then play the other song. So yeah, let's do the BRB. Un momento. I don't remember that track from Final Fantasy X, but there you go. We're back. Oh shit. Okay. I didn't mean to click, but, you know, it's fine. We got the log. Let's go and raise the volume again. Mountain dogs have retreated and reorganized their units. They are now ready to attack again. So let me move this over here. Discord. Oh yes. Okay. Takano was furious at them for not being able to bring Art back to the clinic, even though they had her in their hands. She gave an order to capture her with all the mountain dogs' forces put together. Their vehicles were at the clinic, and they were all standing by for the order to attack. Takano wasn't the only one who was furious. Okanogi was as angry as her. That rookie policeman from 5 years ago had grown. He even made Okanogi yield. He couldn't accept that he was defeated, so he's bent on revenge. The reason why the order to attack was held off was because the signal from the transmission device on Ide was momentarily interrupted. They interpreted it to mean that Ide had gone even farther down into the basement. The mountain dogs assumed that the club members would go even further underground and try to escape by using some kind of secret passageway. That passageway couldn't be that long. They'd have to come up to the surface eventually. The mountain dogs were planning to catch them as soon as they surfaced. The villagers were too busy with finishing the setup for the festival, so they had no idea what was going on. By this time, the mountain dogs had shut down the telephone network. They were afraid the club members would call the police. The only way into the town was being watched by the blockade unit, so the club members couldn't escape that way. Ara and her friends had to come up to the surface. They couldn't be thinking of staying underground until things settled down. Their lifeline, Tomitake, was in captivity. They couldn't be stupid enough to think of attacking the clinic to rescue him. More than likely, they would try to escape from the village on foot. They would probably call the police to help them. The patrol unit had several cars driving around the village, their eyes peeled for the signal of the transmitters or those on the run. It was time to wait patiently. The battle had returned to the starting point, and the balance of power was even again. Schedule report from Skylark 2. All clear. They can't stay quiet for that long. You have to be patient. They'll turn up. By the way, where's the princess? I believe she's interrogating First Lieutenant Tomitake. She's trying to talk him into joining our side. At this point, that may be the only way to settle matters peacefully. Good thing we captured him alive. Hehehe. With the princess gone and no phone calls from Tokyo, I can finally enjoy this cool air-conditioned breeze. Commander, there's a radio call from Tokyo. It's from Nomura-san. It's for you, not for the Major. Good grief. The phone's no good. They'll use the radio, huh? Well, I wonder what the Queen in Tokyo wants from me now. Okanogi of the Mountain Dogs here. Over. Oh, we don't get to hear? Or, okay. Tomitake was being held in a small meeting room. He was shoved under a desk. He was restrained so tightly that he couldn't even turn around. Takano was sitting in a chair next to the table, staring at a whiteboard. It outlined the research plan that was to be shut down. Takano wasn't really reading it, she was just staring. Neither of them said a thing. Silence filled the meeting room. It's almost 11 a.m. What a long day. I was woken up so early, it's not even noon yet. Tomitake didn't reply. Jiro-san, do you think you can help me? I don't need the mountain dogs. I only want you. Mountain dogs can't comfort me. I finally realized that your insensitivity is the only thing that can. Jiro-san, you knew that, right? That was why you acted that way, right? You thought there was no use in trying to sympathize. You tried to comfort me. That's what you thought, right? You only pretended to be insensitive to help me enjoy myself, didn't you? I'm not speaking to you as Major Takano. I'm speaking to you as Mio Takano. You still won't talk to me? A hostage may only give his name, rank, and identification number. Takano hung her head. I don't have the key to those handcuffs. Sorry. That's fine. Didn't ask you to remove them. Would you like a cup of coffee? No thanks. I don't want you to have to help me go to the bathroom in this position. It was hardly a conversation. but Takano was happy that Tomitake had finally replied. However, that wouldn't solve any of their problems. If you must kill me, I'm alright with that. Made my peace when I was caught. Yeah, I was planning to kill you tonight. I'm glad you're prepared for that. Good. Then my resolve won't go to waste. Hey, don't you want to live? If you promise to join me, you won't have to die. My superiors say there's no point in keeping you alive, but I'll work something out. Who are your superiors? I don't know. The person who contacts me calls herself Nomura, but I'm sure that's not her real name. Really don't know. But you must have talked to her before you decided to do this, right? I only talked to her a few times. When I think back, she probably just wanted to use me. But at the time, I thought she was the only person who could understand me. I understand. I knew there was a time when you needed someone to help you. I wish I could have been there for you. Yeah. If you were there, that would have been so nice. Nobody has died yet. But I'm going to kill them. You have your masterminds, but there are other masterminds in Tokyo who oppose them. Most of them want to hush up this issue. You may think it's too late to do anything about it, but you're wrong. There is still something you can do. You can make this whole thing disappear. And my grandfather's research on the syndrome would disappear too, wouldn't it? Takano-san, what do you want to happen? Takano closed her eyes for a bit while she came up with an answer. Grandfather's research had been insulted. She wanted those with higher positions of authority to take it seriously. Nomura could make that happen. When the final operation was enacted, the higher-ups of the country would have to read the article, and they would have to believe what's in it. They will authorize the execution of the emergency manual. And yes, that would create an irreversible disaster. But at the same time, the disaster would prove that her grandfather's article had merit. Will you be satisfied with that? Sure, I'll be satisfied. That is the purpose of my life. I asked you before, you're going to disappear for this operation, aren't you? Mio Takano's purpose will be fulfilled, and she will vanish from the face of the earth. You'll return to being Miyoko Tanashi. That's your real name, isn't it? How long had it been since you heard that name? Takano closed her eyes slightly. Yeah, that's right. Soon enough, I'll return to being Miyoko Tanashi. Tanashi Miyoko lost her parents and was sent to an orphanage as a little girl. She died after being tortured. That's what you said, right? Yes, I did. I have to go back inside of that metal fence. Have you experienced something like that, Chiro-san? Takano told Tomitake about her horrible experiences, which were simply unimaginable for normal people. I'm going to return to that place, and this time, Grandfather won't come help me. So I will die. If I was dead, I wouldn't exist here. If I wasn't here, then there wouldn't be an Idiot Institute. I wouldn't be stuck living out such a bizarre fate. You are going to die, aren't you? You're supposed to be rewarded after the operation. I don't believe that. Might be suddenly killed one day. Don't you have someone who you can trust? My clients are just clients. They're not my allies. But the mountain dogs are. I paid them more than enough. But you can't truly trust them, can you? They are my allies. They caught you, and they're trying to catch R and her friends as we speak. They're helping me. But that's not the kind of ally you need right now. You're right. They aren't the kind of ally I need right now. Takano paused. She paused because Tomitake had just said exactly what she had been thinking. Since the day Tomitake disappeared, she had been feeling restless. Takano had to admit that she needed Tomitake. Jiro-san, I paid the mountain dogs a few 100 million yen to be on my side. I have a little more than 100 million yen left. How much do I need to pay you? You should think about how much it really costs to get what you truly want. That's rather a pretentious thing to say in this situation. You want me to say it's something I can't buy with money, right? Why don't you give up? Maybe it'll tame the mountain dogs with your money, but that won't work with me. But I want you on my side. If you want, I'll give you everything. Not just money. You can do whatever you want to do with me. If you want me to lick your shoes, I will. Isn't that enough? Tomitake didn't reply. It wasn't affirmation by silence, but a signal to Kano that he had already told her everything he meant to say. The most saddening form of silence for her. I'll make you breakfast every morning. I'll show up for you when we meet. I'll never make you wait just to test you. Isn't that enough, Jiro-san? Tomitake didn't say a word. Couldn't see her face under the desk, but he could sense it. This wasn't the time to say anything to her. Remaining silent was the only thing he could do. Suddenly, the phone rang. Takano sniffled once and picked it up. This is Takano? I see. Understood. I'll be right there. Takano stood up as she put down the phone. The mountain dogs found R. We found EDA's signal too. They must already know the roads are closed and are trying to escape through the mountains on foot. Won't be easy to hunt them there, but we're actually at an advantage since there's nobody else around. See you, Jiro-san. I think this will be our final conversation. I wish I could have heard you say something at the end of it all. And still, Tomitake stayed silent. Kano ran out of the room. She didn't look like she was hurrying back to work. It appears that they came out above ground in the mountains. They might have tried to get some help from the villagers, but a patrol vehicle found R and some of her friends and started tailing them. For a time, R and the transmitter were operating separately, but they rejoined at the mountains on the map. Are you saying they split up, then met back up? They must have planned their escape route, I guess. I'm sure they're confident that they know their way around the mountains well enough. There are too many trees, or if the bushes are too high, our weapons won't work as well as they should. That's what the karate guy would think, at least. Okanogi was determined to catch them this time. He kept saying how he was simply caught off guard before. They can't escape this time. Let's catch them before they get to Okanomiya. Yes, I know. Since they know the mountains better than we do, we'll have to get serious. All our units will besiege and overrun them. All units, did you hear that? Think of it like a soccer game. Our opponents are going to try and score a goal. That goal is Okanomiya. Don't let them get there. The karate guy's mine, though. I'll absolutely bring him down. Phoenix here, roger that. Nightingale here, roger that. Skylark here, roger that. Heron here, roger that. All units, move out. If we fail, it's game over. Quite so. Cannot fail. I'll take command of the corps from here. Do you think you'll be alright to leave Tomitake behind? Sure. We're leaving 8 armed security guards behind. Even if the enemy came at them with double that number, they'll be fine. That karate guy will be more of a problem. We simply can't underestimate him. The security unit guarded the basement of the Idiot Institute, which was the heart of the organization. Therefore, they were armed more heavily than anyone else in the Mountain Dogs. Okanogi's confidence in the security unit and his newfound obsession with defeating Akasaka made the diversionary plan a success. But at the same time, that meant the decoy club members would have to deal with the full force of the Mountain Dogs. The dogs' white vans ran through the village. While they couldn't fire shots outside, all members were carrying stun guns that fired electric needles. While poor on range, they could subdue a target instantly. With the flip of a switch, they could change between merely stunning or killing their target. Perfect weapon for people like the Mountain Dogs. The vans separated into groups and headed for the mountains. They were planning to surround their enemies and then smoke them out. Commander, all units are standing by in position. Very well. Major, please give the order. She's already switched. This is Takano. Make sure you capture R alive. I don't care if you kill the rest. Don't let them escape. Finish it right there. Nightingale, Skylark, Heron, start hunting. Phoenix will be the goalkeeper and we'll be the reserve. Be ready for anything. This is Phoenix 7. Roger that. So what about Oishi? Let's begin. The mountain dogs started marching, spreading out in a line with a few meters between them. This mountainside was a savage land where not even the villagers would dare tread. There were some trails, but no paved roads for human beings. It required an enormous amount of diligence and patience to hunt on a mountain like this. All the dogs were very nervous. They were told that most of their enemies were children, but there were a few well-trained adults with them as well. In addition, they were supposedly armed quite heavily, and they knew the layout of the terrain quite well. It was obviously going to be a tough battle. Okie dokie. How many people do you usually need to search a mountain? It's hard to say, but I'm sure that the more people we have, the better the position we'll be in. But all the mountain dogs put together won't be even close to enough. But our enemies are just a small group of people. Don't you think we're at an advantage? Well, you know what people always say. It takes thrice the forces to break a defense. We have twice more than that on our side. Well, that theory works if we're talking about thousands of soldiers. It doesn't work in smaller scale battles. The US Armed Forces proved that in the Vietnam War. Then, in this case, how great of a force do you think you need to search this mountain, Okinoki? Hehehe. Whatever works, I guess. I don't know what you mean by that. What would be an appropriate military force? Considering what happened this morning, we have to conclude that their commander is extremely brilliant. They also have at least 2 weapon experts, and at least 1 close combat expert. Okay, I see that, but the rest are all kids, aren't they? That's what I think too, but we're in their territory. 1 kid who knows an area well can be equal to a finely trained patrol unit. They are more troublesome than you think, Major. Then tell me how great of a force you'll need to actually suppress them. We'll need 1 division. Let me explain what I mean by that. 3 or 4 mountain dogs make a battalion, and 3 or 4 battalions make a regiment. And finally, 3 or 4 regiments make a division. Are you saying we need 30 times as many people? Of course, that alone isn't enough. We need to get in touch with an artillery base and request an advanced bombardment. If we could get help from the air, I'd want a Phantom to drop napalm bombs. You gotta be kidding me. We don't have that much force at our disposal. What do you think would happen if we tried to chase them down with our current manpower? Well, it won't be easy, that's for sure. Okinoki laughed boldly. He said it wouldn't be easy, but he also seemed to be implying that he was the only one capable of doing it. Although this is their territory, they just got there a little while ago. They don't have a base, and they didn't even have time to set up traps. I don't think they've had enough time to use their knowledge of the mountain to their advantage. As Sakana listened to Okinoki's explanation, she felt a little anxious. When she pretended to be friendly with Satoko a long time ago, she used to tell Takano all about her mountain. Takano remembered how Satoko told her about all kinds of traps she'd set up, but she couldn't recall which mountain Satoko was talking about. Skylark to base. We've located some of the targets. We can't see R. We're still searching. We can use them as hostages. Capture them even if R isn't there. Nightingale, did you hear that? Gather up the nearby units and block their escape route. Roger, we'll back you up. Hehehe. Well, of course. They'd want to cut off our escape route, wouldn't they? Some fallen trees were leaning against a much larger pine tree, forming a natural scaffold. A small hut made out of plywood had been built on top of them. It was one of Satoko's many secret bases. It was in a perfect spot since Mion could see the foot of the mountain well. Wow, this went just as Michan expected. Well then, let's see what they've got, huh? Can we win? Can we? Hehehe. What are you talking about? Our enemy's commander is worthless. They need at least 1 division. But they're trying to attack us with just a single company. What are they thinking? We'll see just how many of them will be able to go back down the mountain in 1 piece today. Damn it! This is Skylark 2. We've been attacked. Shit, don't let them get away. They let loose tons of logs. Skylark 6 sprained his ankle, unable to pursue. We'll go on without him. Don't let them escape. Keep chasing them until the end. Don't even give them a chance to get rest. This is Skylark 11. We've encountered a trap. Skylark 12 and 13 probably have concussions. We would have been dead if we weren't lucky. This is Skylark 16. Trap got me. Entangled in steel wires, unable to escape. Can't cut them with my knife. Somebody bring a wire cutter. Chaotic radio transmissions came in, one after another. Obviously, Okanogi had been wrong about the mountain dogs being in an advantageous position. Nightingale 10 to base. Those bastards disguised a pit trap with a well. 2 members fell in, unable to rescue them. We need help. Huh? Why? Stop! What's the matter, Nightingale 10? Come in, Nightingale 10. This is Nightingale 10. I've been hit. I was pushed from behind. Nightingale 9 through 11 are in the well now. We're unharmed, but unable to escape. Shit. Base to Nightingale. Your backup has been attacked. The enemy can see your movements. Watch out. This is Nightingale 1. I have a question. How can they see our movements? There's no UAV in the air or anything. Skylark 1 to base. We failed in our pursuit. We've lost them. This is impossible. Impossible. This mountainside is full of traps. We already had a lot of injured men and only covered a short distance. Heron 1 to HQ. We found R and some of her friends. We're going after them. We need assistance immediately. They split up, huh? Their plan is to confuse and entangle us with traps. Heron 1, be careful. They're luring you into a trapped area. They're splitting up to divert us and are planning an ambush. This is an extremely advanced tactic. There have already been many injuries in the other units due to those traps and ambushes. Be careful. Be prepared for anything, Heron 1. Heron 1? Heron 2 to base. Heron 1 is trapped. Come on, somebody cut the rope. The rest of you, keep going. Don't let R escape. Nightingale 1 to base. Nightingale 7 and his team have gone silent. It's very possible that they've been attacked. Allow us to send assistance. This is Heron 5. 3 of our unit members have been knocked out by falling drums. What the hell is this? Are there more of those ahead of us? This is Skylark 13. I was down. Ah! There's one of them now. I'll chase him down. Damn it, I'm gonna get you. Stop, Skylark 13. Can't take them down by yourself. Ho 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 ho. Come out, wherever you are. Come on, this way. Damn, kid. Wait right there! Skylark 13 chases Toko with an enraged snarl on his face. Once the Toko ran through the woods effortlessly. Small branches scratch his body all over. But he continued to chase Toko. Toko ran like the wind. To her, she was simply running in her own backyard. Who would get injured in a place like that? As Skylark 13 ran after her, he passed many mountain dogs who couldn't even move because of Toko's traps. The more of his trapped fellows he saw, the more he wasn't sure if the girl he was after was really a girl. She was just something that looked like one. He reached an area where logs were stacked up in piles. It seemed like the trees in the area were being chopped down. It was a rather strange scene. On his way there, Skylark 13 saw a member from a different unit hanging upside down from a tree, and he also saw feet sticking out of a pitfall. There was a member whose foot was tied to the root of a tree with a device that looked like a pair of handcuffs. He reached this area after seeing all of them. He suddenly started sweating all over his body, for Skylark 13 realized that he had been lured into a trap. He had been caught in a snare. She had tricked him. The girl was standing in the middle of the open area, calmly balancing on a stump. She was simply looking at him. Shit, he thought. She's trying to lure me in. This is Skylark 13. I chased one of them to an open field. I'll catch her. I'll get her. This is Nightingale 7. I'm the one hanging behind you. That isn't a girl. That's a demon. If you chase her, you'll end up in hell. Base to Skylark 13. That's enough. Wait for assistance. Some nearby members are on their way. Ho 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 ho. What's the matter, huh? If you want to catch me, you need to step forward about 10 meters. It was only 10 meters. If you walked about 10 meters, you could catch that ratty little girl. How many steps did he have to take to walk 10 meters? If he took 10 steps to walk 10 meters, that meant there would be 10 more chances of stepping on a trap. but it was only 10 steps. He can catch her after taking just 10 steps. Well, if you really want to catch me, then why not take your first step? Come on. Shit! How is he gonna take his first step? The area with weeds looks suspicious, but the bare ground looks suspicious too. What if he jumped onto a tree stump? No. That was what you wanted him to do. Cold sweat was dripping off of Skylark 13's body. He only needed to take 10 steps, so why was he so nervous about taking the first step? Skylark 13, from what I can see, the tree stumps look okay. You can jump on them. Don't, Skylark 13. This is Nightingale 8, the one tied to the tree root. The tree stumps must be traps. There are too many stumps there. That's just too suspicious. Can you hear me, Skylark 13? Don't go into any bushes. It's dangerous. Don't step on the weeds. The open ground is dangerous too. Shit. Then where should I step? Do you want me to fly? What on earth are you doing? I'm growing bored waiting for you. Ho 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 ho. This is Nightingale 9, the one who's tied up. My head is being patted by one of the targets. She says that it's a trap field. Eh? Supposedly, that girl's magnum opus is set up there. You should be extra careful. You've got to be kidding me. Did he say magnum opus? What does he mean by magnum opus? And what about all the other traps? Weren't they her magnum opus? Mountain dogs are professionals. We're paid to engage in battle. But this little girl is playing us like fools. Can we not beat her? Can we beat that brat? This must be a bluff. How is it possible for a trap to exist that's worse than what I've seen so far? That's a bluff. That must be a bluff. Now I'm definitely gonna get her. Should I start with my right foot or my left? The girl suddenly lifted her hand and thrust it at me. Is she trying to tell me to stop? 5 steps. What? If you can take 5 steps without stepping on a trap, you win. I see. You're confident, aren't you? If I take 5 steps safely, what are you gonna do? Let's see. I'll admit my loss and surrender. How about that? My brain is as sharp as ever today. I'll get you before you take your 5th step. A stupid fucking kid! Oh, woo. Hey, Mr. Wu. How's it going? I saw that you posted the, what was it? Blooming Villain? I haven't heard it yet, but I'll give it like a quick preview after the end of the stream. Calm down, Skylark 13. Don't let her provoke you. She's a demon. Don't let her appearance fool you. She can read your mind. Can't defeat her. Base to Skylark 13. Don't go any farther. That's enough. Nightingale is almost there. Just stay in position. But that would mean I'd lose. 5 steps? 5 steps, you say? Damn it, I'm in then. 5 steps, right? Just 5 steps, right? How many times yet do you need to repeat it? A man should only say things once, unless he's whispering words of love. Damn you, kid! Skylark 13, she's gonna read your mind. Calm down. That's right, I'm Skylark 13. I'm cool-headed, just like Gogol. Gogol? So I need to keep a level head and think. Right, she's already onto my thoughts. She can see how I think if I have to take 5 steps towards her. Whatever do you mean by that? Hehehehe. This is what it means. I won't go forward. I'll take 5 steps backwards. I did it! I did it! I was certain it was a trick. If I take 5 steps, I win. She didn't say I had to move forward. I can go backwards too. And that's why you're done with those 5 steps. She may be a demon, but I'd still let her... What? Mr. Wu. Skylark 13 down. That fool. He let her mess with them. Soko's remarkable performance wasn't just her own effort alone. Mion had mastered the geography and the enemy's formations while instructing Satoko. Satoko marked all of her traps on the map. When that map and Mion's ability to command combined, the club was simply unbeatable. Rika and Hanyu, who knew about the mountain almost as well as Satoko, relayed orders from Mion to Keiichi, or Rena. They then prepared for the ambush. The traps didn't always activate when they were stepped on. Sometimes Keiichi and the others were setting them off at the right moment. Keiichi and Rena continued to fight everywhere according to Mion's orders. Sometimes they'd hide, and sometimes they'd attack. One by one, they eliminated their enemies. Stoko's traps had been taking down most of the enemies, but Keiichi's surprise attacks with his bat had worked out successfully too. Not even the well-trained mountain dogs could respond to attacks after being stunned by these traps. Humans need a little time to react. According to the research done by the US Armed Forces, the average reaction time is 15 seconds. 15 seconds? In other words, any soldier is powerless during the 15 seconds following a surprise attack. Shortening those 15 seconds is one goal of their training. But no matter how much they train, it will never become zero. Their radio communications had actually made things much worse for them. The more they heard about damage done to the other units, the more worried they got. That slowed them down, made them think less strategically. At that point, as far as Mion was concerned, the Mountain Dogs were no longer a force to be reckoned with. Anyways, during the month before ReZero Season 2, they're gonna replaying through all Shovel Knight campaigns. Nice. Go through all of them. I don't know if I want to revisit Shovel Knight Showdown, but actually no, I mean we finished it, right? Yeah, that'll be fun. Hope you enjoy it. What was my favorite Shovel Knight campaign? Probably Plague Knight? Or no, Spectre Knight. Yeah, Spectre Knight was my favorite, I think. King Knight was good too. They're all good. It's a fantastic game. Keiichi was successful. He bundled them all up nicely together. Nipa. Hello. Stoko did it too. She finished off all of them. Got it. Looks like we got 5 more points with this one, huh? Hehehe. Okay, my lovelies. What are you gonna do now? About 30% of your southern army has dropped out. At least 1 or 2 men have to respond to calls from injured soldiers. What that means is that they hardly have anyone left. Any decent commander would order a retreat around now. My favorite is the tie between Spectre Knight and King Knights. Okay. King Knight was fun. I can't recall though, like my feelings on it. Like I'm thinking about the card game. The card game is fun, but this is Scarlet 1. We have too many injured men in our unit. We don't have anyone to continue the pursuit. We have no other choice but to give up. Scarlet 1, we might have been badly damaged, but we're definitely narrowing the enemy's range of action. You may not withdraw. Maintain the front with what you've got. Shit! Scarlet 1 to all units. The commander is basically telling us to die. Check your supplies once more, and we'll resume the march. Tsukano-san is so mad that she won't allow it. The morale of the unit commander is down because his request to withdraw was denied. They have to resume the march. Here's our chance. Rika-chan, meet up with Rena and lure them into Section Z. Traps there or something else. Hanyu, tell Kei-chan to move on to Section X. What a fun game. Oh, whoa. Mion's in perfect form. If she was born in a different era, her name would have been in the history books. If you ask me, Nelson and Toga are both mediocre. Nelson? It's like I can see this mountain inside and out. Mion was the type to display exponential ability. When she's down, she's at rock bottom, but when she's in perfect form, it's just terrifying. Perfect Mion? That was the blood of the head of one of the 3 families of Hinamizawa. If Mion had been around for a historical battle, she would have changed history. If she were to join Napoleon, Siberia would be French territory. If she were to join Hitler, Europe would belong to the Third Reich. And even with all that, the battle in the mountains was simply a diversion. Just as Mion had expected, everything had collapsed into chaos. The mountain dogs could think calmly. They could have realized they hadn't seen any adults. But they didn't notice, confused as they were by all the attacks they were suffering. Of course, that too was part of Mion's plan. The scale of the diversion would hide the fact that there was a rescue unit going to Tomitake. Therefore, the more chaotic the battle grew on the mountain, the better it was for the rescue unit. Now that's why she chose such an ostentatious method of fighting. But at the same time, that was exactly the kind of fight Mion preferred. This is weird. She didn't intend to let it be just a diversion. So we're gonna fight me on that for... she was planning to destroy the dogs being forced on these mountains. Yet, most frightening of all was our home advantage. It wasn't exaggerating to say the theory that defenders have thrice the advantage over assailants is heavily due to their advantage of location. In that case, how is the rescue unit doing? Were they at a disadvantage because they were on the offense? The 4 rescue unit members, led by EDA, were hiding in a bush next to the clinic. Let's go. The security camera on this side of the clinic is broken, so it's safe. You want to attack from this side? Are you sure? Our enemy is completely dependent on the security system, so it should be alright. Okay, let's go then. Should we head along the wall to the back of the director's office? Yes. Didn't close the window when I left, so it should still be open. When you go in through the window, there's a back door and a security camera, as well as a security room for the first floor. There should be 2 guards in there. The entrance to the basement is being observed by a security camera, so they'll find us right away. Okay, then we have to take those 2 guards down on the first floor, right? It's a basic rule to secure an escape route. We'll go in through the office and then to the security room on the first floor. They move forward, walking against the wall so that they remain in the blind spot of the security cameras. They soon reach the window of the director's office. If any village kids saw them, they'd assume they were playing around, pretending to be spies. EDA was glad that the clinic was closed on Sundays. EDA peeked into the room. It was exactly the same as how he left it. The window was open too. The 4 of them snuck into the room through that window. Akasaka put his ear against the door to the hallway. Then he signaled the others to let them know that there was nobody on the other side. Since the clinic was closed, the mountain dogs were the only people around. It being Sunday really was fortunate. It was very quiet in the clinic. The chorus of the cicadas was the only thing that could be heard. There was a clock on the director's desk. It was almost 11:30 a.m. Shion was surprised to find herself getting hungry, given all that was going on. Kasaya and Akasaka checked over their weapons. EDA had brought out a book of blueprints from a locked bookcase. The title said, Construction Plan for the EDA Clinic. This is the director's office. This is the security room for the first floor. It's right next to the office. These red marks are the security cameras. The security room to the first floor shouldn't be a problem at all. The basement will be a lot more difficult. This is the underground research section. This is the entrance to it here. It appears as a stairwell to the second floor on the blueprint we gave to the regular workers, but there's actually an entrance to the basement hidden there. And this is the staircase to the basement. It's quite the basement. It's actually bigger than the section above ground. That proves the basement contains the real identity of this clinic. And this is the door that requires Coach's security access card to open, huh? Is it possible for them to revoke your access card? Is there a way to break through the door, just in case we can't use it? It's a strong door, and destroying all the evidence, we're supposed to shut the door and pump water into the place. So it's an airproof door, huh? If it can endure that much water pressure, it must be strong. So there must be no other way in other than by using the access card. It's possible to block individual cards, but the access cards that Takana-san and I have are special ones for commissioned officers. These special cards require an 8-digit password set by the owner, so in practice, they can't block my card. In other words, they don't expect commissioned officers to use them with ill intent, right? But if that doesn't work, we'll have the guards in the security room on the first floor open it. Their cards should work fine. I doubt they'll let us use their cards, though. Hehehe. If they don't want to help, all we need is a card and a finger, right? I'd rather not do that. Let's just hope my card works. Where's the security room for the basement? It's located right next to the door. That room has air conditioning and a TV, so basically it's where all the security guards end up gathering. After we take down 2 guards on the first floor, there should be 6 left. 6 guards, huh? Then we'll have to get them all at once. If we don't, they'll set off an alarm. Unless we can cut the wires for it. Not sure where, but they must have both. They must have both reserve power and reserve wiring. And that's a no-go. It's more realistic to take out everyone in the security room. Are the guards armed? The guards on the first floor aren't armed, but I heard they keep guns in the security room just in case. All the security guards in the basement have guns though. I think they have more powerful guns in the security room too. In their security room too. Since those guns are for indoor use, I bet they use machine guns of lower caliber. They won't be accurate when used at long range, but they're extremely powerful and dangerous when used in close quarters. They had an MP5 earlier. Won't be good for us if they have several more of those. But if we can take them out, the basement is ours. Coach, where's Satoshi-kun? I'd rather not move him. We can't leave him in the enemy's hands either. Let's move him somewhere safe. Need to be with him too. Which room? Is Satoshi-kun in? He's in a confinement room down here. He's been staying there since last year. Satoshi-kun. Look in Shion's eyes made clear her determination. The security guards who chased after Ide were in the security room on the first floor. They had resumed their game of poker. They knew that the mountain dogs were combing the mountains, and they were all well aware that the Institute continued to be in danger. But their job was to stay in that room. Besides, they were working hard in their poker game. Of course, they weren't really concentrating on the game itself. They were still both chatting about the recent car chase, and both seemed proud about what they had done. They were ordered to shoot at the tires, but they wished they had been ordered to shoot at Ide himself. They definitely would have caught him then. They talked and laughed like that. When people stopped being on edge, that left them all the more vulnerable. This was a perfect example. That was why it took only 2 seconds to suppress them. Put your hands on your heads. The security guards were professionals. They immediately realized the guns Kasai, Akasaka, and Shion were holding weren't toys. They'd already heard there was a gunfight in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. Security guards knew they weren't dealing with amateurs. They also knew they wouldn't hesitate to fire. That was why they surrendered so quickly. They had handcuffs on them already, so it was easy for Kasai and the others to restrain them. The security guards have never thought they'd be wearing the cuffs themselves. They had especially never dreamed of being locked up in a toilet. Their hands were cuffed to the pipes behind them as they sat on the toilet seats. Their mouths were stuffed with hand towels, then covered with duct tape. Shion, clearly amused, remarked on how she always wanted to do this to someone. Kasai couldn't help but laugh. So far, so good. The real challenge is the basement. They'll see us on a security camera. Is the camera black and white? And is the screen divided into 4 sections? I think so. It's one of those typical screens for a security camera. That means its resolution isn't that great, huh? In that case, I have an idea. Shion-san, maybe they've already suffered enough. The mountain dogs weren't only locked in the bathroom, but had to go through extra humiliation. What's going on? Radio calls continued to come in from the mountain dogs who were fighting up in the mountains. Security guards listened to them intently over the speakers. From what they could hear, it was obvious the mountain dogs weren't doing well at all. They kept falling into traps, suffering heavy losses, all of which they had never expected. It was clear that the mountain dogs were trapped, but they even started to think that they were being lured into something bigger than a simple military maneuver. The mountain dogs had made a mistake. They assumed the club members went to the mountains to escape from Hinamizawa, but they were wrong. They were simply being lured into their enemy's carefully prepared territory. The panicked voices of the mountain dogs, Takano's yelling, and Okunogi's reprimands could be heard through the speaker. It certainly sounded like a war zone. Phoenix 1 to Phoenix. Break time is over. We're moving in. We'll take over Heron's positions. We've already suffered critical casualties on our side, but the enemy has steadily retreated, and we almost have them surrounded. We're almost there. We'll use Phoenix to overpower them. The Major will take command. I'm going in too. We'll finish them off. Hey, the Commander is going as well. Phoenix is going in too. It's an all-out attack. Can't believe this. Have most of our units been defeated? Who are we up against anyway? What kind of special unit are they? Security guards listening to the battle reports over the radio fluctuated between dismay and rejoicing. A cute chime rang suddenly. It was a warning chime that rang automatically when someone went through the entrance to the basement. When the chime rang, the guards were supposed to check the screen to see who was coming through. The one who looked at the screen needed a moment to comprehend what he was saying. Hey, it's Director Ide. What? You could see the two security guards on the first floor restraining Ide and some girl. This is Director Ide, right? What's going on? I get it. The unit fighting against the mountain dogs are a diversion. Those two are here to rescue Tomitake. Call the Major and let her know we have the Director. Hmm? Buzzer sounded and a computer panel displayed information about the card being used to enter. Commission Officer Pass, ID 0001, Special Grade 1, Lieutenant Colonel, Kyosuke Ide, Director, Password. Match. Fingerprint confirmation. Match. How strange. Security guards brought Ide down. That made sense. But why were they using the Director's security access card? They were even using his fingerprint. Why were they having him do that? Wouldn't it be quicker for the guards to do that themselves? Ah! One of the guards figured it out, but it was too late. The door to the basement was open, and the four newcomers forced their way inside. They ran through the security camera screen and were headed straight for the security room. They had them. As soon as the door opened, the security guards started firing. Akasaka realized that if it had taken him a second longer to pull back, he would have been riddled with hundreds of bullets. One of the guards pushed the desk onto its side. The paper cups on the desk fell to the floor, spilling coffee everywhere. They used the desk as a barricade. The other two guards started to shoot at random. As long as the guards were shooting at the rescued unit, they couldn't counterattack. I was like, what? One of the guards activated the emergency alarm, and the other picked up the submachine gun off the wall. The other one picked up a gas mask. It was impressive that they got their act together so quickly. A situation like this would result in a fierce gun battle, and that would take quite a while for the rescue team to suppress the guards. The emergency alarm sounding in the basement reminded them that their surprise attack had failed. Shit! We couldn't do it. But they're stuck in that room. While they're there, we can rescue Satoshi-kun and Tomitake-san. The mountain dogs outside would definitely hear that alarm. If they took too long, the enemy would come to block their escape route. Then they'd be trapped inside. Right. I think there was something about dealing with the intruders in the security system. Ide started to speak while he tried to recollect it. Shion told him that he should have remembered something like that before they came in. Before Ide remembered, a voice came on over the speakers. Oh. There's been an emergency in the entrance block. All areas in the research center will be shut down as an emergency measure. All entrance area staff are to gather in the security room and put on gas masks. Please follow the security guard's instructions. The gas will be disseminated automatically in the entrance area within 2 minutes. I repeat. So we'll have to take them down and cancel the alarm within 2 minutes, or we'll be in big trouble. What kind of gas are we talking about here? Is it poisonous? I think it's diphencyanorsine. Diphenyl cyanorsine? If you inhale a lot of it, it's dangerous, but it's not deadly. It only takes a few seconds to take effect. There are many symptoms, but the most common one is to sneeze for about 30 minutes. Isn't that also called red agent? The military used to use it to secure enemy territories. They either had to run out of there immediately or take over the security room, but since the area had been sealed off, they couldn't escape. If there were armed guards in the security room, if the rescue unit members even peeked around the corner, they'd be shot at mercilessly. Damn, this won't work. Can't aim and shoot in this situation. The basics of indoor combat. Grenades, huh? Shit, we don't have any. If we rush in, we'll be shot at. What can we do? Satoshi-kun is finally within my reach. Damn it. Shion pressed her forehead against the gun, gritting her teeth in frustration. As Kasai analyzed the situation, he stood up and spoke. Everyone, let me handle this. With his shotgun? The guards in the security room were on edge too. Once the gas was flowing, everything would come to an end, but the guards knew their enemy wouldn't just sit and wait for that to happen. They'd come rushing in, regardless of the counterattack they'd face. Although the guards would still have the upper hand, it'd be a point-blank gunfight. They wouldn't come out of it unscathed. Therefore, as the deadline approached, their tension increased. The guards never even considered that the door they opened would be shut again. They fired at the door, leaving many small holes in it. After that, it all went quiet. What were they thinking? There was nowhere to hide. The gas was about to be released. Why did they close the door? For what reason did they do that? That was when a loud explosion punched a hole in the door to the size of a fist. Not only the door, but the wall in the security room had a similar hole. Is it a magnum? No, that's a slug. A calm voice echoed from the other side of the door. Correct. This weapon isn't meant to be fired at a person. You know how powerful it is, right? Shit! The power of a slug bullet is limited to extremely close-range battles, but it is also incredibly powerful. After all, it's fired from a shotgun, but it doesn't scatter. A shotgun is meant to fire scatter shots, but it can be used to fire only one huge, incredibly powerful bullet. That's the slug. It's usually used for hunting. It's used to shoot at animals, not humans. If it was to be used on a human, their arms and legs would be shattered. Nothing would be left of the head. It shouldn't even be called a bullet. It should be called a cannon. It would easily pierce through the door, the desk they were using as a barricade, and any guards hiding behind the desk before slamming into the wall. The guards understood very well just how powerful it was. The kind of guns they had shot out many small bullets, therefore they didn't work as well through a door. But their enemies didn't care about the door at all. Their weapon could easily pierce through anything. Hiding behind a desk didn't mean a thing. You understand how powerful my weapon is, correct? If you don't want to die, please turn the alarm off. Calm down. The gas will be released any minute. You have to hang in there just for a few more seconds. Don't you realize your guts will be scattered all over the floor before that happens? Kasai's voice was extremely intimidating. Only one who truly understood the power of the shotgun could talk that way. We don't have time. I'll give you 5 seconds. If that alarm isn't turned off in 5 seconds, we'll be prepared for that. Hey, what do we do? There are about 60 seconds left before the gas is released. Calm down, he's nervous too. Don't let him take control of the situation. That was when a deep voice rang out, reverberating through the pit of their stomachs. Hey, I've been nice up until now, but didn't you hear what I just said? It must have been coming from the same person. But it had changed so much so quickly. I, Tatsuyoshi Kasai, am giving you the chance to live. Aren't you a bit grateful for that, you pieces of shit? Then you don't think I'm serious, do you? Huh? Answer me! A roar and an explosion sounded at the same time. The upper half of the door disappeared. Numerous lead balls bounced around in the room, breaking the lights and ricocheting off the walls. Shattered glass fell into the floor. The shotgun had turned the security room into hell. The hurricane of lead balls blew violently through the room as it scattered, and destroyed everything. The guards could only cover their heads and pray. They prayed the lead balls wouldn't hit them, and endured the falling glass. Before they had a chance to recover, Kasai jumped in through what was left of the door and kicked the desk aside. He stepped onto one guard's head and yelled at the others. Alright, who wants to be minced first, huh? Is it you? What happened to that attitude just now, huh? No, I give up. Don't shoot. Don't waste my time, you shithead. Do you want to die? I've dealt with far more dead people than any of ya. What? Sorry, please don't kill me. They dropped their guns voluntarily and got on the floor with their hands on their heads. Even Shion couldn't believe what just happened. There were several of them, and all had been amply armed. Kasai had a weapon too, but it was his presence that defeated them. Even the mountain dogs couldn't equal what Kasai once had to go through. What the heck are you taking a nap for? Do you want to inhale the gas? I can easily rip your mask off, you know. Turn the fucking alarm off already. Okay, I'll turn it off. I will. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. One of the guards got up in a hurry and switched the alarm off. Kasai stood there calmly, but they were only seconds away from the gas releasing. Shion and Akasaka came to their senses and quickly moved into the room to help Kasai subdue the guards. Kasai, you never want to do something like that again, but it was an emergency. Please forget about it. That was the Kasai Shion knew. But in the end, Kasai hadn't killed anyone. Shion remembered Kasai telling her how terrifying shotguns were in the basement of the Sonozaki residence. That was Shotgun Tatsu, whom all the people in Shishibone were so afraid of. Let's hurry. The alarm has gone off already. Can't stay for long. You're right. Let's hurry. Akasaka and Kasai pulled out the guards' handcuffs and restrained them. Satoshi-kun. Where's Satoshi-kun? Now that the security room is under their control, Shion realized there was nothing keeping her from seeing Satoshi. She was getting anxious. EDA had shown her the map. It must be down here, she thought. Shion had already started to run. I'm going too. You have to evacuate Satoshi-kun and Tomitaki-san. Alright, go ahead. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Akasaka felt a chill running down his spine. EDA said there were 6 security guards. Shion wasn't paying attention to anything else. She was only thinking about her reunion with Satoshi. She still can't hear her in her left ear. To make things worse, the security guard is waiting on the left side of Shion. Oof. Shion had to regret letting her guard down just a bit too early. The mountain dog jumped out and grabbed Shion. He choked her neck with his thick arm. There was no way Shion could get out of this situation alone. EDA saw what had happened. Fortunately, their backs were turned towards him. Here was EDA's chance to attack the enemy. But today, EDA had lost a lot of confidence in himself. He felt he hadn't done anything right all day. Fighting wasn't his expertise, so there really wasn't anything he could have done. But he was disappointed in himself for not being able to help just the same. But in that moment, he was the only one who could do anything. If possible, he wanted to go get Kasai or Akasaka. They were both very reliable. They could take out this man in an instant. But there was no time for that. Only in this moment was his back facing Ide. And if Ide didn't do anything, that dog was sure to take Shion hostage, creating a deadlock. Enemy backup could arrive at any moment, so being in a deadlock would mean death. Therefore, Ide couldn't depend on anyone else. He had to resolve the situation himself. He only had one chance. Once the unit member turned around, the deadlock would begin. But was there even a way for Ide to knock him down in one shot? No, he had to. He must. There had to be something that only Ide could do. Ide took a mechanical pencil out of his pocket. It was probably the strongest weapon he had. Wow! Yeah? Ow. Damn it, Director. Ow! Ide stabbed the man's neck with his mechanical pencil, but it only scratched him a little. What was he thinking? The man drew his gun, pressed it to Shion's head, and created a stalemate, just as Ide predicted. Sorry. I was only thinking about Satoshi-kun. Shion's eyes were filled with tears. Okay, Director. Could you please tell your friends to get rid of their weapons? Going by that huge sound before, one of you has a pretty big gun. I don't want to get shot with that. Come on, Ide. Remember, Kasai-san from earlier. You can do it. Don't make me laugh. Do you really think you can deal with me? Here, in this basement of the Ide Institute? What? Don't assume this is regular mechanical pencil. This is actually a syringe that Takano-san developed. Do you want to know what was in it? Do I need to explain? What? If a regular person had said that, it wouldn't have worked. But Ide was wearing his white coat, and the basement was his territory. What he just said sounded very believable. He wanted to believe that Ide was lying, but he started to feel an itch on the back of his neck. H178 is a drug Takano-san created. It's the masterpiece of the 170 series. There is no treatment, and symptoms such as confusion, delusion, headaches, runny nose, stuffy nose, constipation, and many other things will start within a few minutes. In the end, it will scratch your butt so hard you'll bleed to death. The only cure is to take the antidote within 1 minute. That's a lie! Hmm? 30 seconds have passed. It's going through your heart by now, and soon it'll be everywhere in your body. Don't your lymph nodes itch yet? Do you snore or fart when you sleep? Shion could only watch this pathetic act in silence. But for the mountain dog, who worked at such a shady research center, what EDA said sounded totally believable. Shit. Okay, I give up. Hurry up and give me the shot. Is that the correct way to ask someone to do something for you? Okay, I give up, sir. Please give me the shot. No, that's not good enough. That's not how you talk to your master. I'll tell you one more time. Are you ready? I have to inject you in the butt. Get on your hands and knees with your pants down. After that, stick your butt up by putting your shoulders on the floor. Bite your right thumbnail and turn around. There you go. Shake your butt. Beg me to give you the antidote. What, you can't do that? That's sad. Ever since ancient times, maids vowed complete loyalty to their masters. Their selfless devotion has created the virtues and culture we enjoy today. But look what is happening to that wonderful Japan nowadays. Youngsters have forgotten the spirit of maids, tanned their skin, started wearing loose socks and flashy Hawaiian fashion. What happened to Japanese women of the good old days? Be careful of excessive tanning and take care of your skin to keep it smooth. Socks must be knee-high, of course, but garter belts are wonderful too. But once in a while, high socks are okay too. And cultivate. Come to think, Japan has forgotten all about this wabi-sabi aesthetic and maids. The low birth rate in the aged society are a result of that. The middle-aged population continues to grow, and it's only a matter of time before Moe media starts. Okay. Middle-aged women and maids are just like different kinds of toilet detergent. They're dangerous to mix. If you mix them together, then you get housekeepers, not maids. And housekeepers will be the series of videos people watch. That would mean the extinction of maids. When that time comes, the moon will shatter over into a sad rain upon the world, and an asteroid belt will cover the earth. That is when Judgment Day prophesies Revelations. When the great maid headbands cover the entire world, the true king of maids will revive. Listen carefully. You stand before the king of maids. Kneel, take back the stone from that kid. Here are the magic words. Maid in heaven. Are you okay, Shio-chan? Can we go back? Oh god. Alright. Where did we leave off? It's not good enough. Ever since ancient times, made vows to complete loyalty to their masters, a selfless devotion that created the virtues and culture we enjoy today. Socks must be knee-high, of course, but garter belts are wonderful too. But once in a while, high socks are okay too, and will cultivate the spirit of a maid. What's up, Mr. What's up, clone? How's it going? Come to think of it, Japan has forgot about its wabi-sabi aesthetics. Moe Media starts targeting that audience. Up until now, older women's series were treated as a niche in porn shops, but eventually they'll occupy a huge corner. Different middle-aged women and aides are just like different kinds of toilet detergent. They're dangerous to mix. Prophesies in Revelations, when the great maid headbands cover the entire world, the true king of maids will arrive. Nah, that's not the rest. Who we killing? Nobody, clone. No one's dying today. Are you okay, Shion-chan? Yes, thank you. Coach? Akasaka-san and Kasai are here. They got him. What? But I'm not finished teaching him about maids yet. You can continue later, Doctor. Fun little moment. Alright. Listen carefully. You stand before the kingdom maids. Kneel. Take back the stone from that kid. Hear the magic words. Lite Farida maid. Whoa. Oh man. Alright. And then maid in heaven. Come on. Satoshi-kun. There really was nobody left to stop her. Shion ran down the hallway at full speed. It was right there. There was a huge window in front of Shion that allowed her to look inside. Shion threw herself at the window. Satoshi was there, lying on the bed. He was sleeping with an IV connected to his arm. There were some wires attached to his forehead and chest to observe his brainwaves. The waves of light displayed on the machine they connected to proved that he was at least still alive. But he might be sleeping very deeply. His face was pale. He looked like there was barely any life left in him. He's alive, right? Satoshi-kun is alive, isn't he? Calm down. Dr. Ide, hurry. So let me adjust real quick. Ide brought in the stretcher to load Satoshi onto. Kasai opened it up. Hurry, put Satoshi-kun on it. Shion-san, before we take him out of here, there's one thing I want you to promise me. Ide gave Shion a condition. What is he saying now? Shion angrily thought. I'm going to move him onto the stretcher, but don't try to wake him up. Do you understand? I want you to promise me. Why? Why can't I wake him up? That was the first thing Shion wanted to do. She wanted to tell him personally that he was free, but Ide was telling her that she couldn't do that. I know it's hard, and to tell you the truth quickly. Satoshi-kun suffered serious emotional damage on that day. Fortunately, he's alive, but he can't tell his friends from his enemies or truth from fiction. He is suffering from a serious delusion of persecution and fear. To escape from that, he would attack anyone. In fact, one of the clinic staff was seriously injured last year, so much that she had to go through facial reconstruction surgery. Jesus. He would even attack you. Shion finally noticed it. While Satoshi was covered in a blanket on the bed, there were 2 belts over that blanket, holding him down on the bed. But he also had leather straps around his arms. He was chained to the bed. The belts had some marks on them. But is he ever going to get better? The silence that followed was cruel. Ide wanted to tell her that he would be cured, but he was a doctor. He knew he shouldn't say anything irresponsible, and so that was why he couldn't say anything. What is it? What the heck is it? Are you saying Satoshi-kun will never say anything anymore? He will never rub my head ever again? Why? Why? So let me check some things real quick. Okay. Shion cried as she pounded on the glass. Stop. If you really care about him, please don't wake him up. That's what he wants too. If you wake him up, he will likely hurt you. He doesn't want you to see him like that either. So please, try to understand. Why? Where? Lots of cries. Lots of Bible thumps. Shion slid down the window and hit the floor, crying uncontrollably. She scratched at the floor, the sad reunion, and her anger made her claw at the tiles. If Satoshi's smile was there under the floor, Shion would scratch until all of her nails were gone. But Satoshi wasn't under the floor. He was right there. He was sleeping on the bed, and he wasn't supposed to be woken up. But there is some good news too. It was a very small change, but his brainwaves have improved just a little in the past year. Human bodies are strong. The same can be said about their brains. There have been cases of people who receive fatal injuries to their brain, yet recovered completely. Satoshi-kun is trying very hard to come back. He's continuing to fight. I won't give up either. I'm doing my best to bring Satoshi-kun back to our side. And I will bring Satoshi-kun back to Hinamazawa. But the brain is what moves people. But the brain is only a part of a body. If something happens to the brain, the person will end up changing. That change hurts the person himself, as well as the people around him. And hurting others hurts that person even more. Ide recalled his parents. He had normal change in his father. His mother was not able to understand that it was caused by a brain disorder. That was enough. That was sad enough. That was the reason why Ide became a neurologist. Right now, there was a young boy before him, and a young girl. Before him was a fragment of the sadness from that day, a fragment of that day's regret. After his father's death, Ide learned that he was misunderstood, that it was due to a brain disorder. But it was all too late by then. He regretted not getting into the study of brains 5 years earlier, but it was too late. But now he had studied and experienced so much, he'd achieved things, and he had confidence. But he still had regrets about that day. Irie holds his fist tightly and spoke without hiding his tears. I promise. I bet my life on it. I'll bring Satoshi-kun back to Hinamizawa. I promise you. Satoshi-kun is trying to come back. If we reach out to each other, it will happen. Shion-san, please trust me and wait. I promise you. I will bring him back to Hinamizawa. Irie vowed this from the bottom of his heart, and he realized something. Irie realized that everything he had done was in preparation for this day. The two people in front of him weren't his parents, but he was going to rid himself of his regrets and devote himself to that promise. Really? Are you sure? Is Satoshi-kun coming back? Really? Yes, he is. I bet my life on it. He's coming back to Hinamizawa. So, Shion-san, please wait until that day, and we'll welcome him back together. Do you think you can wait until that day comes? Can you keep this a secret from Satoko-chan? Yes. Satoshi-kun is coming back. I'll do anything. I'll endure anything. Please, look over there. Ah, there was something in the corner of that dark room. It was the giant teddy bear that Satoshi had bought that day. He worked so hard and saved a lot of money to buy that for Satoko-chan's birthday. Can you imagine Satoshi-kun leaving without giving it to Satoko-chan? No, you can't, can you? Satoshi-kun will come back to you, and Satoko-chan with that teddy bear. Please, just wait until the day comes. Can I come visit him, though? Of course. Can I sit next to him and read a book to him? And absolutely. I'm sure he'd like that too. Shion started to cry again. Akasaka came in with Tomitake, but he couldn't say anything to her. I'm glad you're safe. Once you call the Bloodhounds, everything will be okay. Well, it won't be that easy. That gunfight earlier destroyed the radio equipment and security room. The mountain dogs must have cut all the communication leading out of the village, so the only way to get in touch with Tokyo would be to leave. If that's the case, we'll have to break through in a car. Mion-san and the others are doing a great job gaining some time for us, but they will be cornered eventually. We have to take Tomitake-san out of the village so we can call the Bloodhounds. We have a problem. If they've already cut the phone lines, they must have closed the road to town too. They're also supposed to carry one high-explosive anti-tank weapon in case the vehicle tries to break through. Jesus. An RPG-7, huh? They aren't expecting a tank, so I guess they'll be using high explosives. Even if they don't hit us directly, they might flip the car. They're not easy to deal with. But unless we use the highway, it would take too much time. Can't take any detours. They're all doing great, but I don't think they'll last until sunset. We have to hurry. We don't have any time to waste, huh? We've got to take Mr. Tomitake to Okunomiya immediately. Coach, head to a safe place with Satoshi-kun. Let's get out of here quickly. It's only a matter of time before they show up. Shion's eyes were swollen from crying, but she had calmed down. Satoshi's safety depended on their victory. They had to win for his sake too. Although this is a very sad situation, Satoshi was alive. He would be back someday. Shion understood that, but yet more tears poured from her eyes. Sis, everyone, thank you. We succeeded over here. Takano didn't have enough stamina to walk around in the mountains. She was running out of breath, but even so, she continued to scream at the mountain dogs on the radio. She wasn't using an intercom like the mountain dogs were. Instead, she was using the communication unit on the back of one of the dogs, so we constantly had to listen to her yelling. Damn, everyone is so useless. How can they call themselves a special unit? Whatever happened to the famous mountain dogs, huh? Takano bit her lower lip and squeezed her left arm with her nails. Her arms had nail marks all over them. She was holding her grandfather's research scrapbook in her left hand. Even Takano didn't even know why she was holding it. Maybe she grabbed it unconsciously because she wanted her grandfather to comfort her. The mountain dogs had already suffered devastating damage. They had to walk around in an area they weren't familiar with, and they wasted their energy on the multitude of traps that had been set. Also, hold on. I think the stream pause. Okay, we're caught up. Although they were as tough as can be, they're getting exhausted. Shit. Does the Major even know? Any commands other than attack? Nightingale 1 and Nightingale 13. Watch out, your left wing is down. You're next. You gotta be kidding me. Why me? Damn it. He panicked. The same thing kept happening. His team members had been going down one at a time, starting from the left flank, and he was next. Did that mean the enemy was coming from his 9 o'clock? No, those demons didn't think normally. On this mountain, being aware of 360 degrees around yourself wasn't enough. Even being cautious of the ground below your feet and the sky above your head wasn't enough. Where are they fucking coming from? Those bastards, come here, come the fuck at me. Nightingale 13 held his taser in front of him as he looked around timidly. His taser could have been a powerful weapon, but it was far more effectively used indoors. On this mountain, it was almost worthless. Nightingale 13 heard a noise behind him from a bush. Thought he saw something, so he fired his taser. The electrodes flew out into the bush. Did he just imagine it? He felt a tug on his taser. The cord from the taser was stuck in the bush. He couldn't rewind it. If it wasn't useless before, it had certainly become that way. Then he heard a noise behind him again, and this time he saw someone coming at him. But his weapon was useless. The newcomer growled at him. Ah, whoa. What? Damn you. That was all it took. Because he was so scared he didn't think. That was exactly what Satoko expected. Satoko, who was up in the tree, dropped a metal bucket on his head. It landed perfectly. What the heck? What is this? The bucket had some drawings on it. What were they? They were drawings of strange unknown creatures. They somehow resembled those strange characters you see on educational TV programs. Aren't they just so cute? Take it home with you. As Rena jumped out from another bush, he hit the bucket with a stick. No, maybe it should be described as a strike, instead of a hit. The man flew backwards. Keiichi was ready for him. The stance he was in looked a bit like... That's it. He looked like a batter in a batter's box. He was on 1 foot, and that was the legendary 1-foot swing created by that one world-famous baseball player. Which one? Destructive force can't be measured from just one direction. It's a function of both speeds added together. Both Keiichi's strike and the speed of his opponent created a truly amazing destructive force. Whoa, a home run bunt! With an accelerating and magnificent sound, the mountain dog flew into the air in the opposite direction. Then he rolled down on the ground and stopped. There, Rika awaited him. It was almost as though they calculated that he would end up there. Poor thing, poor thing. Pat, pat, meep, meep. Rika patted the bucket happily. This comforting moment for Nightingale 13 only lasted a second. For a second. Mion shot her taser at his butt. Nightingale 13 jerked for a moment, then went limp. Hehehe. Another one down. It's time up. Keiichi and Rena jumped on him and tied his hands behind his back with wire. Oh, that was great. What a team we are. Oh, ho, ho, ho. That was perfect. We shall do combination 7 next. Oh, want to do 5 again? Oh, you like that one, did you? You might have a hidden talent for using traps, Hanyu-san. Hanyu and Satoko high-fived. So everyone's here in this one spot, while Keiichi and Rena tied Nightingale 13 up. Rika tried to send something in the air. Meep, meep, meep. Bing. I feel something coming towards us from that direction. Meep, meep, meep. There are 2. And they are both very scared. Meep-ah. Rika reported to Mion. She was a bit like a radar. Mion didn't even care about the guy they had just knocked out. She was already trying to figure out their next move while looking at Satoko's map and using the info Rika gave her. Everyone eagerly awaited Mion's next order. Hehehe. Why are you looking at me like that way? You haven't had enough fun yet? Yeah. Guess we're just getting warmed up, huh? Shall we continue? Let's get them all. Yeah! Mion was a great leader. She had both leadership skills and tactical ability. But more than anything else, she was great at encouraging people's spirits. There are no cowardly soldiers under a brave general. Brave soldiers fight like a million men under Mion's command. Nobody could stop Mion and her club members. Both Mion and Okunogi's original estimates were too low. Now Okunogi was thinking something else. Before they started the siege, he likened one of them to a well-trained platoon, but that didn't fit anymore. They were on par with an elite armored division. Foot soldiers couldn't beat an armored division. What Okunogi had was just a company. Where was the air support, or a bombardment from a warship, or an artillery base? Okunogi needed someone to pump the mountain full of holes. If he couldn't have that, he needed a submarine to fire a nuclear weapon. If he couldn't have that, he wanted to retreat. Okunogi no longer doubted it. The enemy commander was a genius. Under a mighty commander, all soldiers become heroes. He wanted to see the face of the commander, or at least he wanted to know their name. But then Okunogi remembered that demons used to live in Hiyamasawa. He also realized the commander had to be a demon. This is Nightingale 13, I'm down. Phoenix 4, I'm down. This is Skylark 10. I can hear the voices of children. I'm surrounded. Help me. Skylark 10, fall back. To where? Wow. This is Phoenix 9. I found R. I'm following her. I need assistance. Phoenix 9, where are you? I don't know where you are. Give me your current location. There's a fog. It's cold. Is this a riverbank? Phoenix 9, there are no rivers anywhere near us. Calm down. Where are you? What? I can see my dead sister on the other side of the river. Sis! What? Phoenix 9, answer me. Phoenix 9 is down. This is impossible. That must be the demons of this mountain. I know. They're all being demoned away. None of us are making it out of here alive tonight. Stop saying things like that. All unit leaders, conduct a roll call and give your members some encouragement. Our enemies aren't demons. They're just a bunch of damn kids. Show them what we've got. I hear that. Whose intercom is it coming from? Not mine. It's not coming from mine. A bear. Wah. This is Phoenix 3. Are there wild bears here? That wasn't in the briefing. Phoenix 1, let's fall back. Give us approval to use firearms. Don't be stupid. There are no wild bears around here. It's just them. Don't let them fool you. You foolish humans. Know your sins for stepping onto the sacred ground. Be grateful to me, for I am giving you a chance to atone. Hee hee hee. Wahahaha. Damn it, she has one of her intercoms. Don't let the enemy fool you. You fearless humans. You can only learn by making mistakes, and I shall teach you. This is Nightingale 1. Where is everyone? Where did you all go? Come in. Hee hee hee. I see a helpless bird getting lost in a forbidden forest. Do you want to know that badly? Do you want to know about the world of demons? Say goodbye to the world of humans. Curse your foolishness for not listening to my warning. Yeah. Who was that? Nightingale, roll call. One more down. Who was it? By the way, HQ, I have someone on my left, right? I'm not alone, am I? Hee hee hee. Do you want to hear more painful voices? What was that? What made that sound? I've seen someone jump in front of the train before. It made the exact same sound. That's the sound of a human body being crushed. No, I don't want to die like that. I don't want to die. Please, God of the Mountain, please stop. I'm not doing this because I want to. I'm doing this because I get paid for it. Nightingale 1 to base. This isn't working. Too many unit members are dropping out, and it's almost impossible to get them to fight anymore. You can't maintain the battle line. We're just gonna lose more men. Calm down, Nightingale 1. The rest of our soldiers are all amateurs in the field. You graduated from that hell? So what are you doing, getting shook up? Calm down and set an example. Base, there's no response from Nightingale 1. I can't believe it, but he's down. This is impossible. Impossible. They're demons. No, damn it. Our enemy is even using psychological warfare. Those damn punks are winning against a professional, unconventional warfare unit. Radios are usually helpful communication tools, but in this case, they backfired. Club members took an intercom from Mountain Dog. They knocked out and used it to corner the other members psychologically. It worked even more effectively because they were in enemy territory and were unfamiliar with the terrain. The best solution would be to make everyone stop using the intercom, but that would give the enemy more chances to attack them individually. Okanogi was growing fearful of the club members, as he still hadn't grasped their true identities. However, Takano still hadn't recognized how serious the situation was. She kept yelling at the Mountain Dogs to get their act together. Okanogi could tell she was exactly the type of commander who only commanded to attack and let her men die. But Takano's reckless orders were working in the way. Although the club members were winning, their area of operation was getting smaller. The club members were trying to lure their enemies into one trap area after another. In other words, they were defeating the Mountain Dogs by allowing them to come into their territory. The Mountain Dogs were about to be annihilated, but the curtains were closing on the club members' theater too. Okanogi realized his enemies were trying to finish this battle in a hurry. If the Mountain Dogs fell back, everything they'd done would be for nothing. He didn't want to, but he had to follow the princess's order. Okanogi figured he was finally about to get his enemies. Hanyu and Keiichi continued to act over the commandeered radio. That was great, Hanyu-chan. You sound like a real god. Oh, that's Hanyu. Okay. You really were awesome, Hanyu. Never thought a normal person could sound like that. That's because she is a god. Deepa. Oh, but Keiichi was great too. His scream was incredible, like someone was strangling a chicken. Oh, that was easy for Keiichi-san, no? In our club, he was also known as the Magician of Words. As long as my opponent is a human being fierce, I can control him. You should become a voice actor. I bet you'd be famous. Nipa. Can you hear me? I am Takano, Major Takano. I'm your boss's boss. Listen well, there is no god or demon. And if there is, then you can still fight. Drag God down from its pedestal. Scout like a nightingale, join up and reorganize your forces. Phoenix, you join the remainder of Heron. The enemies are near the top of the mountain. Their base is probably somewhere about the Forestry Service's storage shed. They're at the top, so of course they could see our movements. They'll be trying to ambush you. Even if you have to stab each other, make sure you take them out. Jeez. Also, hold on. Okay. It's just an email. Major, let us arm ourselves. We need more than tasers. Absolutely not. We finally surrounded them. If we fall back, they'll escape. We almost have our hands around their necks. We just have to squeeze them. At the same time, Okanogi received another radio call. Using that line meant his caller didn't want Takano to hear the conversation. Okanogi understood the meaning of that, so he walked away from Takano and answered quietly. Man vehicle to Phoenix 1. There's been an emergency. The research area of the clinic has been attacked. We received an intruder alarm from the entrance area, but it was turned off. But whoever turned it off didn't follow the false alarm procedure. We've been trying to confirm this situation, but there's been no response as of yet. All the security unit members in the basement have gone quiet. Okanogi understood everything. He had been fooled. He suspected a diversion, but he never even thought that the heavily armed security unit of the Mountain Dogs could be bested. If the enemies were soldiers in camouflage, then he wouldn't have been fooled. He underestimated them because he thought they were kids. But now he really understood. He understood the reason why no adults had showed up in this battle on the mountain. I get it. Did you let Cuckoo in Tokyo know? Not yet. Would you like me to? Do it now. Tamitake has escaped. Closed the escape route, but I guess that's no use. They defeated even the armed security unit within seconds. Don't think one RPG could stop them. Should we send reinforcements to the blockade team? Fool. If we had any extra men, the princess would have already sent them in. Actually, you're the only one who isn't doing anything. Get in touch with the blockade team. Tell them to be prepared for a vehicle trying to break through the roadblock. Roger. Roger, we'll be ready. Everyone, listen up. I just found out that the clinic has been attacked, and the hostage has escaped. The enemy is suspected to break through the blockade. Get the RPG ready. We'll fire at them all at once. You have permission to shoot. One of the mountain dogs nodded and opened a narrow case in the trunk of the van. In that case was a powerful anti-tank weapon designated RPG-7. This was a weapon that many said changed the history of modern warfare. After all, this terrifying weapon had a firing range over several hundred meters, and it was capable of burning most tanks in existence. The dawn of this weapon meant that we were now in an age where a lone foot soldier possessed the firepower to destroy a tank. It was capable of reshaping the history of warfare. That was the RPG-7. Each of the other 4 members had an MP5, the weapon used to destroy the tire on EDA's car. There was no question that the blockade team was well armed. They waited in the van until the enemy vehicle showed up. Once they saw a suspicious vehicle, they were planning to stop it by moving into the middle of the road. They were intending on destroying that vehicle by firing all at once. They all watched very carefully for suspicious vehicles coming from Hinamizawa. This was the only road that connected Hinamizawa to Okonomiya. It would take more than half a day to get to there if they used a different route. Their blockade was where the gravel road changed to a paved road. It was what people called the village border, and was their last chance to stop anyone from leaving. Hinamizawa was at a higher elevation from that point, so the vehicle would be coming downhill. They were probably expecting a barricade, as well as heavy resistance from the mountain dogs. If they wanted to pass this point, the only way would be by force. They could start a gunfight, but that would take too much time. Since they didn't want to waste any, they should avoid unnecessary conflict. Grumble. Someone's stomach growled, but nobody made fun of it. That was understandable, since all the members were getting ready for a battle. Nobody even wanted to laugh. We looked at the clock. It was almost noon. Of course, we'd be getting hungry. At that time, they heard a noise coming from the direction of Hinamizawa. Obviously, the car was going very fast. Here they come. The van moved to the middle of the road and stopped there. Some of them hid behind the van, and some hid in bushes on the side of the road. They pointed their guns at the suspicious vehicle coming towards them. The car must have been going very fast, but this was a straight road. No matter how fast it was going, it couldn't escape. That car happened to belong to Kasai. The shining black paint and the sound of the engine made it clear that it was a very nice car. Wait until the last possible second. You can only fire once. Make sure to get them in one shot. The RPG-7 fires unguided rockets. Therefore, hitting a quickly moving target is extremely difficult. In this case, however, their target was straight ahead. If the car tried to swerve suddenly, it flipped. If that was the case, it wasn't necessary to shoot directly at it. Besides, according to what Kasai said, its power can easily flip a car without a direct hit. Even if there was only one chance to fire, the mountain dogs were definitely in an advantageous position. Tomitake-san, a suspicious van is blocking the road. Please stay low. Carefully. Try to hit the nose of the van. I know. I've done this before. The mountain dogs aimed at the vehicle. He's coming right for them. Not yet. Not yet. Wait until it's within 100 meters. I know. Just range me. Mountain dogs in the bushes laid in wait, ready to fire. The rocket on the tip glinted eerily, like it was waiting for its prey. 200 meters. 150. Prepare to fire. The soldier put his finger on the trigger of the RPG-7. Whoa! Akazaka-san, prepare for impact. 100 meters. Fire! What happened? Didn't the RPG-7 fire? That was when the one measuring the distance next to the shooter noticed something. The shooter's shoulder had been hit and was tumbling to the ground. Is there a sniper? Didn't hear anything, so it must have been from over 400 meters away. Who cares? Fire, 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 fire! Only their regular guns could stop the car now. The other mountain dogs fired all at once. But immediately they realized something. The car had been hit by a hail of bullets at close range. Any normal car would have been on fire in short order. But there was nothing. This wasn't a normal car. It's like Fury's car from Winter Soldier. Of course it isn't. That's the Sonozaki family's specially made bulletproof limousine. Kasai. Spotter picked up the RPG. Don't let him fire. Huh? Do you think I'm gonna miss him at this distance? So they're sniping. This game's still not finished yet? Oof. What, clone? I'm enjoying it. We're still going. It's fine. Shion and Kasai were far beyond that straight road. They were in the enemy's blind spot on the other side of the hill, top of an abandoned car. Bet you are. Shion was on her knees, checking the mountain dog's movements with a pair of military-grade, high-powered binoculars. Kasai was lying on top of the car with a sniper rifle in his hands. Shion figured this would be where the mountain dogs would place their ambush, so the only way for them to beat the dogs was to snipe at them. Both Shion and Kasai took sniping lessons in the US during the dam conflict. Kasai was now aiming at the man who picked up the RPG and was trying to take position with it. Jesus. Just remarking on the length. Yeah. Well, in total, it's like, what? 4 hours. So, about 130 hours, I think? I mean, you know you're known for length, am I? Hurry up, fire it. What? Again, the RPG wasn't fired and was down on the ground. The two who tried to shoot were both groaning and clutching at their wounds. They were both shot in the shoulder. The wounds wouldn't kill them, but they definitely couldn't fire that rocket. The car had arrived. The mountain dog screamed and dove out of its way. Akasaka must have been used to driving in this kind of situation. He hit the nose of the van just right and broke the blockade. The van was hurled away and spun in a circle. After them! Let's go, let's go! As the mountain dogs tried to get back in the van, Shion and Kasai shot at them. There was a delay between the impact and the sound of the gunshot. It's an extra long-distance snipe. It must be a veteran sniper. Also a veteran spotter. They must know exactly where we are. Their aim is just too precise. The scope on a sniper rifle is one specifically made for sniping. Therefore, its field of vision is so narrow that the sniper is unable to see their surroundings well. That's why it's always necessary to pair up with a spotter. The spotter uses powerful binoculars to probe the situation and communicate information to the sniper. Snipers can't do their job alone. Their potential is unleashed only when paired up with a spotter equally as skilled. They tried to stand up and climb into the van, but the ultra-velocity rifle bullets pinned them down. The bullets ripped through the air, traveling faster than the speed of sound. The noise those bullets created was nothing like the sound from a normal gun. It almost sounded like the Grim Reaper himself swinging down a scythe. Furthermore, they could see the mountain dogs, but the dogs couldn't see them. Only those who actually had experience being sniped at could understand this fear. You can't even go near the van. Forget about us, just go. Okay, we'll go after them. There was a driver and one mountain dog in the van. They had to leave, otherwise it would be too late. The driver made a snap judgment, slammed on the gas pedal. Are they after us? Yeah, they're after us. Boy, he drives well. He's catching up in that van. That's worrying. Please fend them off. Yeah, I'll leave it to you. Tomitaka opened a window near one of the back seats and leaned out. Hot air blew into the car. Though the car was jolting up and down on the bumpy road, he checked the mechanism of his gun calmly. He did it naturally, as though examining his favorite camera. The gun had been taken from one of the security guards in the basement. One of the dogs in the van held the same gun in his hands. Their weapons were evenly matched. The road was no longer straight, it curved like a snake. There were some bumps and sharp curves which made things in the car fly all over. A gunfight in this situation would be extremely difficult. Tomitaka realized he'd run empty in no time if he wasted bullets, so instead of firing recklessly, he carefully waited for the right distance. And in doing so, tried to convince his enemy they were still out of range to make them close the gap. On the other hand, the mountain dog couldn't take it any longer. He fired, wasting his bullets on the bumpy road. Some of those bullets hit the body of Kasai's car, making a nasty metallic noise. Tomitaka-san, it's not safe to lean out like that. Don't worry. A shooter that comes, he can't hit me. If he was my student, he would have to start all over. In a situation like this, it's safer to wait and see for a moment. We learn to predict our opponent's behavior, and shoot depending on that prediction. Don't try to shoot the target. Try to let the bullet find it. Just like this. Tomitake fired for the first time, after cautiously waiting for the perfect moment. Those who understood guns would be fascinated with his shooting form. His stance was so firm he didn't lose control, even in the violent bursts of shots. But there was no unnecessary tension, and just enough slack. Despite being in such an anomalous position as leaning out from the car, Tomitake was shooting very precisely. It was nothing like what the mountain dogs did earlier. He shot at just the right time, so his bullet went where it was supposed to go. It was hard to believe that they were using the same gun. Nasty metallic sounds etched themselves into the body of the van, which made the mountain dogs realize just how good Tomitake was. Shit, he's a crazy good shot. He isn't just some office worker in Tokyo. I heard it once before. First Lieutenant Tomitake was transferred to the offices after an accident, but during his instructor years, he taught marksmanship for unconventional warfare units. Huh? What are you saying? They're saying he's... Tomitake started to aim for the driver's seat to pressure them to give up. The mountain dogs could tell they were in a predicament. Tomitake was capable of hitting his targets easily, even on such a bad road. Furthermore, they were in a bulletproof limousine, while the mountain dogs were in a regular van. The van which, incidentally, was facing the limousine in pursuit. All his shots had just been warning ones. Unless the mountain dogs called off the chase, Tomitake would start shooting at them soon enough. They had no chance of winning. Phoenix 1 to pursuit vehicle. The blockade was broken through. That's enough. Don't go too far. Tomitake is an expert sniper. Don't throw away your lives. What do we do? Can we let them go? Roger. This is the pursuit vehicle. Abandoning pursuit. Falling back. Looks like they finally gave up. They're slowing down. Phew. Even after such a gunfight, you're still so calm. They've gone through quite a bit, huh? It's all thanks to my training. Tomitake, having slid back into the car, raised his fist in victory. He was as easygoing as ever, even after a gunfight. Akasaka felt like he was finally getting to know Tomitake for the first time. First Lieutenant Tomitake, glad you're safe. We were so worried that we couldn't get in touch with you. Tomitake was making a call from the telephone booth outside of Okonomiya. The phone lines around there were on a different network than the one the mountain dogs had sabotaged. That was why he could make the call. Tomitake had called Tokyo immediately. He told Tokyo that there were some spies from the mountain dogs within Tokyo's research division, which is how they found out where he was. He also told them that he was captured, but that he had escaped. He told them that they were fooled by the diversion, and that they were on the mountain as they spoke. While he was captured, Major Takano, the ringleader, had hinted at the existence of masterminds she was working for, etc. He explained everything that he had learned thus far. Please, take control of the EDA Institute immediately. They've already fired repeatedly, and it will only be a matter of time before the villagers find something out. I urge you to give the command for the Bloodhounds to take action. Hello? This is Oko from the Research Division. I'm glad you're safe. The Bloodhounds are already standing by in the air, approximately 30 kilometers south of Hinamizawa. We've been requesting an order to move in, but the higher-ups are stubborn and don't want any problems, so they've been hesitating. But if you're safe, then that makes things simple. I'll tell them what you just told me now. I'm sure they'll approve the operation immediately. Bloodhounds will arrive within 20 minutes. Hey, we just got an arrest order from Major Takano and First Lieutenant Okonogi. We also got orders to secure the Idia Institute as well as to disarm the mountain dogs. All thanks to you. Great job. Tomitake walked out of the telephone box. Is everything settled? Yes, the Bloodhounds are moving in. They're already standing by in the air and should arrive within 20 minutes. How powerful are they? These Bloodhounds, that is. The Mountain Dogs are a multi-purpose unit largely deployed to preserve secrecy, but the Bloodhounds are elite units specially trained to do battle. Both their skills and their equipment are far superior. Things will be taken care of very quickly. Akasaka looked at his watch. It was about 12:30. The bloodhounds would arrive in about 20 minutes. Akasaka remembered how hungry he was. It was lunchtime already. If he was brave enough, he would head to a noodle shop, and by the time he was done, everything would have ended. For the mountain dogs, who fought well until the last possible moment, it was ending rather too soon. They were in an area where rice fields and a residential area mix. It was the border of Okonomiya. The sun was covered by a thin layer of silver clouds, and a cool breeze was blowing. It looked like it might even rain a little. Two of them couldn't even remember how many times their lives were threatened that day. They wanted nothing more than to let the rain soak their bodies. After a while, Akasaka spoke. So what do you think, Tomitaka-san? What do you mean? I think I'll go back to Hinamizawa. They're still fighting. Yeah, that's true. But are you sure? We are safe here. Rika-chan is waiting for me. I haven't kept my promise yet. Okay, let's go back. I actually have something to take care of too. I was thinking of going back anyway. Like Akasaka-san, have you been on a helicopter before? I have a permit for one. They watched the breeze blowing over the rice fields for a while, then returned to the bullet-ridden car. The car started up quickly and they drove it back the way it came. It was only noon. There was still plenty of time before the Watanagashi festival began. Will they be able to celebrate? Yes, they would. Clouds covered the sky and it suddenly grew cool. It was going to rain a bit, according to Okunogi's intuition. He already knew that their enemy had broken through the blockade, but he hadn't told Takano about it. By then, it really didn't make any difference if she knew or not, and he also wanted to reach the top of the mountain. Okunogi was only thinking about one thing. He was thinking about the enemy's commander, who made the day so horrible for him. He just couldn't accept his defeat until he saw the enemy's commander face to face. The battle was already lost. They just had a princess who didn't think they had yet. With the rest of the mountain dogs fall into the traps and ambushes, Okunogi had ordered all units except his own to fall back from the front line and into the vehicles. The only ones left to go on were the very determined Princess, Okunogi himself, and a handful of exhausted members of the mountain dogs who could barely walk. Eventually, the slope became a little more gentle. Okunogi and his companions finally arrived at the storage shack of the Forest Service. The club members were already aware that the mountain dogs had been almost totally annihilated, but the numbers and strength of the dogs had fallen far below that of the club members. Therefore, when Okunogi saw his opponents lined up there to welcome them, he wasn't surprised. I don't know why my dashboard or notification keeps going off. It was all the kids who had driven the mountain dogs to destruction that entire day. They had also fought with everything they had. Though they overwhelmed us from the start to finish, they had used up all their stamina, and were on their last leg as well. Still, their willpower kept them standing. A will born of the victor's honor, which God granted only to the winners. There she is. It's R. Okunogi, capture her. Major, how can you even say that to us under these circumstances? What? Are you disobeying my order? Oh no, I have no intention of doing that. Okunogi removed his communication unit, his taser, and all the heavy equipment he had been carrying. Then he unbuttoned his shirt and told his men to stay put as he stepped forward. He strode forward about half of the distance toward the club members. I am Okunogi, also known as Phoenix One of the Mountain Dogs. I'm here to pay my respects to your leader. May I have their name? The club members looked at each other. One of them was a girl taller than the others. She couldn't be that old, but her hawk-like eyes were as sharp as a veteran's shoulders. Okunogi didn't know her circumstances, but only those whose lives were threatened on a daily basis had eyes like that. I'm the leader of this club. My name is Mion Sonozaki. The girl stepped forward. How old are you? No, your age doesn't matter. From the turmoil at the police station this morning to this battle in the mountain, were you responsible for it all? The girl didn't answer, but her silence confirmed it more strongly than anything she could have said. You won this battle. Our princess is the only one who can't understand that. There's nothing else we can do at this point. Tomitake broke through the blockade. I'm sure he's already called Tokyo. I don't know when the suppression unit will arrive, but it's just a matter of time, I'm sure. If you want to laugh, go right ahead. Okanogi, what are you doing? That's the enemy commander. Take her down. Don't pay any attention to her. What do you want? You are a leader, and so am I. You understand, don't you? Is he surrendering? I can understand. He was in charge of the whole army, and all his men are down, so he can't just nod his head and accept defeat. So the defeated general can only requite himself by sacrificing himself? Huh. Fine. Do what you need to satisfy yourself. I appreciate it. Mion took a stance. Okanogi took a stance too. Although Okanogi was nothing like Akasaka, he was still a close combat specialist. Even when exhausted, there was no way Mion could defeat him. Takano thought so too. She thought Mion was underestimating Okanogi. But Mion knew. She knew that she was the only one who could put him at ease. Are you ready? Take this! Huh? Okanogi readied, launched sharp from his waist, but Mion deflected it to the side with her elbow, wrapped her arm around it, underneath it, wrenching it back behind him, and forced it up into a hold. Then she twisted his arm even further. Okanogi was certain she was going to snap a bone. It was an excellent technique. She took his arm in one flowing motion. It was clear that Mion's self-defense techniques weren't spur of the moment. However, she didn't break Okanogi's arm, but instead threw him onto the ground. She didn't deliver the final blow, but rather chose to look down on him. Heh, not bad. Okanogi, what are you doing? Hurry up and subdue her. Shut up. You just shut up and watch. This is a battle between leaders of men. Okanogi got up quickly, took a stance once again, then swung his arm down. But Mion avoided it effortlessly. Just like she did before, she grabbed his arm and turned it around. They were in the same position as before. Just like what happened then. She didn't break his arm, but threw him onto the ground, looked down on him. A rotation throw, huh? The way you move, it's not the Yoshin Kan technique, is it? Is it that classy Kobukan one? By the way, when you take your opponent's arm, you can knee him in the face if you want. I see. I'll try that next time. Oh wow, Mion's incredible. She's actually standing toe-to-toe with their commander. Okanogi, use your weapons. What do you think you're doing? Here I come. Ha! You had a stronger drive this time. Tried to kick right through her from a step and a half away. But this time, Mion stepped in to launch her own attack, jumping right towards the foot, trying hard to kick her. Mion kept herself low as she entered close range with Okanogi, shutting out his leg trying to kick her. So of course, he went after her head. Okanogi raised his right arm to elbow her in the skull, but this time Mion rose up, using both hands to keep his arm from swinging down. Unlike the flowing motions from earlier, this was simply a contest of strength. His physique was overwhelmingly superior to hers, so she couldn't win that test of strength. But suddenly, Mion let go and allowed Okanogi's elbow to come down. Then she stepped to the side. It's another repeat of before. Okanogi's arm was held to his back, and he ended up in the same position. But what came after was different. Okanogi's face lowered as Mion lifted his arm up high, and she swiftly brought her knee into his face. It was exactly the technique that Okanogi told her about just earlier. And once again, he was down on the ground. That's it. You learn quickly, don't you? You know, strategies, tactics, and combat. You already have everything you need to be an effective commander. You should have been in my position. You should have been the one to lead those shitty mountain dogs. Huh? Sorry, I never want to be a leader of a shady unit like yours. Mion scoffed. Okanogi took it with a smile too. He wasn't trying to be humble. It was just his pure reaction. Hehehe, you're right. You shouldn't waste your talent in Japanese unconventional warfare units. Bet you could lead in the SAS, Delta, Spetsnaz. Whichever you join, you'd be one of their best. In any case. SAS? Delta Force? Lame. All that is just way too boring. I guess you're right. You're right. And tell me, what kind of folks do you want to be CO for? Not interested in being in charge of any units at all. Being a leader is fine. A leader? The leader of the British Intelligence Service, huh? That's fitting. No way. Listen, there's only one club I want to lead. That's the club in our Hinamizawa branch school. Not interested in games without penalties. The magician of words, Ch.8 Matsuribayashi. Seeker of all things adorable and cute, Renan Ryugu. Trap master, Satoko. And the charming enticer, Rika-chan. And last but not least, our newcomer, Hanyu Furude. I'd never find anything more fun than playing with them, even if I searched this entire world. No wonder we couldn't win. With her as their leader, there was no way we could have won. Okanogi, get a hold of yourself. Tsukano yelled at him, but Okanogi didn't hear it. Are we finished with the warm-up? This next one is for real. You're gonna die. Be ready for that. Come on. I'll give you a fitting end. Something you've been wanting all this time. Good enough. Here I come. Okanogi took about 5 steps backwards and breathed deep. His body twisted as he gathered all his spirit into his right fist. Just as he said, this next attack would be for real. He was putting everything he had into this one final blow. Mion narrowed her eyes, preparing to parry the blow with her side. The sky began to stir. They both felt raindrops on their foreheads. Here I go. Gonna kill you. So come get me, okay? Whenever you're done praying, go right ahead. That one tense moment was suddenly brought to an end. Whoa! He dashed forward from a low position, just like a runner from a starting line. Then he added the twists from his body into the blow, as his right arm roared with all his power. A bolt of lightning punctuated that moment in time, burning the moment into our eyes. In that moment, Mion's stance hadn't changed at all. No. Maybe she moved like lightning the moment it struck. We had to recall the moment burned to our eyes to review the scene. Okanogi had swung with his right fist, which had enough power to shatter Mion's bones. So what if 100% of his power was directed back at him in a counterattack? When the lightning struck, Okanogi's body had been flying through the air. It was a legendary technique in Japanese martial arts passed down in Judo and Aikido, the air throw. It looks as if one is being thrown without his opponent even touching him, a miraculous technique that occurs at lightning speed. Of all the techniques Mion possessed, it was the most sublime, advanced technique she could administer on the defeated general, Okanogi. The feeling of freedom while flying in the air is more memorable than the impact of hitting the ground, supposedly. When Okanogi hit the ground behind Mion, a heavy rain suddenly began to fall. And just as it did, a massive helicopter appeared from the other side of the mountain. The helicopter's rotor stirred up the air and blew away the raindrops like in a tornado. The rotor sounded much like a tornado too. A rope uncoiled from the rear of the helicopter, and soldiers came sliding down it, one after another. The onlookers were stunned for a moment before realizing what they were seeing. It was the bloodhounds that Tomizaki had called in. Having realized how bad the situation had become, Okanogi returned to the other members of the Mountain Dogs. Nothing was going their way anymore. The Mountain Dogs ran down the slope and disappeared into the woods. They dragged Takano with them, who couldn't understand what was going on. A voice echoed from the speaker attached to another helicopter circling around the mountain. To all staff of the Idiot Institute, Today at 12:30 p.m., the Institute's independent authority was frozen and is now under the control of the Bloodhounds. As of the same moment, HQ has ordered complete armament of all 88 Institute staff. All Mountain Dogs are to disarm themselves immediately, gather at the parking lot of the EDA clinic or at the storage shack at the top of the mountain. Failure to respond, accordingly, will result in discipline under not only civilian law, but under self-defense force rules as well. Bloodhound members continued to slide down the rope from the helicopter. Even at a glance, they were very different from the Mountain Dogs. They were armed more heavily, and the guns they had were much larger. Such things clearly differentiated the two units. Does this mean that we have won? I don't know. I've never seen this before, so I don't know if we really did. Satoko and Rika sat down and hugged each other. They were both soaked in rain, but they still sat down in the mud. Neon stood solemnly in the rain as the leader of the winning team. Mountain Dogs had abandoned the field. They all ran away with their tails between their legs. Keiichi and Rena ran over to Mion. Mion. Mi-chan. It's over. Yeah, club activity. It's over. Rika-chan is safe. Everyone else is safe. Mi-chan, it's our victory. You led us this far, Mion. It's all thanks to you. But Mion didn't seem to be listening to Keiichi and Rena. Instead, she mumbled to herself. I like punishments. Eh? Love activities can be cruel, huh? We fight to decide who's the loser. So that means everyone looks down on whoever does lose, right? We don't look down on anyone. We just do the punishment, that's it. Yeah. We do the punishment, that's it. We all enjoy laughing at the loser, and then forget about it. That's why I like what we do. We all laugh, including the one who came in last. Nobody gets hurt. We all laugh, and then we're done with it. That Okanogi guy thought he couldn't purify his sins unless he was defeated by me. I mean, sure, it got pretty serious. We were almost killed, too. But it's all over, right? Game is over. And even though it is, there is no punishment for the Mountain Dogs. Mion might have realized something when she threw Okanogi. Keiichi didn't think anybody else could understand that. I don't know what you're trying to say, Mion. Forget about him. It's all over for them anyway. Yeah, you're right. Everything is all over now. We're all alive. Nobody got seriously hurt. So, let's enjoy our happy ending. That's right. Nobody got hurt. It really is a happy ending. While they hadn't yet confirmed Shion and Kasai's safety, they were correct. This was the happy ending that they had all been fighting for. However, Mion was still thinking. She only understood the reason for that in the moment the thunder struck. But as soon as the flash of the lightning disappeared, her understanding vanished as well. All she could remember was that she noticed something very important, and that shortly after, she completely forgot about it. She could only feel a great sense of loss. The Bloodhounds soon surrounded the club members. At first they thought the club members were their enemies, but when Tomitake appeared, he explained the whole situation. The commander of the Bloodhounds appeared to beg the club members not to say a word about anything, as it was a politically sensitive incident. It was amusing to see a man like that beg while carrying all those weapons. Of course, they had no intention of talking to anyone about it. Once it had ended, it all felt like a bad dream. If on the following day someone asked them what they had been doing, they might not even remember it. This day was that unrealistic for them. So even if they were asked, they wouldn't say a word. Rika-chan, glad you're safe. Akasaka, glad you're safe too. Meep, meep, meep. It all worked out great too. Are you alright? The clinic has been occupied by the watchdogs. Mountain Dogs are all surrendering too. Dr. Ide and a boy he was hiding with have been put under the Bloodhound's protection as well. Coach is safe too, is he? I'm very glad about that. Wait, a boy? I do wonder who that could be. Perhaps Tomita-san or Komura-san were injured? Satoko. very happy for you. The smile made it clear on what she had gone through. Someone could only smile like that after a long and exhausting struggle. Satoko had no idea what that smile meant. How much time would be needed to make her understand? Still, Irie would do something about it. For certain, it would bring Satoko's knee back home. That's right, Satoko. You haven't taken your shot today, have you? Can't forget about that. Quite true. How troublesome that I can't forget about the shot, even in this situation. Satoko seemed to have no idea that her medication was connected to the syndrome. Perhaps she was already aware, but pretended not to be. She could vouch to herself that no matter how long it took, she was going to witness with her own eyes the moment her best friend finally parted with her tragic past. At least I only need to take this shot twice a day. It was 3 times for the previous one. Satoko also had no idea that Satoshi was involved in the development of her medication. Irie had said that Satoshi, as a specimen, had contributed much to Satoko's treatment. Even while asleep, Satoshi longed to ease the burden on Satoko, and those feelings must have influenced Satoko's medicine somehow. Satoko had to inject herself from the summit. For privacy, she ran to the grove of trees to give herself a shot. There was no danger in her doing so. One after another, the bloodhounds dropped down from the helicopters. Each helicopter must have carried at least 20 to 30 soldiers. Damn, that big. There was one helicopter at the top of the mountain, and 2 more halfway down the slope. Shoots were pouring down from all of them, leading to the impression that the entire mountain was under the bloodhounds' control. Nobody fired their weapons even once. The mountain dogs had no choice but to surrender. It wasn't raining hard at all. The sky should clear up after 20 or 30 minutes. It was the volatile weather, typically. Did the internet die? Hold on. Check. Okay, that was fine. It was the volatile weather typical of early summer. Satoko soon returned. Spoke to her best friend. Rika, haven't seen Hanyu-san around. She was here a moment ago. Huh? Hanyu? Hanyu? Where are you? It was stupid of me to think that Tokyo had sent more support. They're acting as if they've known of their loss for a while now. I was the only one who didn't know. What's going on? Tell me this minute, Okanogi. This is it. They're the Bloodhounds. Tomitake called them in. The Bloodhounds? I've heard the name before, but aren't they similar to the Mountain Dogs? Why aren't you fighting back? You've got to be kidding me. We Mountain Dogs are simply a counterintelligence unit. On the other hand, the Bloodhounds are a real combat battalion. There's no way we could defeat them. The remaining 3 members looked at me in exhaustion. Why are they here in the first place? Captured Tomitake. Are there more spies? Who are they? Major, the clinic was attacked earlier. Haven't you heard that the First Lieutenant Tomitake escaped? One of the 3 spoke up timidly, but Okanogi signaled him to shut up. JP, my game froze, and I lost 1 hour of progress? Oh, no. For hat in time? Oh, that's unfortunate. That's okay, you can speedrun it now, right? How's it going, Effie? Got their hands. That's unfortunate. No? No speedrun? No. Nobody told me this. When did that happen? What's going on, Okanogi? Wasn't there a blockade exactly so that they couldn't escape the village? They aren't even responding to me anymore. No. It's crying. It's okay, Effie. You know, just tackle it tomorrow. Or I guess you can do it off stream, right? Try to get back. Redo all that progress. But first, Katamari, then this. What's going on? I've been left behind. I'm the only one who didn't know. I'm being left out. The members looked at Okanogi, waiting for his command. Nobody's waiting for my order. Nobody even cares about my orders. Commander, there's a radio call from the command vehicle. One of the members had an intercom to Okanogi. This is Phoenix 1. Commander, final orders from Kuko. Kuku? Execute Kuku. Kuku? Roger that. The Bloodhounds have us surrounded. We're being advised of surrender. What should we do? Command vehicle. No. Oda. Nadachi. Good work. Clear to surrender. Disarm yourselves and follow the orders of the Bloodhounds. So apparently I have content. How's Higurashi Chapter 8? It's good. You have content, though? For tomorrow? Or... you mean, your stream went well? Chapter 8's been good. Lots of hype. Lots of good wrap-up moments. Just general content. Oh, okay. Lots of wrap-up, you know? It's been enjoyable. It's just, you know, we're past the time limit. It's been 5 hours. Thought this would have wrapped up sooner, which is fine. I mean, it's just, I'm hungry. But anyways, let's continue. Roger that, Commander. All units, listen up. The command vehicle has been compromised. The clinic is probably in the enemy's hands as well. We've lost all our backup, as well as equipment. All teams have been wiped out. Sure, everyone is disarming themselves. The Mountain Dogs have been completely defeated. Not yet. Get in touch with Nomura-san in Tokyo. The Bloodhounds? So what? She'll send in units who can beat them immediately. R is still alive. You can activate the final operation. I must let Nomura-san know that. We have to restore communications with Tokyo. We really shouldn't have cut the telephone connections. But we did, so we'll have to recover the command vehicle. We'll get in touch with Tokyo on the radio. Fortunately, the men in the command vehicle surrendered without resistance, so I'm sure the Bloodhound's guard is down. Okanogi, you and the other 3 will be enough. It's still the 19th of June. The operation starts on the 21st? Or is it supposed to be the 22nd? We still have time. We'll manage, Okanogi. Go recover the command vehicle immediately. Yeah, it's not happening. Is Tokyo a person? No, it's the organization that, it's the secret organization that they work for. So, there's different factions within the organization, so Takano here is a part of the faction that wants to make the parasites become a biological weapon. So, initially it was just to research, but then they shut down the project, so this faction came by and they're like, hey, we'll let you continue your research. Just make us a weapon. Why can't you follow my orders? I'm a major. I'm your superior. Why are you listening to Okanogi, but not me? Major, didn't you hear what the helicopter said earlier? We've lost. There's absolutely nothing we can do anymore. What are you saying, Okanogi? Are you already giving up? You saw that R is alive, didn't you? What happened today was all because of the rumor that R was dead. But she's alive. That means today didn't happen. We can still use the emergency manual. As long as the Queen Carrier is alive, all we have to do is kill her, then we'll have 48 hours to execute the manual. Major, it's far beyond that point already. Tokyo doesn't care about the Queen Carrier, or the 48 hours after death. Our final operation is a complete failure. Our clients must be running around desperately, trying to destroy the evidence. Our job here is done. I commanded the Mountain Dogs for about 10 years. It was a valuable experience, but it's all over today. And Major, your job is over too. What? What do you mean my job is over? What are you talking about? Major, your job was to rear that scrapbook in your hands. What are you talking about? Didn't expect Okanogi to start talking about my grandfather's scrapbook. I don't doubt that there's a disease called Hinamizawa syndrome. But the whole village going into a panic 48 hours after the queen dies? No one's ever seen that happen. No one knows if that's true or not. Don't be ridiculous. Look here. It's somewhere in here. Where? I know it's in here. From the studies of other similar parasites and brains that... statistics say... Damn it, where is it? Oh... I flipped through the pages of the scrapbook in a panic. Can't even remember which page I'm looking for. Okanogi slapped the scrapbook aside. And it thudded. No. It landed in a muddy puddle, so it splashed onto the ground. The open pages of the scrapbook were face down in the muddy water, and already turning color as they soaked up the mud. What are you doing? This is the most important... As I crouched down to pick up the scrapbook, Okanogi stepped on it. Oof. A splash of muddy water hit me in the face. I had to witness my precious scrapbook being stepped on and covered in filth. Major, I don't really care if what's in this scrapbook is true or false. As a matter of fact, nobody does. What do you mean by that? I tried to get the scrapbook from under Okanogi's foot, but I couldn't pull it out. The clients in Tokyo merely wanted to see how many people would actually believe what's in the scrapbook. They didn't even care if it was the truth or lies, as long as it was believable. They didn't care? No, they didn't. They just wanted someone famous. They just wanted some famous doctors to research the subject, come up with a report full of difficult terminology so they could deceive people. That was their job. No, this isn't a lie. My grandfather and I researched it for so many years. Come on, move your foot. The scrapbook is getting soaked through. I'm trying my best so that it's not ruined, but it's no use. The queen dies, and the village must be killed. All you had to do was convince the higher-ups of that crazy story. Nobody cared about parasites to begin with. They only cared if it could be used for political gain. You knew that, didn't you? At this point, nobody will ever pay attention to any of that nonsense again. A lot of people bet on the scrapbook. They lost. Mountain Dogs lost too. That's all there is to it. This isn't nonsense. This scrapbook holds the truth. Everything in it is the truth. My grandpa researched it. I researched it, and this is the result. Everyone believed in it. That's why they built such a beautiful research center, isn't it? They believed in it, and that was why Nomura-san got in touch with me. There must be other people who believe in my work. Because all of this is for the future of humankind. Okanogi got fed up and kicked me. I don't weigh much, so I fell backwards and became soaked in the muddy water. Okanogi walked over and looked down at me. Fortunately, still something the clients in Tokyo are expecting from you. Hey. One of the mountain dogs handed a gun to Okanogi. Okanogi checked the cylinder and then threw it over to me. What is this? Major. Why don't you use that to shoot yourself in the head? What? I looked at the gun. I'm used to seeing guns working at the EDA Institute, as I do. I was never frightened by guns before, but for the first time, I feel scared just looking at one. You know, this happens all the time, Major. Please take responsibility as the leader of the defeated force and shoot yourself. Jesus. What are you saying? Nobody's ever told me to die before. Nobody's ever told me to kill myself. If you die, the clients can just blame you for everything. Actually, Tokyo is already preparing to do that. Don't be ridiculous. Why should I have to do that? Oh... Starting to sob. My body is shaking all over. Well, you don't have to do it yourself if you don't want to. Maybe that's too much to ask of you right now. Okanogi pulled his gun out and pointed it at me. The other members, having realized everything will work out if I die, just looked at me coldly. I'm going to say that I tried to talk you into surrendering, but you refused. We shot at each other, and I had to kill you. That's the scenario. I gave you the gun so that you could kill yourself, rather than being killed by me. To show my appreciation for the time we've known each other. I don't want to end it like that. No. Who came up with this plan in the first place? I don't want this. It was your dearest friend, Nomura-san from Tokyo. Eh? They had a plan for damage control, in case the final operation failed. Nomura-san's codename is Cuckoo, and yours is Baby Bird, isn't it? Do you know where cuckoos lay their eggs? What? Cuckoos lay their eggs in other birds' nests. Once they hatch, they kill the young of the original owner by pushing them out of the nest and then take it over. The baby birds on the ground are left helpless, and they usually end up eaten by mountain dogs. I used the money I got from Uncle Koizumi to pay the mountain dogs, thinking I'd gained a reliable ally. I always thought that. Although Okunogi was barbaric, he was very reliable. But my nest had been taken over. Major, you never had any allies to begin with. All you had to do was exactly what the clients in Tokyo wanted you to. But now it's over. Now you need to exit the stage. Take it. It's your precious scrapbook. Hold that in your left hand and pick up the gun with your right. Jesus. The scrapbook was finally returned to me, covered in mud. I held it with both hands and cried. Oh, ooh. Hey JP, I'm here to cause general distraction and chaos. Sounds good, Gus? How's it going? What a joke the entire life of Mia Takano was. Right now, it's when I should just go back inside that chain link fence. Yeah. My shaking hands held the ice-cold gun. There's only one bullet in there. Sometimes a bullet can ricochet on the scalp, so that's why people usually put the muzzle in their mouths. Come on, hold the gun, point it like this, and die. Oh, oh, oh. Yeah. Oh. In the hills of the mountain, a single gunshot echoed. With that gunshot, members of the Bloodhounds rushed in. Okunogi and the other men raised their hands in surrender. Major Takano was with us, but she refused to surrender. She tried shooting at us, so I had to fire a shot to intimidate her. Retriever 7 to a leader. They arrested First Lieutenant Okunogi and 3 other members of the Mountain Dogs. Major Takano is on the run. Their footprints are heading southwest, but the brush is too thick and we can't go any further. Requesting backup. Major Takano is armed. I repeat, Major Takano is armed. Retriever leader to all units. Major Takano is on the run. She's armed, so be cautious. Patrol the area and force her out. I'm running through the mountain, covered in dirt, still holding the muddy scrapbook. I keep falling because of the mud, and branches and tree roots continue to torment me. I lost one of my shoes, so I decided to get rid of the other shoe too. This isn't the first time I've had to run like this. This isn't the first time I've ran barefoot. This isn't the first time I felt such pain on the soles of my feet. This isn't the first time I've cried like this. Oh. I repeat, Major Takano, disarm yourself and surrender. You can't escape. The Mountain Dogs have surrendered. You have no more allies. The helicopter above my head is calling out my name. I crawled into a hollow tree, held my knees and hid. The last time I ran barefoot like this was a very long time ago. My feet are bloody and swollen, and I can no longer walk. I only cry as I bite the corner of my scrapbook. Sadness and humiliation fight for dominance in my heart. When I feel sad, I cry. When I feel humiliated, I scratch myself to calm my anger. So hold on, I got a text. Okay. And I still have the gun in my right hand, the one with a single bullet in it. I have to kill myself. My death is the only thing that can bring it all to an end. Killing myself is the only way to go back to that day. When I look at the scrapbook in my left hand, I'm insulted by sadness and fear. I don't want to die. Ooh, I don't want to die. Just die. Atone for your actions with your death. I recall the look in Okunogi's eyes. I know I have committed sins. There's so many sins. Too many of them. There are more sins than I can possibly atone for. Just die. It's simple, forehead. But, do I have to die for them? No. I don't want to die. Ooh. Ooh. Cried again, then noticed someone standing nearby. It's the girl. The girl whom I met when I came to Kanazawa when the Idia Institute was first opened. I met this girl at the shrine when I declared war on God. This girl is the god of this place. Kick W leave. It's simple. That god looked at me and sneered rather than sympathizing. Very you still trying to take God's place? Do you still deny that you're a human? Long time, no see. I lost. I lost this game. This is what I get for challenging God, I guess. Human child, are you still after the position of a god? Are you still willing to endure for the sake of opposing the divine? No way. Taking a god's place really is impossible. Impossible. Human child, listen well. I will show you the way to godhood. Eh? With the gun in your right hand, end your life. The position of a god requires no flesh. Don't expect people to recognize your existence. Being a god is lonesome. You, foolish child, want to become one. Is that still what you desire? Human child, I should make you animate Jesus. Are you telling me to shoot myself with this? That's it? Something that simple would make me a god? That's so simple. Then, what is this? What have I been doing all this time? You shouldered the sins of many others. You purified all their sins by sacrificing yourself. Your courage will be praised, and you'll be allowed to take a seat among the gods. What's that? You're telling me to be their scapegoat? To take responsibility for all of them and die? Fuck you. I refuse. I absolutely refuse. Why don't you want that? To attain peace in the human world, there must always be one sacrifice for one sin. Isn't that the truth of the human world? Isn't that the method for purifying sin? Gasp. Capital D colon. Didn't you want to sacrifice one girl for the future you desired? What are you talking about? I don't understand anything you're saying. You don't, because you are a human. You don't even know how stupid you were to even want to become a god. I do. I don't want to die for other people to become a god. No way. I don't want to become a god at all. I'm fine with being human. I just wanted someone to forgive me for being that way. That's all. But, why is this happening? Then how will you purify this stain? How will you pay the price? Why does someone have to take the blame? They're all pushing responsibility onto other people. They maneuver this way and that, just so they don't have to dirty their own hands. Is that just what happens in the human world? No, that's not. Because when my parents and my grandpa were alive, things like that didn't happen. We were all happy. Nobody blamed anyone else. How did I fall out of that world? Why am I wandering around the mountains alone in the rain? Why me? Oh, this is the punishment for my sins, isn't it? I knew it. I had noticed it. I made a huge mistake, but I didn't want to admit it. When it was too late, I regretted it for the first time. So this is the punishment for my sins. Oh, JP, this is 1 million guesses against Gus's against cusses. We talking to your manager. It's a mature broadcast, by the way. The human world will want you to purify your sins. They'll be purified when you sacrifice yourself. That's the way of the human world. Oh shit, she got the eyes. Right. However, I'm not a human. Did she always have the eyes, or just for this part? I'm a being above man. A being which fills in the missing gaps in harmony. A being that forgives human sins. Man cannot forgive the sins of man. I'm the one who forgives the sins of man. I forgive you. Demanding a sacrifice be paid for sins isn't the way of the human world. It's the way of demons. So this is not the world of man. This is the world of demons, created by man and the demons infesting them. Humans cannot end that wave of their world. So I became a god to grant that end. It was over 1,000 years of pain. I want to come down from this place. I desired a world where God doesn't need to make peace. And finally, after 1,000 years' time, I have found that fragment. Human child, I'll forgive your sins in my name. Kneel and repent. Ask for forgiveness, then you shall receive it. God will forgive you. God will forgive your human sins. The God in human form walked up to me and reached out. As I knelt and looked down, she touched my head. Hanyu, Hanyu, where are you? Hanyu-chan, answer if you can hear us. I heard voices in the distance. And then I saw a girl standing in front of me. She's one of Neon's club members, my most hated enemies. Shit, she's found me. The rain had already ceased. I decided to come out of the hollow tree. After the rain, it had grown so humid, I was starting to swell all over. Soaked in sweat, mud, and rain. I feel filthy. I've been bitten by mosquitoes and my body is itching all over. Ah, this is why I hate the mountains. Don't say a word. I pointed the gun at her. The girl just looked at me calmly, as if she didn't see it. At the very least, she did follow my order. What should I do? Should I take her as my hostage? I only have one bullet. How long can I keep running for? Hanyu, where are you? Damn, she really is lost. Ah, there she is. Hanyu-san. Hanyu, where have you... Ah! I really am unlucky to the end. Or maybe you could call this a kind of luck. At the end of it all, I managed to get some vengeance. You know what this is? It's a gun. It's a gun. Don't you dare move. Hee hee hee. The tables have turned now. You're nearly up to the festival? We're so close. What is it, like 12:30? Or maybe 1? Damn it. Why now? Mion-chan, if you don't want anyone else to get shot, step forward. Because it was like, what, 12:20, then 12:40 for the bloodhounds to show up. That's fine. No, don't do it, Mi-chan. Mion stepped forward quietly. She certainly has a lot of courage. No wonder she's their leader. Thanks to you, I've been ruined. Some scary men on the mountain want me dead. They won't forgive me. But I can't just go out like that. At the very least, I want some revenge. Hee hee hee. Huh? I know you only have one bullet in that gun. Huh, that's right. But that one bullet could kill Mion-chan, couldn't it? Takano, are you going to shoot her? Don't move. If you do, I really might just fire this gun. Hee hee. Don't any of you move. Just stay behind me. How courageous. Is this some spirit of self-sacrifice? Rather be shot yourself than letting your friends be shot? Well, it's not that easy to kill someone with just one shot. Of course, depends on where you hit, though. Surprised. How can you be so brave? You want me to shoot you for all the others? Just so you know, if you think that, I'll hesitate to shoot because they'll rush over here once they hear it. You're sadly mistaken. Hee hee. Go ahead, shoot me. But after you do, my friends will rip you to pieces. Hee hee. Let them try. They say you dig 2 holes when you curse another. Going down along with the great commander who made Okinoki surrender wouldn't be so bad. Go ahead and shoot me, but make sure that it's me you hit. If you shoot anyone else, I'll put you through hell. Oh my, I'm shaking. Hee hee hee. No, don't, Mi-chan. The Takano-san is serious. She really will shoot you. Somehow, I'll have to buy some time. Someone from the Bloodhounds will come by for sure. I'm sure they will. But I'll shoot before I lose my chance. Let's see, where should I hit her? Not good at this, so forgive me for not being able to aim that well. Is she not, though? Because, I mean, the massacre. Unless she's just joking. Me, you aren't serious, are you? Don't anyone move. I'm the leader of this club. Well, I guess the other ones were, like, execution style. But still, she hit Keiichi from, like, far away, right? If I can protect you all, I'll be satisfied with that. If I don't make it, haha, set up a shrine inside of my locker and pray for me there. You'll be taking over my position, Kei-chan. Help him out, okay? Mion is prepared to die. Already cornered. I won't accept any words of negotiation. Mion understands that. She doesn't want anyone else to be killed. That's why she chose to be a shield for her friends. That was an easy decision to make for her. Because none of her friends would end up hurt. If she ends up just getting injured, that would be a stroke of luck, as far as she's concerned. Even if she doesn't make it, She thinks that's far better than seeing any of her friends die. That's why Takano will shoot. Even though she understands Mion's noble intentions painfully well, it's too visceral for her to accept, so she'll shoot. I'll pull the trigger. With all the absurdities of the human world riding on that bullet, I will shoot her. You all play games often, huh? Right? Have you ever played Old Maid? No. We play Old Man, though. They use the same rules. The human world is just like a game of Old Maid. Everyone's trying to foist the Old Maid onto someone else. It's a game that seeks to determine not a winner, but a single loser, the sacrifice. You see, I picked the Joker, but there's nobody else to pass the card to. That's why I'll shoot you, as my revenge. Fitting for this irrational world of man, isn't it? I'm preparing myself to shoot. There's no hesitation left in me. I will shoot her, I'm serious. Mion closed her eyes and opened her arms to try and shield her friends as much as she could. And that was when Hanyu stepped forward and placed herself in front of Mion. Hanyu, get back! Brave Mion, I've witnessed your courage. That's more than enough. The Joker can't be passed to anyone else in this human world, then it's my job to accept it. Hanyu, what are you? Rika, I had a lot of fun in this world. Thank you for letting me join the club. It was so much more fun to be in it than just to watch. So thank you. I enjoyed myself. I was so happy spending time with all of you. In that moment, Hanyu glared at me adamantly. Now shoot me, child of man. That sin you must foist onto another. I'll accept it. Okay. Fine, die. Club members must have thought I was joking, or bluffing. They didn't think that I would actually shoot. There was a noise like something exploding. In a world where time became as sticky as syrup, I saw it happen. A silver bullet hitting an invisible wall in front of Hanyu. So the wall was protecting her. The bullet wanted to pierce Hanyu's chest, but it couldn't reach its goal. A bead of sweat formed on Hanyu's forehead. She had stopped the bullet with an invisible force. Hanyu. I'm okay. I can do this, even in human form. The silver bullet was being pushed back. Takano was startled by this otherworldly phenomenon, but then she spoke one phrase. You... Monster! The silver bullet smashed through that invisible wall. There was no longer a wall at all. There was no wall to protect Hanyu from the bullet. The bullet approached Hanyu's chest. Somebody let out a silent scream. Nobody could stop it. Nobody could stop that bullet. In that world of frozen time, nobody could stop the bullet that was stopped just inches in front of Hanyu's chest. Hanyu's friends had seen this scene before. The moment of checkmate. No matter how much they screamed, there was no way to avoid this tragedy. They knew that from their memories. Hehe. You will die for sure. Think about the good old times as much as you want. When you're finished doing that, the bullet will pierce your chest, drown in your own blood. Unless I was prepared to do so, I wouldn't be here. Hanyu thought that this would take care of everything. Hanyu wasn't supposed to exist in the first place. She would leave the stage, and the rest of the cast would stay unarmed. Unarmed. This is how it's supposed to be. But in that moment, something happened to surprise even Hanyu. In the world of frozen time, in which nobody could move, Rika reached out and put her hand on the bullet that was stopped in midair. How could she move? Even Hanyu couldn't move. Why could a mere human like Rika grab that bullet? Don't be so surprised. You've already learned about that. You learned about how to make a miracle happen. A lot of amazing things happened today, but none of them were worthy of being called a miracle. If we all believed in each other, it was supposed to happen. Therefore, I will perform a real miracle in this very last moment. I don't know about this. But I am the reincarnation of Urashiro-sama, after all. So let me make a miracle happen at the very end. Rika rubbed the frozen bullet gently, very gently, then held it, and embraced it lovingly, her hands at her chest. In that world where not even Hanyu could move. Now I realized that neither Takano nor Hanyu listen when other people talk. Didn't you hear what Mion said? You don't play old maid. You play old man instead. Takano laughed and said they were basically the same game, but they're totally different. An old maid, a single joker, an unharmonized element is added to a full harmonized set of cards, and people try to foist it onto another. But in an old man, one card is removed from that harmonized world. Everyone foists the unharmonized fragments on each other. It's different than having a joker, because everything would be in harmony if there wasn't something missing. Players try to get rid of something in both games, but what they try to get rid of is very different. In our game, the loser is left with one less card too. I can understand how Takano thought they were the same thing, but they are different. Because in our game, if the missing card was added back in, there would be no loser. Hanyu, the missing card in this world where someone has to foist their sins onto another, has joined the game. So this game has no losers. Yet you're still trying to take one card away. What a waste of a miracle. This world doesn't need a losing card. That is the answer I finally reached after a 1,000-year journey, trying to find a miracle. The answer has always been there. It was there in the very first game of Mion's club. There was always a loser because we were playing a game of cards with one missing. If we could fill in for the missing card by believing each other and helping each other, then it would complete a full deck of 52 cards. Complete world without a loser. Complete world where no one is left out. Nobody has to stay out of the circle. Nobody has to cry or be burdened with sins. A world where everyone holds each other's hands and forgives each other's sins. When people live, there will be sin. What's important isn't to avoid sins, but to forgive them. The world can only become ugly and twisted when people try to stay pure. I've consumed nothing but alcohol, soda, sloppy joes, and donuts in the last 2 days. How am I alive right now? That's sustenance, right? It's nutrition. Let us accept our sins. Let us all forgive. That's the answer Rika Furude reached. A complete world. A world free from the sins of the human world, where one has to become a loser. Rika reached that as a human being. After an unbelievably long time, she finally reached it. Welcome home, Mother. What? Hope so. The frozen time had begun to thaw. There was smoke coming from the muzzle of Takano's gun, so it was definitely fired. However, nobody got hit. Keiichi looked around fearfully to make sure nobody was bleeding. They were all fine. Nobody had been shot. Heh, you missed. Serves you right. The tension lifted in Mion's body, and she began to sweat all over. How did I miss at this distance? All the club members thought the same thing. It was a miracle that the bullet didn't hit anyone. The club members had all felt the same way. They were all thinking, if it's going to hit someone, let it hit me. However, Rika Furude wished for a miracle that was far beyond that. Rika wished for a miracle that was higher than self-sacrifice. She wished for a world where the bullet wouldn't hit anyone. She wished for a world where Takano wouldn't be hurt because she shot someone. Footsteps were rushing towards them. Takano tried to run, but she tripped over a root and the scrapbook in her hand scattered everywhere. As she tried to gather up the papers, members of the Bloodhounds surrounded her. All the Bloodhounds pointed their guns her way, and some even poked her with them, but Takano still didn't stop gathering up the papers. Some of the men stepped on the papers, and Takano tried to pull them out from under them. She tried to pull them out, begging them in tears not to step on her precious papers. Major Takano, you are under arrest. So? It's all my fault, is it? Hehehe. Ooh. Wah. The club members, feeling bad for her, looked at the ground. Stand up. Put your hands behind your back. Hey, don't resist. No. I want to take my grandpa's scrapbook with me. No. Takano just wanted to pick up the pages of her scrapbook, but the bloodhounds, thinking that she's just resisting, pulled on her hair to try to make her stand up. Although this was her fate, it was too hard to watch her be treated that way. And then a noble voice resounded among them. "Wait!" Radiating with divine light, a man appeared. They all knew this man very well, but they had never seen him look so determined. "I'm First Lieutenant Tomitake from the Research Division. I'll take it from here." But sir, you've been ordered by headquarters to bring her back to Tokyo immediately." "Can't you tell? Just look at her. Look at all the scars. She's been scratching herself. She must have Hinamizawa syndrome. There are lots of horrible scars on her wrists, arms, and neck." Takano had scratched herself throughout the day because of all the stress. There was no way for anyone to be certain if those marks were symptoms of the syndrome. But when Tomitake said that, it certainly sounded true. But the Major must have been given medication to prevent her from contracting the disease. There's no way she should have it. Haven't you read the report? It says that the inoculation isn't 100% effective. If you'd read the report completely, you would know that these are symptoms of the terminal stage. The Research Division thinks that our treatment should take priority. We must determine if this incident was truly her will, or if she became delusional due to the syndrome, leaving someone to take advantage of that situation. We have to be very, very certain, otherwise it will be impossible to resolve this matter. Was it her fault, or was it the fault of her disease? It's impossible to determine that right now. To make sure she has the right to receive treatment, and she is obligated to let herself be treated. Jiro-san. Take her to the EDA Institute so that she can be examined immediately. Notify Lieutenant Colonel EDA so he can prepare to treat Major Takano. However, from here on, the Major will be placed under strict observation, and all activities will be restricted. The particular orders should come from command through Colonel Oka, Director of Investigations. The Bloodhounds conveyed all this information over the radio. Nobody had any objections. Their job was to arrest her, after all. Any interrogations or investigations after that were the job of investigations. So if those were the orders from investigations, then that was that. Tomitake walked over to the muddy figure of Takano. Jiro-san. Takano buried her face in Tomitake's chest and cried. Only Tomitake and Takano knew the meaning of those tears. "Sorry for being late. I'm here for you." Jiro-san. Wow. You're not as bad as you think you are. You can start over. You can start your life over as Miyoko Tanashi. I can't. I've committed too many sins. I shouldn't be allowed to start over. I should be dead. Otherwise the weight of my sins will... Well, that's true. Your sins may not be so light. But don't worry. I'll be with you. We can atone together. Let's atone for Mio Takano's sins. Let's bring back Miyoko Tanashi together. Until then, I'll be right here with you. Can I continue to live? Can I live? Everyone tells me that if I die, things will work out. But can I still live? Are you saying I'm allowed to live? Can I be forgiven? The world may not forgive you, but so what? I'll forgive you. So let's live. Death can't atone for sins. You must live and ask the world to forgive you, and then start your life over. Then you will remember. You will remember what kind of person you used to be, what kind of smile you used to have. After a while, Takano was taken to the EDA Institute in handcuffs. She was, however, handcuffed with her hands in front of her. She was holding the scrapbook. Tomitake had cleaned the mud off of it. The downpour from the early afternoon had passed. The cicadas began singing again, reminding everything that this was the normal June in Kamizawa. It was so hot, despite being June, and the sky was brilliantly clear. Someone asked someone else this time. She looked at her watch. It was 3 p.m. The Watanagashi festival would be starting at 5. It was almost time. Even from there, the Furude Shrine could be seen. There were red lanterns hanging all over. Once the sun went down, those lanterns would be lit. It was almost time for the Watanagashi festival. And with that, everything would end. When the Higurashi cry. Oh. The game that stretched across different worlds had ended, and what the winner obtained after their victory is that the game ended without a loser. I was like fully prepared for that to be the end. What does that say? Should probably sit upright, JP? Probably. How do you have Frankers upside down? Hanyu was prepared to leave after the game was over, but she was still there. She was allowed to be there. In other words, she wasn't the card that was taken away. The card that was taken to play the game of Old Man was no longer there. The breeze rustled Hanyu's sweaty, messed up hair. She was dumbfounded. Rika went over and stood next to her. She didn't need to say anything. She only smiled at Hanyu. That girl had pretended to be a bystander, but decided to step onto the stage. Then she thought that was enough. Tried to step off of it. With those memories of her bright time on stage, she tried to step off. Somehow grabbed her sleeve and stopped her. But someone grabbed her sleeve and stopped her. I'm doing that thing where you sit on the couch upside down because I'm taking a break from work. Couch. Letting all the blood rush your head. She was told that she could stay. Then she realized she was still on that stage. She didn't have to leave after all. There was a spot for her on the stage. She was no longer a bystander. And that was an unbelievable miracle. She didn't even exist in the script. Nobody needed her to be there. But the miracle had allowed her to stay. You suffered so much during your journey. This miracle isn't even enough to repay you for what you've gone through. This is more than enough. This miracle is more than enough. Rika smiled at Hanyu one more time and passed her what was in her right hand. Hanyu felt something cold and hard. What was it? Hanyu slowly opened her hand and looked at it. It was the bullet Takano had fired. This was the proof of their miracle. It was the proof that Hanyu could exist there. It was the proof that they could be together forever and ever. It'll be dark soon. It's time for the festival. Oh, we'll have so much fun together. You can't just watch us anymore. Sure, there'll be plenty of punishments to torment the poor foreign newcomer. You don't have to just watch the Watanagashi festival, huh? That's right, because you don't watch a festival, you enjoy it. Are they testing the speakers? It was still bright outside, but there was music playing already. The cheap dub BGM collection of festival music could be heard from the Furude Shrine in the distance. It sounded so exciting to her. This is what she had wanted to join in on all this time. Rika held her hand. Let's go together. Let's go to the Watanagashi festival. All of us. Together. Yeah. They had almost too much energy left. It had been a long day and many things had happened, but they still had the energy to go to the festival. The festival. It's here. It was, after all, the special day of Watanagashi. The curse of Oroshiro-sama had been lifted, and no tragedy would ever occur again. It was the first peaceful Watanagashi, the first one without a tragedy since the Dan conflict. Now you're halfway? No, don't do this to me, Dirk. The villagers had noticed that the phone lines were disconnected during the day, but it was fixed so quickly that they didn't pay much attention. They heard the self-defense force helicopter near the mountains, but rumor had it that they came to the wrong place for their training. The elderly villagers laughed and said that the young men of the National Defense Force need to pay more attention. JP, this is the tutorial. Oh, sorry, Friko lived past June, but you probably not even close to halfway. So many days. Some people say the self-defense force even came to the Irie clinic. The villagers didn't even get suspicious about that. They assumed that the Irie clinic had started doing physical checkups for the SDF. There were pieces of broken glass on the roadside near the village border, as if there was an accident. Some people wondered how anyone could have had an accident when there was no obstruction on the road. The elderly people said to each other that they always had to drive carefully, even on a familiar road. But it looked only like a trace of a normal accident, so they didn't get suspicious. The rest was a ghost story. The villagers heard an extra firework to signal the festival taking place. It wasn't an echo. The people in charge of the fireworks were puzzled. But when Rika said Orishiro-sama must have shot the extra firework, the villagers simply believed that was true. It was the night of Watanagashi, the biggest festival of the year. The villagers forgot their worries and enjoyed themselves. The club members were doing great as usual. Yep. Doing all the old games. Oh, was that Hanyu? Oh, it was. Coach is there too. Shouldn't Coach be with Satoshi? I guess it's fine. Oh, Ch.8 Sensei too. They were doing so great that they were all taken to the main tent and yelled at by the mayor. That was a normal Watanagashi night for the villagers. But there was one thing that was very different. The girls fought for an unimaginably long time in many different worlds for the sake of this night. However, nobody would ever know that. Except us. Oh, there was another big change too. Rika Furide said that she wants to go to a pool in the summer. It's unusual for her to say she wants to do something. She wants to see the stars. She wants to go on a camping trip. She wants to look at the sunflowers. She wants to make the school into a haunted house, etc. There are so many things she wants to do over the summer break. Right. Rika Furide, for the first time, is making plans for after June 1983. Because this is the first summer break she's going to experience after 100 years of repeating the same life. She will now experience an all-new summer vacation. Who would stop her from getting excited about that? Rika Furide is looking forward to waking up before Satoko to rip the page off the calendar at the end of June. Rika Furide's infinite future has begun. There are infinite possibilities, yet she can only make one choice. That's why it's a great world. Let's talk for a moment about the people who fought with Rika Furide. Mion Sonozaki has vowed to study hard so she can continue her education after the summer break. According to Keiichi, even that may not be enough time for her. However, how can the legendary club leader, Mion Sonozaki, fail an entrance exam? She will more than likely find a way to get into the school she wants to go to. Hopefully, it isn't an illegal one. Anyhow, she's looking forward to enjoying her final summer break, so she has tons of plans. The club members can't get away from Mion, even during the summer. Once you're involved with her, she'll always find a way to get at you. No matter how much you want to be alone, you'll never go back to spending a boring summer by yourself. Keiichi Mibara has been asked by Mion and Chie Sensei to be their next class president. He was also asked to be the next club leader, too, but he declined immediately. Keiichi likes the club because Mion runs it. He continued saying that it's Mion's club, until she got mad. Keiichi can't understand why she's so angry. Well, Keiichi wouldn't be Keiichi if he wasn't dense. So things are rather lively around him again today. His good name continues to spread, even in Okonomiya. Ren Ryugu is growing more energetic every day too. What? Okay. Satoko, Rika, and Hanyu spent every day in fear of being abducted by her. I was like, is that it for Rena? Still, she's been acting more mature lately. She takes care of her younger classmates, and she's almost like a mother figure to the class. She's like a mother to all the club members too. After hearing that, Keiichi said that he'd be a father for the class. As usual, Rena thought about that too much and blushed. Satoko Hojo is as lively as ever. She used up most of her traps on the mountain during the battle with the mountain dogs, so she's setting up new ones for the next event. Rumor has it that some members of the Bloodhounds were so impressed with her trap techniques that they asked her for some lessons. There's supposed to be a training area near Mount Fuji, and they asked her to set up her traps there. That's not a very good idea. The sea of trees really will become a forest of no return. Either way, Satoko keeps saying how she wants to fight against the Bloodhounds next. She's invincible. Also, she's become a great cook. That's because Hanyu has been teaching her. According to Hanyu, Satoko is a quick learner as compared to Rika. Satoko's dream is to master fried chicken, which is her brother's favorite, and welcome him home with it. I'm the only one who knows this, but her dream may come true very soon. As for her brother, Hojo Satoshi has yet to return home. His condition is unchanged. If there's been any change, it's in Shion Sanzaki. She goes to the clinic on her days off. Nobody knows why she goes there, but she seems to be very happy, so nobody pays much attention to it. Mion has teased Shion by saying that maybe she's planning on getting implants, but Shion just smiles. Also, for whatever reason, she's been visiting her relative's clothes shop and buying up all kinds of men's clothing. Lately, she's even started buying more than just men's clothing, but why is she so excited when she visits the clinic with a maid outfit that's not in her size? The truth is shrouded in mystery. The biggest change is probably that Shion babies Satoko nowadays. She tries to make Satoko call her Nini, which only annoys Satoko. Hidie Kosuke has two jobs now. On one hand, he is a respected doctor. On the other hand, he is an evangelist for maids. The Hidie clinic was supposed to be closed, but the villagers pleaded with the authorities not to shut it down. While Hidie isn't originally from the village, he and everyone else feel that he's one of the villagers now. He's an indispensable part of village life. The conservative attitude toward Hinamizawa syndrome is gone, and now it is being researched very proactively. The syndrome is being researched so passionately that hopefully, in the near future, all the victims of this disease will be freed for good. Also, later on, Hidie will publish an advanced article about the influence of the brain on human behavior, which will surprise people in the medical world. I won't go into the details here, but it will talk about how one should hate the sins instead of the sinner. The deceased Hifumi Takano and Mio Takano's names will be mentioned in that article, so they get credit. Jiro Tomitake still visits Hinamizawa every season. He's still known as the fighting traveling photographer, and he continues to walk around the village looking for good picture spots. However, he isn't seen in the village as much as before. His bicycle is always parked around the back of the clinic, so maybe he spends a lot of time there. Some villagers say maybe he's sick and being treated, but his bright smile proves they are wrong. Mio Takano hasn't been seen since that day. Nobody knows where she has gone, but obviously Tomitake isn't worried, so she must be doing fine. She'll probably show up one day, out of nowhere, start telling ghost stories to scare some kids. As for Mamoru Akasaka, what happened to him was pretty funny. His wife and daughter followed him in secret. They pretend to run into him at the festival. Oh. Oh god. Rika called him Papa, so things grew complicated all of a sudden. Akasaka's wife smiled, but she choked his neck with her braided hair. Her arms were folded, but her braid moved like a tail. Squeeze! She tortured a man who destroyed a Special Forces unit without even using a weapon. Rika continued to tease him, making the situation even worse. However, Akasaka's family liked Hinamizawa. They said they wanted to come back. Akasaka's daughter and Rika grew so close that they seemed like sisters. Kurado Oishi has gotten back into playing Mahjong. Has he not? For whatever reason, Akane Sonozaki, well, I guess he stopped because of the foreman died. Akane Sonozaki has joined his table too, and there's rumors that Riot Squad almost got dispatched to the Mahjong parlor one time. But I thought he played before. His colleagues say Oishi has calmed down quite a bit. It's probably because he has reached closure within himself. But his colleagues know nothing about that. He's planning to move to Hokkaido when he retires, but he wants to come back every summer. His bright second life is waiting for him. Tatsuyoshi Kasai hasn't changed much compared to the others. To some people, this was a life-changing event, but for Kasai, it was just another episode added to his tales of heroics. According to Kasai, this incident was just a little bigger than usual. This was just a little unusual, then what in the world would be needed to impress him? Shion insists that he will tell her, but Kasai only tells her that that's a secret. Also, he regretted exposing that part of his past. Shion keeps begging him to tell her all about it, but he simply ignores her. Let me talk about myself too. I, Hanyu, am doing great in my new life as Hanyu Furude. I'm finally getting bigger at playing games, and now I'm taking the role of the club's dark horse, a position formerly reserved for Keiichi Maebara. I have a bad habit of believing everything I hear, so Mion and the others always tell me some strange things. Thanks to that, I'm getting tougher, to put it in a good way. Shrewd, to put it in a bad one. But then, I need to, otherwise I wouldn't survive in this club. I'm gonna continue to learn a lot of stuff through these club activities, so I can live in this human world. Sunday, June 19th, 1983. Night falls on my longest day of the past 1,000 years. The club members are having a blast. A lot of people are here. The stall vendors are still doing business. Speakers are blaring rough yet exciting festival music. I've known all of these, but how wonderful it is to actually feel and hear them in person. I thought I knew because I've been following and watching them, but that was completely different. I knew of it, but this is the first time I've actually experienced it. We had a takoyashi eating contest. There was no octopus in it, but it was still very tasty. We had a shaved ice eating contest. I would have enjoyed this shaved ice if I had eaten it more slowly. I bought a candied apple for the first time. Everyone took a bite from it. It was tasty. It was fun. We played a shooting game. I didn't know how difficult it would be to shoot a target, but it was fun too. Also, we played a shady lottery game. It was one of those things where you pulled a string and got a prize. Nobody got a good prize. We all complained about it to the vendor. That too was just so much fun. Then it was time for the dedication dance. Of course, we go there early, so we commandeered the best seats. I snuck out and stood where I was told to. I could see better than the other club members. This is the spot the object of worship sat. This is where I was supposed to be during the ritual dance. No, this is where I thought I had to be. But seeing the dance from that spot wasn't fun. Therefore, I returned to where I was, and sat with everyone else. They saved me a spot. Everyone rubbed my head while asking me where I went. I apologized by saying, "Hello." That made me very happy. Watch the performance in the crowd of people. It was the best dance I've witnessed in the past 1,000 years. I couldn't keep either my happiness or my tears from flowing out. After the dance was over, a handful of cotton was passed around to all the villagers. We let the cotton absorb all the filth and sins of the past year and washed it down the stream. Cotton is cotton. Obviously, it's not human. We use cotton instead of a human, so that nobody is sad. In other words, this is the way to purify sins without making anyone suffer. Here you are. This is for you, Hanyu-chan. You know how to do it? Yes, I do. I go like this and drift it down the stream, right? Hello. The girl who gave me the cotton took the letter I from her name during last year's Watanagashi and washed it down the stream. By doing so, she was freed from her suffering and began a new life. We drifted our sins down the stream. It's not the same as pushing our sins onto the cotton. Instead, we wash away our own sins and forgive ourselves. We forgive each other, we help each other, and that's how we create our own story. I put my cotton in the stream gently. The cotton went down the stream, into the world, where sins are cleansed. Let my bare feet soak in the clear stream. As I watched the long, long line of cotton flowing downstream in the dark, surrounded by people sending their cotton flowing down the wondrous stream. This is a complete world where all the fragments were put together. This is an ideal world. What else is there? What else do you need? Hanyu Furude still wants more. Because we can be even happier than this. We can be happier if we wish to be. Not a long time from now, but in the near future. Then when is it? I told you, it's in the near future. We'll be happy then, too. See? Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is accepting that. Everyone is entitled to happiness. The difficult part is fulfilling that. I too am entitled to happiness. The difficult part is working out a compromise. Because from now on, I'm going to live as a much, much happier life. I'm not going to compromise with just this. We'll retrieve all the happiness that we missed. 100 years worth for me. 1,000 years worth for you. A report on the coup d'etat of the EDA Institute proposal. Regarding the coup d'etat of the EDA Institute. One of the responsibilities of the EDA Institute here after the Institute was not. I don't think I can read it. It's too fast. Is it just gonna loop or play again? Okay. I'm gonna say it's gonna loop. But, maybe we're fine. Okay, I clicked. Okay. And there's that noise again. Snarrow jump. The tips reading room has been unlocked. There's tips. Staff room has been unlocked. You received a new tip. The forbidden treasure. Onigari no Rio. Okay. And so, the shining future. Is that the cotton? I think it's cotton. We'll talk about it when we come back. We're gonna do the 5-minute BRB. Well, a little bit longer because we need a burger, but we still have more, so we're not done yet. But BRB. Well, not sure when I BRB, but I want to say that was like 15 minutes, at least. No babby BRBs here. Anyways, extra. Right. We're back. All in all, this was a very... Well, I guess we shouldn't say. Not until we finish. Right. We'll discuss after. Forbidden Treasure. Onigari no Ryo. This is the one and only tip. The Forbidden Treasure, Onigari no Ryo, is the most valuable asset of the Furude Shrine that's kept in the ritual storehouse. In ancient times, when this place was a chaotic world of both humans and demons, this precious sword defeated the demon god. However, nobody has seen it for 1,000 years. According to the legend, it is sealed in the statue dedicated to Orisho-sama in the ritual storehouse. Because of its structure, as long as the belief in Orisho-sama continues, it will remain a forbidden tool forever sealed away. Also, it is only mentioned in the forbidden scrolls of the Furude Shrine. Therefore, only a handful of the Furude family heads have ever known about its existence. According to several of these forbidden scrolls, the sword is shaped like a willow branch. There are some ink paintings of the sword, made by a few Furude heads, but none of them match that description. That means they drew those pictures from their imagination. The legend says there was a girl named Oka who received a divine message that commanded her to defeat the demon god. However, neither the swords of humans or demons could conquer the demon god. It would require a blade that was neither a human sword nor a demon sword. Only a sword that mixes human and demon qualities could defeat the demon god. It has been said repeatedly that the ancestors of Hinamizawa are half demon and half human. Oka Furude is said to be the first person whose blood was mixed in that way. This description is what conveys that. Heaven gave Uka a precious sword. The precious sword was shaped like a willow branch. Its tip split 3 ways, which symbolize heaven, earth, and people in unity. It also symbolizes the harmony between heaven, demons, and humans. Uka headed to the swamp where the demon god hid and defeated him with this treasured sword. Each forbidden scroll describes how she defeated the demon god differently. Some say she disciplined him, some say he ran away, some say he surrendered. What happened to the demon god afterwards is unclear too. The oldest scroll says the precious sword destroyed the demon god's horn, but other books don't mention that. The precious sword that defeated the demon god was then enshrined and was named Onigari no Ryo. Uka sealed this precious sword in the deepest place of the shrine to hide its existence forever. Even if it was created to slay the demon god, the sword didn't belong in this world anymore, and shouldn't exist on the face of the earth. Some said that was why it was removed from the human world. But some said Uka was the daughter of the demon god, that she wanted to banish the sword that killed her mother. The ancient cult of Orisho-sama suggested Orisho-sama was this demon god. The source of chaos, the source of all that was evil, and the source of all friction. To prevent the demon god from returning to the human world through worship and comfort is the root of that ancient cult. This may be a type of cult devoted to an evil god. This idea that it's not worship for protection but to stave off a curse links slightly to the modern worship of Orisho-sama. But she seems slightly distant from the modern worship that asks for Orisho-sama's blessings, and sees them as a god of marriage and good relationships. It fosters the argument that humans are good by nature, seeing that all discord is the work of Orisho-sama, and there are no demons in the world of man. After that, the legend continues on to what we know today, the harmony of humans and demons. But in this era, all the scrolls on the origin of the belief in Orisho-sama, and the scrolls of the matriarch of the Furude family, have been sealed due to being forbidden. That happened probably because the new image of Orisho-sama, that of a loving and affectionate god, and the ancient image of Orisho-sama, the source of all evil, didn't match. It became too difficult to explain the faith's doctrine. Also, if one believes the forbidden scrolls, the Furude family was descended from one who killed her own mother. That would mean their blood was cursed. If all that is true, then today's faith is very different from the one that was started by the matriarch. One of the leaders of the Furude family from hundreds of years ago wrote this: "The Onigari no Ryo, the legendary precious sword, is a symbol of both the Furude family and the sins of the human world. It was an era where people pushed the source of their evil onto others. They could only purify their sins by killing one another. The matriarch took in the root of all evil herself and let her child murder her. That was how this place was freed from the chaos. The matriarch usually means Uka Furude, but sometimes it means her mother. The notion that the matriarch was the demon god was taboo among the Furude family. However, obviously some leaders interpreted it that way. When the Furude family, or when the world of man, commits the foolish act of seeking to blame others and tries to return to the world of demons, that is when faith will disappear and the statue's head will shatter. That's when the Onigari no Ryo will reappear to us. The second coming will once again revive the memory of the Furude family's forgotten sins. Is the demon god a fictional legend, or someone who actually existed? In some rare cases, babies were born with horns and they were called children of the demon god. Descendants of the Furude family who will read this. The myths passed down by our forbidden scrolls are numerous and their content vastly differs. But don't get caught up in the smoke. No matter how different all of these scrolls are, there is one thing they all want to convey. Search the heart of Uka Furude, the one who sealed the Onigari no Ryo forever. That is the fate that all the Furude family leaders must understand. So what is this sword? So it was used to strike down... Ah, that was the only tip. Strike down Hanyu. Chapter done. That doesn't work. Connecting fragments though? Does that work? Let's skip this part. Okay, that doesn't work. What are you looking for? The secret ending. So let's go over here. Actually, it doesn't matter. Actually, it does matter. Shit. Hold on. I got this. Hold on. Just a minute. There it is. I guess we could just load it from here, actually. Shit, does that work, actually? I wonder. Did you not get it when you filled out all the fragments? You should get a 52nd fragment, or you just not read it. No, it didn't appear, but there it is. We're good. So we're fine. Flags from kids' meals. Which needs to be rescued too. Yeah, it didn't show up beforehand when we connected all 52. Or 51. 50. I'm gonna play outside. A girl's cheerful voice echoed in the house. It was a tenement house, so walls were thin. So of course her yell carried through to the neighbors, but since it was a child's voice, nobody complained. Miyoko, we're thinking about going to the mall. Her father's voice didn't reach the girl, because all she was thinking about was making a new secret base with her friends in the field. Her father knew the girl had been looking forward to going to the mall, and that if they went without her, she would be upset. He also knew that the girl liked collecting flags from the kids' meals at the restaurant there, and one more would bring her collection to 20 flags. The girl was making a wish on those flags. She believed if she collected 20 of them, she could become happy. Oh well. He supposed he'd bring a flag home as a souvenir. It wouldn't be a big deal. If he asked a waitress, she'd bring one for him. On that day, due to an accident, the trains were running behind schedule. To make up the time lost, the drivers were braking a little too late and accelerating a bit too soon. It was rather unsafe. The Tanashi family didn't own a car. They always used a train to go to the mall. As the girl skipped her way to her friend's house, an unfamiliar woman stopped her. Obviously, she wasn't from around there. The ties between the neighbors were very tight around there. The girl knew everyone's face. So if there was a stranger, it was either a new mailman or someone who's lost. The woman said to the girl, "Do you want to live, or do you want to die?" Any person would think the woman was crazy, asking something like that, but the girl was too innocent to think that way. She answered immediately, "I want to live." "Okay, then go. Your friend isn't home, but go on." "She isn't home?" The girl couldn't figure out why this woman would know that. As the woman left, the girl stopped her. She was curious, although it was a little scary as to what response she'd get if she answered differently. "If I want to die, then what?" "You'll get another flag from a kid's meal." "Eh? Hey, that's not fair. They're going without me. That's not fair." The girl turned and tried to run back home. "Are you sure? You won't regret it?" A mysterious woman tried to confirm this. "Why would I regret it? I won't tell you. I'm mean." The girl thought this was some kind of a riddle, so she pondered it for a while, but she couldn't figure it out. Then she clapped her hands as if she came to a conclusion. "That's okay then." "Why is it okay?" "Because my parents will be with me." The woman stepped aside. The girl bowed to her and ran home. Are we Bandersnatch? Is that what's going on? She saw her parents locking the door to leave. The girl jumped on them and nagged them that she wanted to go too. The girl was going to the mall with her family. The family headed to the train station, waited for a train to arrive, and got on it. The driver was feeling the pressure to make up for the delay, and the passengers could tell that from the way he was driving. The girl noticed the unusual swaying of the train. She stood on her knees and looked out the window. Her mother told her to sit down because it was dangerous. The girl stuck her tongue out. Then, the train reached a very big and very sharp curve. The train tilted in that direction, and all the people were shoved to that side. They were all squished together and grumbled about it. Then, the train continued to... Is that a happy ending, though? The girl and her parents... Okay, cool. Like, are we Bandersnatch? The girl and her parents came home under the sky full of stars, with shopping bags in their hands. They unlocked the door, turned the lights on, and the girl put her bags by the front door and ran into her room. She opened her desk drawer, took something out of her pocket and put it in. She closed the drawer once, but opened it again, and then spread her treasure on the tatami floor. They were the flags of many different countries that came with the kids' meals. The Japanese flag, the American flag, the English flag. Which country was this for? The one with 3 colors. She lined them up as she counted. She counted out loud. Then she danced around happily, for she now had 20 of them. It took her so long to collect that many. It was hard work for this girl, who was so proud of herself for reaching her goal. She worked so hard that there must be something good waiting for her. She made a wish to become happy if she collected 20 of them. Therefore, something wonderful must be waiting to happen. The girl waited excitedly, but soon realized it was the magic lamp, so no genie would be jumping out. Maybe it wouldn't happen that night, maybe it'd be tomorrow. The girl decided to wait patiently. She accomplished something as great as collecting 20 flags. Surely some wonderful happiness awaited. Surely some wonderful miracle awaited. Or perhaps it might be like a charm, keeping sad misfortunes at bay. The girl put her 20 flags back in the drawer. As she heard her mother tell her to brush her teeth and go to bed, she ran to the bathroom. This is fine, isn't it? It's okay to get a miracle in advance. What should I do next? There are plenty of fragments to play with. What? You want to try too? Hehe, it's fun. Makes you feel like God. A world with Satoshi, or a world where the Sonozaki sisters didn't switch. Wonder what a world with Satoku's parents and Rika's parents alive and well would be like. Oh, how about this? Akasaka gets enticed to the enemy's side by Takano. That sounds interesting. Personally, I'm curious about a world where Takano is madly in love with Tomotate. It'd be fun to match Keiichi with different girls too. I love drama very, very much. Hehe. Let's see, what should I do next? I have so many fragments. Hey, do you want some? What kind of world are you going to make? The world of Higurashi when they cry will move on, even without us. There are many dreams, possibilities, and miracles in that world. There are innumerable fragments, all interweave with one another. I've shown you a small number of those fragments, but it's up to you to play with the rest of them. The world of Higurashi when they cry is now in your hands. Big deal. It's a big wide world full of fragments, and they are yours to manipulate. Your dreams, your possibilities, and your miracles are yours to discover. Thank you for joining me on this 4.5-year tale about this world. Thank all those who supported me during this 4.5-year tale about this world. Thank all the characters who brought this 4.5-year tale about this world to life. Thank my family who have given their understanding for this work. Thank my coworkers who spared no effort for the sake of this work. Thank my friends who supported me during the creation of this work. While I'm the same person who created this work, I thank this work itself for the unforgettable 4.5 years it's given me. I thank the fact that I've left behind a legacy of the past 4.5 years of work. Thank all those people who sent me emails teaching me the joys of production. And if I may leave you with one more piece, I leave you the joy of making a product of your own. I have nothing to show for the 4.5 years I spent in college. I simply spent my days without achieving anything. I left no proof that I was even alive during that time. I feel that the regret for this was what drove me to make this work, but I think we can meet again as friends. That is why I leave you this message. I look forward to the day we meet, my friend. Ch.8. Possibilities of forever. Okay. Well, one more thing, then we're done. Yeah. I was like, that can't be a happy ending if she dies too. Hello, this is JPChivalry. Thank you for playing Matsuribayashi no. Thank you very much for playing Higurashi when they cry until the end. Matsuribayashi is, in a way, a solution episode for the situation with Takano and the kids starting from halfway through Higurashi. How can they defeat Takano's conspiracy? How can they reach their ideal ending? I wrote this episode as a duel between you, the reader, and me, the writer. So if you think you created a better resolution world than my Matsuribayashi, that means you defeated JPChivalry in this duel. Meow. What's up, Gus? I, JPChivalry, have provided 2 resolutions. One is how to fight against Takano. First, here is a hint from the Higurashi chapter. You find out about Takano's conspiracy, which relies on Emergency Manual 34. Next, here are hints from the Watanagashi and Miyakashi chapters. It has been 48 hours after Rika's death, yet the village is peaceful. If you put those 2 things together, obviously the basis of Emergency Manual, which Hifumi Takano wrote, that everyone developed terminal symptoms within 48 hours, isn't true. When you put these 2 together, you can realize that if Rika's body was discovered 48 hours after her death, then it's possible to prevent the final operation. In the Matsuribayashi chapter, I wrote about an attacking side and a defending side like a novel. If I were to simply write about the resolution, all I had to write was for Oishi to announce that Rika had died at least 48 hours ago, and Takano's conspiracy would fall apart once the news reached Tokyo. This is rather an easy resolution, like a puzzle, so I'm sure many of you got this right. I actually forgot about that detail. The other resolution was the ideal ending for this world. To answer this, I have to explain the worldview of this story first. There are hints all over, but the crucial ones are in the Tata Higurashi and Higurashi chapters. Satoko's uncle comes home and Satoko's life becomes miserable. How can she be rescued from that situation? If this story was an exercise in murder, then the Tata Higurashi chapter is the correct answer. Keiichi kills Teppei and hides its body well. There's a happy ending. But I didn't end the episode that way. Instead, I denied it with a bad ending. The resolution the worldview of Higurashi when they cry advocates is a non-violent one, with everyone united together. That is established in question chapters such as Onikakushi, Watanagashi, Tata Higurashi. In those worlds, when someone becomes suspicious about everything and worries about it alone, things get worse, and that leads to tragedy. The Miyakashi chapter is the sublimation of that situation. On the other hand, when one talks to their friends, it's revealed that the cause of the tragedies are quite silly. That is indicated in the Sumi Horiboshi and Minagoroshi episodes. In other words, can you see that in the worlds of Higurashi, anything can be overcome when people talk to each other and help one another? Unfortunately, that doesn't happen in reality. Helping each other creates friction, and oftentimes, working alone is a lot simpler. However, we always hope that we can connect with other people and understand each other, so that we can face any difficulty. In that sense, this world is a fantasy. That's right. In the worlds of Higurashi, there is one magical rule. That is to talk to others and accept help from them. Then you can defeat anything. With that, it is possible to make a miracle happen. If that could be cast into an absolute rule, it'd be a sort of magical, systematic miracle. Just like what Hanyu and her friends said in the story, that is the worldview of Higurashi when they cry. If you follow that rule and think about an ideal ending, I bet the first thing you'll think about is an ending where all the club members unite and defeat Takano. Actually, there are scenes in the Matsuribayashi chapter that affirm that sort of ending. However, at the same time, Takano is described as a very lonely person. By doing so, I raise a question about the resolution. Everyone else unites, defeats Takano, makes her into a sacrifice. This is a happy ending for everyone except Takano. It is a very popular style of story for the protagonists to unite together and sacrifice the antagonists. Aliens come to the Earth to invade us, so the world unites and defeats the aliens. Hooray for humans, and we must all get along. This is a very popular storyline all over the world. There are plenty of stories that use aliens, devils, or monsters as clear bad guys, and make them into sacrifices. Two parties fighting with each other become allies once a third party shows up. Storylines like these are indeed exciting. By adding a sacrifice, differing parties unite and become allies. To create this situation, there has to be always the third party, the sacrifice as well. I'm sure many of those who created such stories must have already noticed that. We always add a third enemy that can't possibly unite with us. To make up with each other, we try to find a common enemy. Am I the only one who feels that describes our world today? In reality, this world belongs only to humans. There are no aliens or devils or monsters. So for us to find an enemy, we'll have to fight each other forever. To make up with each other, we need a new enemy, so we just end up fighting someone else. In this chapter of Higurashi, I declared that to be the demon of the world of man. With these explanations of the worldview here in mind, do you wonder if the resolution of defeating Takano is in fact an ideal resolution of the Matsuribayashi chapter? That's right. It's basically the same foolishness found in Tata Higurashi. According to that logic, the Minagoroshi chapter isn't the best resolution for the problems that surround Totoku either. Do you understand that? How can they make up with Takano? You wouldn't suggest to make Tokyo into a new enemy and let the club members join with Takano, would you? If I continue to talk about this issue, I'll probably end up mentioning something religious, so let me stop here. What kind of ending would be the best outcome following the worldview of Higurashi when they cry? Perhaps it's something better than the Matsuribayashi chapter. You can consider this a graduating question for Higurashi when they cry. Maybe I'll leave it as my final gift to those who enjoyed this tale for 4.5 years. 1 month. Thank you for reading this extremely complicated story. In the end, what was this all for? If I were to put the answer to that question in one word, it would be entertainment. It's not important if you are able to answer the riddles. After all, if you enjoyed yourself, you won. Ch.8 will continue to challenge you. Higurashi when they cry ends here, but I hope I get to see you again in a different world. What kind of work do I want to create next? Maybe it's fitting to choose my next work from an infinite number of possibilities while listening to the chorus of the Higurashi. I want to express my gratitude to all the people who have supported me until today. Thank you very much. Look forward to seeing you all again soon. Ch.8. He has done it. Matsuribayashi staff room. Is it over? Is that it? 14 out of 14. That's it. Oh man, it's fun. It was a good time. I really enjoyed it. I don't know. The ending was kind of. You can only do so much, right? I guess, but it did its part. And everyone got the happy ending. Akasaka's gonna work with Takano. What? So I've changed my rankings. So 6, 7. No, 7. Is it 7? Yeah, 7, 3, 6. Or no, 6 again. No, 6, 7, 3, 8, which is this one. Because I was thinking about it as I was going through, and it's just like, this is hype and everything, but I don't know. I feel like I enjoyed those other chapters more. After 8 would be 5, 1, 4, 2. Still iffy on 2 and 4, but they're interchangeable. But it's fine. I mean, Akasaka. Can't not like him, right? But yeah, his parts were enjoyable in this story. Showdown with Okanagi. Now I get to watch the anime. It's great. I get to read the manga too. With what was it, like Mion being very lewd or something? The first chapter. Oh man. Yeah, this is a very enjoyable experience. It was good. Glad I played it. I'm glad I went on my whim. Got the visual novels. And here we are. Yeah, thanks to everyone for watching and hanging out. It's been fun. No, it's mostly just me reading, but very little chat interaction. Well, I mean, yeah. I think Gus and I discussed this, right? Not interjecting because they don't want to interrupt, but it's fine. It's all good. What else? So yeah, I guess next series, Zero Escape. Tomorrow. Okay, so originally I was going to play Link to the Past tomorrow, but I think I should wait until I finish all the visual novels that I have. This is an ambitious time limit, but like by the middle of June we should be done, but I doubt that. So if anything, it's going to be another month of visual novels. But yeah, Zero Escape is next. Zero Escape Poggers, right? So that'll be tomorrow. Because I mean, how long to beat kind of lies sometimes, so I can't really trust their hours, their judgment. But yeah, we'll see for ourselves. So after we finish these stories, we'll move on to Link to the Past, then Hat in Time, or Fable Lost Chapters. I don't know. Depends on when we finish, of course. And then we have one more redemption for a game quest. I'd say 15 to 20 hours for 999, then 30 to 50 for VLR. Oh, okay. VLR is which one? Virtue's Last Reward. Right. Okay. And then there's Zero Time Dilemma, which we do have. So that'll be that. 30 to 50 though, damn. Which is fine. I mean, I'm not complaining. Just curious about the projections. How long it's gonna take. I'm not worried. We're having fun. We're having a good time. But yeah, I don't think we're rating anybody. Nah, we're not. But yeah, continue visual novels. Higurashi was fun. I can't recommend it. At the birthday party on Saturday, I was talking to one of my friends about it. He was like, "Oh man, that torture one." It's like, oh, you're playing that? Have all the achievements in Zero Time Dilemma in 18 hours? Oh, okay. So that's not so bad. But I guess we'll just have to see. It depends on us, right? To go through it. I don't think I'll be going through all the achievements, but I don't know that. I don't know that yet. At the very least, if there's like a secret ending or true ending, then I'll go for that, of course. But I don't know. I don't know how the other game's gonna work. We'll play it by ear when we get there. But yeah, Higurashi. It was fun. How did I hear about it? Right, because of Doki Doki. Because people were recommending other visual novels of the same caliber. I think it led me to Song of Saya. And then people were like, yeah, but there's Song of Saya, but there's also Higurashi. So. And it also helped that they announced that there's a new anime adaptation of Higurashi coming out. Originally coming out in July, but yeah, it's not coming out for a while. No. Probably October, I guess, would be the next delayed date. Probably. Who knows? It'll come out when it's out. And then, what was the other thing? Well, I guess that's it. Oh, right. Imagine if I'd beaten this on June 19th. Oh well. That's fine. We beat it now. We're done. It is finished. Now I need to go back and see some of the stuff I missed. Some of the fast text. But yeah, I completely forgot about that detail with Miyakashi and Watanagashi. Right. Rika's death, 48 hours, no syndrome, no disaster. Because, I mean, right, yeah. I don't know why it didn't strike me. That makes sense. It all works out. Happy ending. But anyways, I think that's the stream. So, thanks for hanging out. I don't think there's any shoutouts, right? Shout out to maybe? I don't know. Did they? Let me check something real quick before we actually do the shout out, because it might be a false alarm shout out. That's the thing that tipped me off, and I couldn't work out if Takano believed her stuff was delusional. She just had a strong belief in her stuff. Or, no, she was delusional. And she started scratching. What am I looking for? This. Channel some videos. Okay, so yeah, shout out to Zero Signal X for the follow. And I have an off stream.
Nice bird.
But we'll play that right there. And then yeah. Yep. There's one more thing, but you know. We'll wrap it up. Hola? How's it going, Carlotta's? How's it going? Well, we're ending the stream, so unfortunate timing. But, you know, we'll be back tomorrow. I think tomorrow's going to be a short stream, because originally Mondays I'm supposed to clean. Well, maybe, I don't know.
Nice bird.
We'll see. Carlotta's 32, thank you for the follow. Welcome. But yeah, we'll be back tomorrow. Zero Escape. 999. 9 hours, 9 persons, 9 doors. Is that right? But also... just a little plot point. Little last plot twist. After the first session of Onikakushi, I looked up everything! I did it! I did it! I looked it all up! I didn't look at everything, but not the details. But anyways, that's it. Have a good one. Bye.